He looks right here. Thank you. Okay, yeah. No. All right, so we're right at 9:01. I'd love to get started. So good morning and welcome to everyone. I'm Andre Marshall. I'm the Vice President for Research, Innovation, and Economic Impact here at George Mason University. I'm honored to be here with you today. I'd like to thank our speakers, our in-person guests, and those participating online for taking the time to remember and celebrate the truly remarkable life and contributions of Dr. Thomas Lovejoy. Today at the symposium, you'll hear about Dr. Lovejoy's many academic, professional, policy, and scientific contributions. And I must say that when my colleagues at Mason began to discuss the possibility of a symposium celebrating Dr. Lovejoy, my mind went straight to a conversation that I had with an old friend and classmate a few years back who informed me of the passing of our graduate research advisor. I thought about how much I learned from him and how many of those teachings about science and life I've shared with students in the classroom, my own graduate students that I've advised, and those I worked with in government, and even in setting the culture of research here at George Mason University. And that's when I knew that this was going to be an amazing event that would be a really unique opportunity for our research community to come together to celebrate the wonderful and diverse ways that we've been influenced by this brilliant scientist, both individually and collectively. So without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce Mason's 8th president, Dr. Gregory Washington, leader of the largest and most diverse public research university in Virginia. Since joining Mason in July 2020, President Washington has overseen the expansion of both the Prince William and Arlington campuses and initiated an anti-racism and inclusive excellence task force here at Mason while keeping our campus safe by managing Mason's successful response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Further, President Washington has not been shy about calling upon Mason to take up the grand challenges of our time. President Washington?
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Well, good morning to all of you and welcome to George Mason University. On behalf of the more than 50,000 students, staff, and faculty here at George Mason, I welcome all of you here today. I am so pleased and honored to celebrate, and I see this indeed as a celebration, to celebrate the contributions and the life of Dr. Thomas Lovejoy. God doesn't always give us the amount of time that we hope to have with our luminaries. And when I took the job to come to this campus, one of the things that I did early on is said, who are our brightest stars? Who are our brightest lights? Who are the 10 to 15 people on this campus that I really need to make sure I meet and engage to get an understanding of what's really happening and what's going on here? And so I put together a list, and I began to, and Tom Lovejoy's name was on that list, and I began to call people, right, and engage them upon getting here. But it wasn't but a couple of days when I got a call, Tom Lovejoy wants to meet with you. And I was like, great. And not only does he want to meet with you, he's planning a dinner at his house with the head of the Smithsonian and Tim Kaine. And so you need to be there. I was like, great. And to show you the kind of person he was, so we get the address, and my wife and I were driving, and this is in the time of the pandemic now. And so we're driving in this Great Falls area, and we're saying, okay, so I have this mental picture of this larger than life person, right? And many of you know him personally. But remember, this was my first time. And I had been dealing my whole career with really, really high-level, productive, active faculty. We call them Ferraris, right? They really high performance, but they usually need a lot of everything. And if you don't give them enough oil, you don't give them enough gasoline, they hack and spit and all those kind of things. But I'm driving looking for the house. And we drive by. The GPS says it's right there. We just drive by. Then we turn around and we drive by again. Because I'm thinking, where's this larger than life faculty member in this grandiose home? I'm thinking, where is that? And then the third time, Tom is in the middle of the street doing this. It's right there. And that's kind of indicative of the person he was, right? He didn't just talk about these things. He didn't just research these issues. He actually lived them. He didn't take too much out of the system. And he put much more in than he took out. It dawned on me then, this was a different type of person. It just was. I didn't have to seek him, he sought me, right? Because there were messages that he wanted me to get out into the public. There were things that I needed to do to support the work that he was doing. There were people that I needed to meet to connect with the campus to make sure that the campus was moving in the right direction relative to these issues. And that's the kind of thing that every president wishes that every faculty member, some of y'all listening, that every faculty member would do. You know, I would like to send a special wish to Tom's daughters, Elizabeth Lovejoy, Catherine Petty, and Anne Lovejoy. Tom's daughters are here today, and to ensure that their father's work in Amazonia continues through the organizations he founded. And these are entities like the Amazon Biodiversity Center and AFLA. These are organizations that support international research collaborations that not only benefit Mason, but benefit the world. Elizabeth, Catherine, and Anne, could you please stand? Thank you. We truly thank you. We truly thank you for being here, and we truly appreciate your presence with us today. And we pledge our support in helping to further your father's mission for biodiversity, conservation, and sustainability through our Institute for Sustainable Earth and so many other Mason endeavors of which Tom was actively engaged. So we thank you. I would also like to thank Carmen Thorndike. She was Tom's longtime assistant. She managed so many of Tom's interactions with others over the past few decades. And she truly supported and helped make possible all the success in research and policy. And Carmen, we want to thank you for being here with us today as well. So we celebrate Tom for his decade-long work. You're going to hear a whole host about this. I was given a long list pages. I'm right here. Of accomplishments to highlight to you. And I'm more than happy to read them all. But I know that there are individuals in this room that can contribute to the fiber of honoring Tom from the perspective of his legacy, his research legacy, and his legacy to the planet far better than I. I am going to yield that time. But what I will say as I conclude is that if there's one silver lining to this, that this is happening during the time of our 50th celebration. This institution has gone through an extraordinary rise over the past 50 years, starting as a commuter campus and growing to the largest institution in our region. It has expanded dramatically during that time. And it was because of key luminaries on our campus, like Tom. And we have to, it's only fitting that as we usher in the next 50 years, right, we solidify that legacy, and that legacy is passed on to the generations of outstanding scholars, many of which are in this room today. And so in 2010, when Tom joined us here at Mason, he could have chosen any university in the country, or literally any university in the world. He chose Mason, I believe, because he saw in our young university the willingness to think big, to work hard, to stay committed, and to address and fundamentally solve the challenges, the grand challenges of our time. Tom put his faith in Mason, and we today must dedicate ourselves to continuing his mission together with the multiple partners we have here in this room, including the Smithsonian. And now I turn it back to Andre Marshall. Thank you all.
So thank you, President Washington, for those warm remarks. I'm also truly excited to have the Smithsonian with us here today. We're grateful for the many years of partnership between Mason and the Smithsonian Institution, pioneered largely by Dr. Lovejoy. We have Dr. Ellen Stofan, Undersecretary for Science and Research at the Smithsonian, who will also provide welcoming remarks. Dr. Stofan oversees the Smithsonian Institution's Science Research Centers, the National Museum of Natural History, and the National Zoo. The Smithsonian Libraries and Archives, Office of International Relations, Scholarly Press, and the Scientific Diving Programs also report to Dr. Stofan. Her focus on the Smithsonian's expansive and inspiring scientific initiatives include biodiversity, global health, climate change, species conservation, astrophysics, and the search for life outside our solar system. Dr. Stofan?
Thank you, President Washington. I'm really grateful to be able to speak today on behalf of the Smithsonian, honoring the life and legacy of Tom Lovejoy. You know, Tom wasn't just part of the Smithsonian family. In many ways, he embodied the Smithsonian. As a researcher, as an educator, as a mentor, Tom personified our institution's ideals on a world stage and was a role model to his colleagues throughout his storied career. Tom started at the Smithsonian in 1987 as Assistant Secretary for Environmental and External Affairs before becoming the counselor to the Secretary on Biodiversity and Environmental Affairs. During his tenure, Tom also established the Pan-Smithsonian Institute of Conservation Biology. His commitment, vision, and passion created the foundation for the Smithsonian's conservation work and made biodiversity a cornerstone of the modern environmental movement. Of course, Tom's influence and example extended far beyond the Smithsonian, and those in this room are a testament to that outsized impact. As a planetary geologist by trade, I really realized the scope and reach of Tom's incredible commitment to his life's work. He understood better than any of us just how fragile our interconnected world is and how crucial it is to maintain balance. Humanity's impact on our planet is the story of the 21st century, and Tom helped break that news nearly 60 years ago. Tom's work was so foundational to the field of conservation biology, he gave it its name. He played a central role in convening the first international conference on research and conservation biology in 1978, helping to establish the discipline writ large. Tom was the first scientist to use the phrase biological diversity in 1980, and 6 years later helped organize the Symposium at the National Museum of Natural History that made the word biodiversity part of the national conversation. As President Washington was mentioning, though, he didn't get to this because he did so many things, and it was really interesting. Like you said, when you start going down through the accomplishments, you're like, how do I fit this into a speech? One of his critical things for the Smithsonian and now ongoing for George Mason is the Biological Dynamics of Forest Fragments project in 1979 near Manaus, Brazil, to understand the effects of fragmentation on tropical rainforests, ecosystems, and wildlife. This collaboration between the Smithsonian and Brazil's National Institute for Amazonian Research has been a beacon for current, past, and future conservation scientists to study the biology of the Amazon rainforest under threat. Tom knew there was no better demonstration for just how crucial biodiversity and conservation are for life on Earth, and would often bring others there to impress upon them the true urgency of what is facing us. While many of us relate to Tom as teachers and scientists, he understood that science could only tackle the biggest challenges if it made room for everyone. Tom made complex topics urgent and accessible to people and showed how seemingly intractable problems could provide purpose and spur positive change. He built partnerships with journalists, thought leaders, and policymakers and worked to catalyze at every level action long before think globally, act locally ever became part of our lexicon. We're all reflecting on Tom's legacy in our own way today, and we'll talk a lot about the way Tom related his work and passion to others and how they looked up to him in return. More than a list of well-earned laurels from a long and distinguished career, Tom's true legacy is the example he set for us and the maxims that guided his work, that big problems challenge us to be better citizens, that science is powerless when it leaves the public in the dark, and that knowledge is nothing without consensus to act. Tom left the world better than he found it. The challenges facing our planet are often called unimaginable, but biodiversity loss and climate change would have been truly intractable without Tom's clear vision and clarion voice. He gave us a fighting chance. Tom's dream of a stable, sustainable world is our inheritance, and the only fitting tribute to his memory is to follow in his footsteps and work each day to make that a reality. The Smithsonian Institution is proud to share that mission with George Mason University. Our two institutions established the Smithsonian Mason Global Conservation Studies program in 2008, housed at the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute in Front Royal, Virginia. This program has grown into the robust Smithsonian Mason School of Conservation. I'm really thrilled to stand alongside President Washington today as we commit to sustaining Tom's legacy through research and coalition building. Thank you, President Washington, for your leadership as we work together to support the next generation of scientists who will stand taller and see further on the shoulders of a true giant. To those who knew, worked with, and loved Tom Lovejoy, Our thoughts are with you now, and also our deepest gratitude for sharing Tom with a world that was truly in need of him. Thank you.
So thank you, Undersecretary Stefan, for those remarks, sharing Tom's bold vision, his revolutionary and pioneering actions through the Smithsonian. That's really inspiring. Next, we have Dean Morales Wilhelm, who will be providing remarks remembering Dr. Lovejoy. Dean Morales Wilhelm is the Dean for the College of Science. He's a hydrologist and water resources engineer with research interests in systems modeling, climate hydrology, vegetation interactions, which I'm going to have to talk to him about after today, remote sensing, and water energy food nexus. He has been the principal investigator in over $300 million of sponsored research and is consulted on international water resources projects over the past 25 years. Dean Morales Wilhelm.
Thank you, Andre. Good morning to all of you. It is great to see such a gathering to honor and to celebrate Tom Lovejoy, our dear colleague, our dear mentor, our dear friend, our dear family. And I'm sure each one of us has a descriptor for the positive influence that he had in our lives, be it personal, be it professional, and perhaps both. I will tell you about mine. Andre mentioned I'm a hydrologist, work on climate, vegetation interaction, so there's very few degrees of separation between my career and the impact that Tom had. Actually, when I was asked if I wanted to speak at this event, I certainly jumped on it, in a big way. And yes, I'm here speaking today on behalf of the College of Science, the place where Tom had his academic home for the last 12 years, where he had an impact on too many students to count, many of our faculty, and the college and the institution at large. But my acquaintance with Tom actually goes quite back a few years. When I was starting my career as a researcher, I'm an environmental scientist by training, and I would say it will be very hard to find anyone working in our field that has, in one form or another, not been impacted by Tom's work, by Tom's legacy, by the findings of his research, by his tireless advocacy for a better understanding of how our planet works as an interconnected set of components that interact with each other. He's been talking about this since the 1970s, and the rest of the world is just starting to catch on. I crossed paths with Tom a little bit closer when I was a young scientist. I should say younger, because I'm still young, right? Working at the Inter-American Development Bank. And he was already an established authority. What struck me the most was his natural ability to move between cutting-edge science and what I call the bare-knuckle world of policy, infrastructure investments that these institutions do. He moved with such comfort. He was a master communicator. And I remember, being a young person, said, wow, this dude is amazing. And in many ways model my own behavior after seeing this. And this is just one story. He saw ways of solving environmental problems in an out-of-the-box way that I had never seen anyone do before, and that I've probably seen very, very few people do at all. For example, the debt for nature swap scheme that he came up with in the 1980s was a revolutionary idea that still stands as one of the stalwarts of conservation practice today. Tom was an interdisciplinary scientist long before any of us was uttering that word. His longstanding work in the Amazon, particularly, reflected such a visionary understanding of issues with which we are still wrestling today: biodiversity, climate, water, food, land, and sustainability of life all around. Tom was perhaps the first to understand that, unlike Las Vegas, whatever happens in the Amazon does not stay in the Amazon. It affects everywhere, and it affects everyone. Here at Mason, Tom helped the college that I represent, in developing a vision for the world-class program in conservation, sciences, and biodiversity. He worked at multiple levels. He had no reservations in just pulling the sleeves down and working with everybody, from students to faculty to senators to representatives of international organizations, and move with such ease between them. He was a great mentor to our students and researchers. Besides being a distinguished scholar, he was an extremely thoughtful person. Just recently, I'm working on a research project in the Amazon. I wanted to pick his brain. He sat down with me. He sat down with my grad student and spent time very generously. He was always available. He was really, really a world citizen, a total class act. So I'm privileged to be here today with you to honor and celebrate Tom. Thanks everyone for being here. And thanks for joining us today in this, what's going to be a wonderful symposium. Thank you very much.
So thanks so much, Dean Morales-Wilhelm, for sharing the not only the personal touches, but also the big vision that Tom had. And it's just, I love to hear the stories about, the grad students and interacting there and mentoring, to have that level of interaction, as well as the policy side. It's just truly impressive. So next we have an audiovisual tribute presented by Dan Reed, the Associate Director of the Center for Climate Change Communication, or 4C, and Frank Cessno, the Director of Strategic Initiatives at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs. So Dan is at George Mason University. He's a higher education leader and a communications professional with a background in developing content, programs, partnerships, and public events, elevating climate. And Frank is an Emmy Award-winning journalist and creator of Planet Forward, a multimedia storytelling platform that celebrates compelling narratives in sustainability and science. And we look forward to the tribute that Dan and Frank have put together.
You want to go first, or should I?
Go for it.
Thank you. President Washington, what you didn't say in my bio is that when I first left CNN, where I first landed was at George Mason University. I was a university professor here. And can I just say that driving through Fairfax and walking across this campus today takes my breath away at how this has changed and grown. And so congratulations to you. You're doing wonderful, important work. We'll say from the outset that we are totally biased, Dan and I. Not only did we know Tom because of who he was and what he did, but we knew him because we went with him, we took a trip to Camp 41. So we will tell you about that.
Do we have other Camp 41 alumni in the room? Beautiful.
Right.
Well, part of our goal today is to bring the visual story here with Tom, to see him, to hear his voice, to see Camp 41. That was such a magical and life-changing experience for us and others.
So I started Planet Forward at GW when I left here. But we stayed involved, and George Mason is a consortium school with us through Tom. Tom then came on our advisory council, so Tom was a partner, joined at the hip from the very beginning because he believed in storytelling. as you have said, and the power to do that. So he both inspired storytelling and he did his own storytelling.
Yeah, and so Frank started his academic career here at Mason and then ended up at GW. I started mine at GW, and now I'm here at Mason. And consider myself very lucky to, thank you, consider myself very lucky to have worked with Tom both when he was an advisory board member with Planet Forward and be his colleague here for a year at Mason.
So here's what we know about stories, and it's what Tom knew about stories. Stories capture the imagination and they engage the intellect. Stories connect us emotionally to a narrative, a powerful narrative, and they impart information. They engage the senses. I have a bumper sticker I use for what is a great story, and if you think of any story from Superman to the Bible, it is about compelling characters overcoming obstacles to achieve a worthy outcome. And Tom knew that the planet was a compelling character, confronting unbelievable obstacles, and the worthy outcome is a sustainable, equitable life for all creatures on this planet.
And Tom, the storyteller, he was truly, and we heard this from the dean and others, he was an engaged citizen of the world. He was a communicator ahead of his time. He did not shy away from talking about his work, about the magic of the Amazon rainforest with policymakers, presidents, dignitaries, young people, others. So when Tom spoke, we listened. And when we were in Camp 41, we took every second to just listen to every story he would tell us.
So here's how this all happened. Through my friends at National Geographic and elsewhere, I met Tom, which was a great delight, and Tom and I connected on a lot of different levels. And we went to Caribou Coffee in downtown D.C. several times as I picked his brain, and I guess he picked mine a little bit. And I finally said, Tom, would you come on the advisory council? He says, I'm a pretty busy guy. And I said, I know, but this is a really good thing. And he completely got it. And I was actually surprised and unbelievably humbled because I knew how busy he was when he said, yes, I want to do this. Because he wanted to work with young people. He wanted to help inform their narrative. He wanted to leverage their youth and their energy and the fact that they are the inheritors of this planet and capture them along with science and narrative to do these remarkable things. So he agreed, and what you see here is our trip with him to Camp 41 in 2017. We have a storytelling contest. We call it Planet Forward Story Fest, which we started. We have an annual summit where we acknowledge and recognize our winners. And this was a storytelling expedition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was so nervous to meet Tom. The godfather of biodiversity, was I going to have to kiss the ring? I wasn't sure. And the best part about Tom is he made everyone feel so comfortable. And he was just so humble. And so we were so proud to have him come on our board at the time and be part of the summit. And we came to him with an idea. We wanted to do this storytelling contest and create a way for students to go out into the world and tell their own stories in that natural environment. And Tom never hesitated. He leaned right in and said, let's bring a group of students to the Amazon.
At this year's Planet Forward Summit, I dedicated the entire event to Tom. And I pointed out that the most beautiful part of the word that he helped craft, biodiversity, is diversity. And Tom knew and really celebrated the fact that the storytellers that he wanted to inspire must come from all walks of life. They're scientists, they're filmmakers, they're business leaders, they're celebrities, they're everybody, and he did that. And whether from Brazil and the PhDs he supported there, and that was one of the big bragging points that we heard about when we were at Camp 41 a lot, how he had seeded young scholars and scientists in Brazil, to the young people that we brought with us on this trip, who, and I'll mention a couple of them in a minute, came from all walks of life. That's what he really, truly believed in.
Yeah, and being comfortable with everyone meant everyone. Tom Lovejoy understood some things that we are just now figuring out. On social media, right, we have influencers. Well, Tom figured out a way to get influencers, celebrity, politician, policymakers, everyone from Tom Cruise to the late Senator Orrin Hatch, who I cannot imagine sleeping in a hammock in Camp 41, to come visit, be immersed in the environment, hear the deafening sounds of the rainforest, be part of that experience and see the power of nature. So one night when we were going to bed in Camp 41, Tom goes, "By the way, Tom Cruise slept in your hammock." And I was like, I don't believe that. And of course, here he is. And those celebrities and influencers stuck with Tom and inspired their work, and that's why we saw things like this after his passing. So it shows the power of the way he engaged an audience in the story.
Always, always. I corresponded a lot with Tom, and I don't know if it's true with his daughters, but he was really good at the one-liner or the half sentence. He did not go on at great length. And he really relied on Carmen for the details, Check with Carmen, check with Carmen. But Tom and I were corresponding on a fairly serious level when the former president withdrew the United States of America from the Paris Climate Accords. And I was shocked by this. My office now is 5 blocks from the White House. I'm a former White House correspondent, so I actually covered presidents, and it was kind of unthinkable that you would walk away from a national commitment like that. So I wrote to Tom an email, and I wrote, "Tom, I'm such a mix of fury and depression at the events of the past 24 hours. America has abandoned its role as world leader in any effort to deal with climate change. What's your take? What should we do with Planet Forward now?" Tom wrote back, "The voices of the young will be very important going forward. That even more so," he wrote, "that will be interesting at Camp 41 for Planet Forward, going forward." That was Tom. I remember meeting Tom for coffee, I mentioned it at Caribou, and this idea took shape that we take a team, a group, our StoryFest winners to Camp 41. So that's what we did, and that's why he made that reference.
So we'll give you a little visual tour of Camp 41. This is us in Manaus making our way toward the amazing campsite. 2 hours of four-wheeling like I've never experienced.
And you know why it's called Camp 41, right? It's 41 kilometers from the nearest paved road. And that's not much of a road to get back to. The unpaved road is interesting.
That's a fact. And this was the best part of Camp 41, the fellowship, right? The research gets done during the day, but during the evening, the ability to sit around with the caipirinha and hang out with Tom and hear the stories and tell our own stories from what we saw.
Yeah, there were some amusing bits and pieces too, right?
There were. The first night we were staying there, we interacted with the Amazonian tarantula, which was not but 15 feet from our campsite, we met them, and then we learned about jumping spiders. So this is not stuff you want to hear before you go to bed. Well, then we met Tom the prankster, because one of our students got in their hammock and found a plastic tarantula in it.
It looked pretty real, actually.
The screams ensued.
Only I encountered a real scorpion and got stung. Anybody been stung by a scorpion? It hurts like hell. And Tom was on that one, too.
We love Tom's calmness. He was like, was it big or small? Is it opaque or translucent?
All I know is it hurt. This was an amazing trip, and we want to show you a video now. Part of what we did, and part of what Tom was so excited about, was inspiring each of the students who went with us, each who had won already for a story that they had produced, to travel to Camp 41 and produce another story. We call it the Storytelling Expedition. Our students came from universities all over the country, from Oregon to upstate New York, from Montana to Washington, D.C. One of the students was Jamie Dittmar. Jamie Dittmar was a University of Montana student. She was a graduate student in documentary filmmaking. And she sat Tom down, as you see here, and she talked to him for about a half an hour about forest fragmentation. So Tom could talk about the core of his work. And then she captured this in a video, which is just Well, I'll let you see it, and you can judge for yourselves. It's about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
So, and if you can see here, if you see well, look at this screen. If the light's bouncing, you can look back. There's a nice screen there. This is Jamie's work, but this is really Tom's work. Where he worked, what he believed in, what he knew best, speaking from the heart. Here's a video.
How do we actually protect the biology of the living planet so that it's there hundreds and thousands of years from now? Let's stop thinking about nature as some little patch of protected area in the middle of a human-dominated system. Let's start thinking about human aspiration embedded in natural landscapes. So we're at Camp 41, which is, to my mind, the best of the research camps we have here in the heart of the Amazon. And that's because it's virtually unbroken forest from here all the way to the Guianas. Essentially the forest primeval. Biological diversity is the priority in how I look at the whole picture. It's incontrovertibly led to a priority in protecting large areas and connecting small areas that are now isolated. And just to sum it up with a single example from this project, 100 hectares of forest. If it's a fragment, it loses half of the species of the birds of the forest in less than 15 years. So you may have a forest, but it doesn't have all the things that it had originally. So what this means is if you want to have all that diversity in the Amazon basin, you actually need to manage it as a system so that it can generate the rainfall that's essential to have a rainforest. Moisture gets returned to the moving air mass through evaporation of the complex surfaces of the forest and through the action of transpiration through the leaves. That process repeats itself 5 or 6 times until finally it gets to the high wall of the Andes and the air mass moves up and most of that moisture drops out in a tremendous amount of rain and creates essentially the 20% of the world's river water that is the Amazon system. But it's not just about science here, it's also about building the next generation of scientists. There is no better classroom than the reality of being in the heart of the living planet, and they get it.
Pretty powerful stuff, all in Tom's voice. Mm-hmm. One of the things that impressed us so much too was this was a student. This story was told by a young woman who wants to go on and make films, and she's doing that. What this meant for Tom and what this meant for the rest of us.
And he says it right in the video about the next generation. You can see the passion in it, and Tom being the force of nature he was, I'm so glad we were able to have a student capture him in that environment.
What was really moving about this too was this is what Tom wanted, right? Was to inspire these young people to understand, to learn, to be curious, to be engaged, and to be able to project that outward. Just want to quickly mention, because I think this is part of Tom's legacy too, that I desperately hope that you appreciate, know, and love. So many of those young people on that trip were inspired by him personally to go on and do things. So young Harrison Watson, whom you see there, the young African-American kid, he's at Princeton doing a PhD. He's working in soils. He's traveling the world now.
And it was Tom who helped get him there. He took him on, and then actually Frank's daughter is now well immersed in marine biology.
My daughter came on that trip. She was also inspired. She's collecting coral samples in the Caribbean now, working with a climate scientist looking at impacts in the ocean. So Several other students there have gone on to different careers. It was a remarkable thing. This Camp 41 is so much more than just a piece of land and a research station. It's an inspiration station.
What was your favorite memory?
Well, I think my favorite memory was maybe the scorpion. No, it was watching Tom lead us through and then talk about what he was proudest of. How 50% of that rainforest now is protected to some degree, partly because of the decades of work that he put in, and most particularly he was, as I said, proudest of these Brazilian PhDs whom he has inspired. How about you?
I am scared to death of heights. And to start getting into the campsite with going to this observation tower at dark 30 so we could see the sunrise over the rainforest canopy was frightening as we climbed up and unfortunately looked down. But it led to this, which when I see that, I instantly think of Tom.
Yeah, yeah. We'll leave you with this. When Tom started his work in Brazil and dedicated to the planet, and when he saw that this was the story that he wanted to pursue, there wasn't a Secretary General of the United Nations sounding the alarm code red for the planet as there is now. We weren't talking about climate change the way we are now. There were no iPhones, there weren't computers and social media, there weren't record floods, droughts, fires ravaging the planet. There also wasn't a current climate of mis and disinformation working against the very things that science and Tom stood for so much. That's the story that we're at now. That's the story that the young people we're educating and inspiring are going to have to tell. That's the story about Tom, who was so ahead of his time in grassroots research, in the travel that we did. There's my daughter. So this is not just about continuing his work. This really is about inspiring the future, engaging the future, and making sure that this story continues to be told. Thank you all very, very much. And can I just say, President Washington, George Mason has a superstar here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Dan and Frank, for your expert storytelling and representing Tom's voice so clearly and giving us an opportunity to take it all in. Really do appreciate that. Now I'm delighted to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Stuart Pym, Professor of Conservation at Duke University. Dr. Pym is an internationally recognized leader in the study of biodiversity, especially present-day extinctions and loss prevention. In 2019, Dr. Pym was awarded the prestigious International Cosmos Prize for research on endangered species and promoting practical approaches to reversing species decline by protecting and restoring shrinking habitats. Additional honors include the Tyler Prize for Environmental Achievement and the Dr. A.H. Heineken Prize for Environmental Sciences from the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. I look forward to your presentation, Professor Pym.
Okay. I just did. Still just did. There we go. This is not just any photograph of Tom. He's not wearing a bow tie. And he's got a heavy jacket on. It's taken in Patagonia, and it's taken on the very day that he became a member of this very fine institution, and thank you for inviting me here. We celebrated Tom's professorship just over a decade ago, and I was thrilled to be with him in Patagonia when we did so. I want to talk about Tom's scientific legacy, his conservation legacy. In 1985, Tom, in the well-known scientific outlet, the New York Times, talked about debt for nature swaps. That led to $1 billion or more of conservation funding. The legacy is that many of us believe that with increasing levels of debt in developing countries, with a need to stop deforestation because of biodiversity loss, because it contributes, say, 4 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, because it's a source of pandemic diseases, that we need to engage again with debtor nations to work out ways to protect nature better. But I don't want to dwell on that particular item. I believe we're going to hear more about it during the day. And likewise on climate change. Climate change and biodiversity are two topics that are ones where quite clearly Tom played a leadership role of convening people to look at the issues, to see what we can do about them. Again, we're going to hear about that. But what I want to do is talk about biodiversity and what we can do about it. Having coined the term biodiversity, there are some outstanding questions. How much biodiversity is there? How many species are there on the planet? Where are they? And how fast are we losing them? An important part of Tom's legacy is to have established those research programs of looking at, what we need to do, what are the issues, what are the problems, what are the scientific questions. But I think what makes Tom a great scientist is that in establishing this research program, he has established the means to do something about the loss of biodiversity. This is not just studying nature because nature is fascinating and interesting. This is one of the key issues of our time. So, let me start with the state of biodiversity. We know from, and I will now take a deep breath so I can get it out in one breath, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. What it best tells us is that we are losing species at an extraordinary rate. Whoops. Press the wrong arrow. So, what do we know about the loss of biodiversity? Well, according to Al Gore, we now have a mass extinction crisis with a background rate 1,000 times higher than the extinction rate 1,000 times higher than it should be. From whom did Al Gore get that? Well, he got it from me. I wish he'd have said, my good friend Stuart Pym told me, but, you take publicity for your scientific work however you could get it. I'm even more thrilled, no disrespect to former Vice President Gore. I'm even more thrilled by this woman in Britain holding up a sign in a street demonstration. I have never had my work publicized in the street demonstration before. I was thrilled when I saw this photograph in The Guardian. So we know that we're driving species to extinction at a very, very high rate. Why this? Why not so many species going extinct per day or per week or per year? I like to talk about extinction as a death rate. in these times of COVID, we are all aware of death rates. Our typical normal background rate of human death is 8,000 people per million per year. With COVID, it's been close to 2,000 people per year on top of that per million. Now, extinction is like this. We can talk about extinction as a death rate of species. And if we do the necessary calculations, if we look at a cohort of species and look at how many of them disappear over a period of time, we can work out that for birds and amphibians and for mammals and now plants, and more recently a few studies of fish, that we're driving species to extinction 500 to or so extinctions per million species per year. That's a death rate. Just simple, measurable. And what's particularly interesting is that the species that we have discovered recently, species that are newly known to science, have higher death rates. Why? Well, it's because they're rare. You know, Linnaeus 200 years ago found and described the common ones. They're okay. But the ones that we're only recently discovering in the Amazon and other places, those are the ones that are rarer, more vulnerable, more likely to go extinct. So what we don't know about biodiversity hurts us. The stuff that's new, the stuff that is so new we haven't found it yet. It's species like that that have even higher rates of extinction. So we have this measure. We know how fast species are going. Well, what about that background rate? I like to think of this in terms of birth rates. If extinction is a death rate, then what about the birth rate? Well, the birth rate is how fast species diversify. Thousands of students around the world and their major advisors wearing their white lab coats, grind up bits of tissue and extract the DNA and create molecular phylogenies. And from them, we can work out a birth rate. Something on the order of a quarter of a species per million species per year. It's those estimates that allow us to identify how much of this thing that Tom called biodiversity we're losing. We're losing biodiversity something like 1,000 times faster than Mother Nature is creating it. What can we do to protect biodiversity? The kind of inspiration that Tom has provided, the leadership on so many of the committees on which he served, has seen that we have expanded the protected areas around the world significantly. In the last 30 years, we've come close to achieving the biodiversity target of protecting 17% of the world. But there are others, the late Ed Wilson, who want to have half, and nations as diverse as President Biden's administration here in the US, Boris Johnson's administration in the UK, President Xi Jinping's presidency of China, have agreed that we ought to protect 30% of the planet. How well has our protecting the planet protected biodiversity? If we look at where the protected areas are, shown in green, and we put them on a map of what parts of the world are wild. We've arbitrarily divided the world into a wild half, shown in yellow, and an unwild half shown in grey. So supposing we look at the wild half and the unwild half, not surprisingly, our protected areas are in the wild bits. It's easier to protect places that are remote. So, if we want to expand to 30% or even 50%, do we want to have business as usual? Or do we want to do things differently from the way we're doing? What do we want to be telling the leaders in Kunming whenever COP15 happens? Tom wanted to be there. It hasn't happened yet. He'll be there in spirit. Well, let's look at the world's largest national park. I've been there. Well, I've been 10,000 meters above it. When you fly from Shanghai to Beijing, when you fly from Detroit to Shanghai, you fly over the top end of Greenland. On a clear day, you can see the top end of Greenland. I have nothing against Greenland. I have nothing against musk ox. But like Tom, I'm a tropical biologist, and it looks awfully bloody cold up there. Clearly, protecting places like the top end of Greenland is not going to do an awful lot to protect biodiversity. So let's simplify what we've done, looking at the half of the world that's protected, the half that is wild, the half that is not wild, the 13% that is protected. That's the Venn diagram. Imagine a species, a hypothetical species. This one is an insect, has a big geographical range. By chance alone, we'd expect that 13% is protected, 50% is in wild, 50% is in not wild. That's what we'd expect for a species with a big range at random. What happens if we have lots and lots of little species? These are the as yet to be discovered species of unicorns. They haven't been discovered yet because their ranges are tiny. Well, we'd expect 13% of them to be protected, 50% to be in wild, 50% to be not be in wild. If we take any set of species and throw them down at random, that's what we'd expect their protection to be. So what have we achieved? That slide did not come over from Keynote. But what it shows, what I hope you can see from that, is that for species that have large geographical ranges of more than 1 million square kilometers, we've protected about as much of their range as you'd expect. Big species, okay, we've protected 13% of them. But what about those little guys, those guys that have small geographical ranges? We've actually done a lot better. Species that have ranges smaller than about 10 or 100 square kilometers, we've already protected 30 or 40% of their ranges. So we've actually done better than we expected. The way we have allocated our protected areas globally has protected things like the skywalker gibbon. That gibbon is called a skywalker because it's got this sort of hood and it scowls and it looks like Luke stuck on this remote island off the coast of Scotland communing with puffins or whatever they're supposed to be. We've done a better job of protecting small species. The gorgeous little frog, Cassidy horneye, is entirely protected in a reserve in Colombia, and so on. So this notion that biodiversity is important, it's special, it's threatened, has resonated globally to the fact that with the 13% we have set aside, we're protecting species better than we expect. What those slides that did not translate well also showed is that just going for 50% is is not going to do us a lot of good. Just protecting 50% of the planet for the sake of 50% of the planet is not going to be doing a very good to protect more biodiversity. We have to be smart in where we protect biodiversity. We have to think about where it is and what it is. We can map out the distribution of many species now in considerable detail. These are birds, and they show that the warm, wet tropics are where most of the species are. Mammals show a broadly similar pattern. These are the places with the greatest concentration of species, and it's likely to be true for most species. Amphibians, for example, show a similar pattern, and while we have less detailed data for plants, it's almost certainly true for them too. But just looking at species is not sufficient. We need to dig deeper. Let's look again at the distribution of bird species. In the Amazon, there are the greatest numbers of species. But if we look at where species have smaller than the median range size, those distributions are profoundly different. They concentrate in Central America and in the northern Andes, and in places like the coastal forests of Brazil. That's important because species with small ranges are much more vulnerable to extinction than species with large ranges. So I want to stay in Brazil because it's the country that Tom loved more than any other. And I want to look at how Tom's legacy provides a very, very practical recipe for preventing species extinctions. If we look in general at the world's biodiversity hotspots, we find for all of them that most of the habitat is gone, and what remains is in fragments. And 40 years ago, Tom realized that understanding fragments, particularly fragments of tropical forest, was going to be the question if we were going to understand whether biodiversity has a future. If we look at coastal Brazil, this is an image about 600 kilometers east to west. It's three Landsat images stitched together. You can see that there's some forest remaining, but there's an awful lot of land that has been cleared. This is an area that has a lot of deforestation. Let's zoom in on this area. The bay there is Guanabara Bay. It's the city of Rio de Janeiro. If we look at this, and I have taken the forest and color-coded it in this particularly lurid day-glow green, if you look at that on that high-resolution image, it's clear that there's a lot of forest, about 15% in fact, that's in small pieces. Take off the fragments that are smaller than a square kilometer, and you realize how much of this vitally important area is in habitat fragments. We live in a fragmented world. The research program that Tom established is about very, very large areas of our planet, from pole to pole, from sea level to mountaintop. We have fragmented the world. That's what it looks like from a helicopter. If you look at this landscape, you see lots and lots and lots of pieces. And if we're going to say biodiversity, we need to understand what happens in those pieces. And for that, of course, we have what I have called the most important ecological experiment ever done. It's bigger in scale, it covers thousands of square kilometers. The individual replicates range from 1 hectare to 10,000 hectares. And so over the years, Tom and I, usually accompanied by great wine, have discussed how we might understand what's happening in those fragments. These splinters of the Amazon are not only a clue to what's happening there, but what's happening in so much of our planet. This is an overview of the project. I suspect we're going to see this image or one like it several times during the course of today. Starting 40 years ago, when Tom knew that this was going to be converted to a set of fazendas, he arranged for fragments to be set aside of particular sizes, 1, 10, 100 hectares, with an area called Hazuva which he expected to be surrounded by the ever-growing, ever-expanding city of Manaus, and it now has. So we've got this experimental design. If we look at how many species are in those fragments from before they were fragmented until the present day, we see that the fragments lose species, the smaller fragments lose more of them, and they lose them faster. We've expanded this to studies elsewhere in the world, including some studies that my group have done in Kenya. And we get this incredibly vital scaling relationship. Basically says, if you want to protect your biodiversity, at least you want to protect your bird diversity, you need to have a fragment of at least 100 square kilometers. Anything less than that, you're going to lose species. That is a recipe for action. That tells us what we need to do. It's not just an interesting piece of science, it's a very, very powerful management recommendation of what we need to do if we're going to prevent the loss of biodiversity. Now, these studies have allowed us to work out a lot of the detail. We know that some species disperse more than others. And it turns out that if you can disperse, you leave a fragment quickly. You know, there is a very clear answer to why the chicken crossed the road. It's to meet other chickens. And if you're in a small fragment, you're not going to meet any other chickens, right? So species, if they can, leave the fragments quickly. So you lose species, and in a sense you lose more than you might, because they just don't find it a cool place to be and meet other chickens. So, more detail, which I'm not going to elaborate, but by species, we can work out which are the ones that are going to go, how fast they're going to go. We know the details. We know what happens in fragments. It's bad and it's worse, and we know all the gory details because of these studies that Tom and his team, my team, have done over the years. We know that a lot of things go wrong in these small fragments. So, we know from these studies of oceanic islands, small islands lose a lot of species, they lose them more quickly. Species that leave fragments will, species that can disperse get out of them. We are living in a world that is not conducive to biodiversity when we fragment it. So, how is that practical? Let's take a look at biodiversity for this one key area in coastal Brazil, the area that stretches 100 kilometers to the east of the city of Rio de Janeiro. In this map, we've color-coded those fragments of forest that are big enough to support species, and color-coded them by how many threatened species they have. What we see is the richest area for threatened species in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Indeed, one of the areas that has the greatest number of threatened species in all of the Americas are these areas to the east of the city.
We identify the places where the greatest number of species are at risk of extinction. And when we do that, we often find they're in very fragmented landscapes. They're not in large areas of continuous forest like the Amazon, but they're in the biodiversity hotspots, and those places have already lost a lot of their habitats. A good example of this is in the forest to the east of the city of Rio de Janeiro in coastal Brazil. This map shows the fragments and the number of threatened species that they contain. We have not just merely destroyed so much of the world's tropical forests. What we have left behind is in tatters, in fragments. And those fragments are often too small for species to maintain viable populations. There just aren't enough males to go around for the females and females to go around for the males. And of all the places, of all the fragments, one that I thought was particularly tragic was the one immediately behind me. This is the Union Biological Reserve in coastal Brazil, about 100 miles east of the city of Rio de Janeiro. Because in this isolated patch of forest are a whole load of species on the brink of extinction, the most charismatic of which is a beautiful little monkey called the golden lion tamarin. And the golden lion tamarins in that fragment could not go forth and multiply into the forest over there because there was the cattle pasture behind me. And when I saw that cattle pasture for the first time about 8 years ago, a cattle pasture just like the one I'm standing in, I thought, it has to go. And so we have made it go away. This is a restored forest. I helped raise money for my friends at the Asociação Mico Leão Dourado, the Golden Lion Tamarin Association, have planted this forest, and it now connects that once isolated fragment of forest in the Union Biological Reserve to a much larger area of forest over in this direction. It's what we call a biological corridor, and it means that the golden lion tamarins that were once imprisoned in this forest island, this forest fragment behind me, can now cross through these small but growing trees and go and find new habitats, new homes, new places for their tamarin families.
This is what it looked like when we started working there in 2006. About 8 years later, and what it looks like now. The reason for this experiment, if you like, is to undo fragmentation. We learn from Manaus that fragmentation is bad. We know it's bad in all sorts of detailed ways. So if it's bad, let's undo it. Let's begin to reconnect nature. Let's begin to stitch things together. I think that's an incredibly powerful legacy in what Tom's work has achieved. There's a wonderful story. Some of you have probably heard it before. There was a time when we had very, very few golden lion tamarinds in the wild. The Smithsonian was breeding tamarins, and it was time to take the tamarins home. These were very, very precious animals. So Tom got on a plane, and he was most definitely not going to put the tamarins in the luggage, okay? So they had seats of their own, and they had tickets for Mr. and Mrs. Marmoset, which I think is just an absolutely fabulous story. Of course, by recreating habitat for the tamarins, they are now doing very, very much better. Much more recently, we have helped our partners, the Socias and Mico Linderado, connect another fragment. This one required a couple of miracles. We not only had to buy the land on the top end of the north end of this major highway, we had to convince the road company to build a habitat bridge. Now, habitat bridges are an idea whose time has come, because we know that fragmentation is bad. Doing that in Brazil was altogether a different kind of challenge. But we are slowly beginning to ensure that these fragments in coastal Brazil are no longer isolated. Species can move. They can, in this case, quite literally cross the road safely over a bridge. And so Saving Nature, on which Tom was a science advisor from the moment that we created the organization, is now doing corridor projects. We are undoing fragmentation in a large number of countries in the world's biodiversity hotspots. It's the opposite of the fragmentation project. It's the lesson we learned from it, which is fragments are bad, let's get rid of them. So Tom's legacy was to identify biodiversity. With that comes the obvious questions: how much of it is there? Where is it? How fast we're losing it? And that experiment tells us a great deal about why we're losing it, and therefore what we need to do to undo those losses. In 2016, I organized a Fettschrift for Tom. At National Geographic, it seemed to be an appropriate place to celebrate Tom's extraordinary career and influence. I was able to invite many of his friends to talk about his extraordinary, diverse, and important contributions to the field of conservation. It was a glorious occasion. I think we were able to celebrate the enormous contribution that Tom has made to so many fields, which I can't cover here. But all I can say is, we're going to miss you, Tom, and we're going to miss you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. I believe I can take questions. Is that so? Is that correct?
Yes. We have about 5 minutes for questions.
I know I stand between you and coffee. Yes.
Liberals from cognitive engineering and computing. When you bought out the pasture for the tamarins, the pasture to build the bridge.
Yep.
Did you just buy it from pay money to buy it, or was there collaboration with the government? How did that work?
I find conservation, like politics, is local. So what we do at Saving Nature comes from the experiences that Tom and Ed Wilson, who was a board member, Peter Raven, Pat Wright, Trevor Price, the rest of us.
we believe that working with local communities, empowering local communities, is the way you get conservation done. So in this case, we always work with local communities. They are the people who own the land. We do not. And that was a matter of seeing if we could persuade the local landowner to sell his land. Many of these places, the land is terrible, particularly there. The soils are poor. It's a very bad place to grow cattle. You can grow carbon a lot more cost effectively than you can cattle. We deal in carbon offsets. We're happy to sell you carbon at a very attractive price of $25 a ton. For carbon dioxide, we accept all major credit cards. But it's local. It's a local-to-local deal. Now, having said that, in both the Brazilian projects, we were connecting federal nature reserves. And once we'd done that, the federal nature reserves were just thrilled to be able to expand and acquire the land that we'd helped our local partners buy.
Dr. Pym. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Do you mind to tell the story about when you met Tom at National Geographic? I think it's a really nice one.
When I met Tom?
When you met back in the 70s with your first grant?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a good one.
So back when the world was young, Tom was the 12th employee of World Wildlife Fund. And he ran a small grants program. And I applied to get a grant to go out to Hawaii to work on a bird called the EEV. And my one regret is I don't think I've got the letter, because back then it was all snail mail, that said, dear Stuart, we're happy to give you a grant for $6,000. So I went out to Hawaii, and I was looking for birds. And being an enthusiastic bird watcher like Tom, I knew I was going to see all the birds on the island of Hawaii in the 8 months that I was there, and I didn't. Some of them were extinct, and some of them were so rare that they were impossible to find. And that set me off on my career as a conservation scientist. I became aware that species were going extinct. I thought that was an extraordinarily ethical challenge for our society. I believe we have no right to destroy our children and our grandchildren's heritage, but I also felt as a scientist that there were things we could do about it. Thank you for asking the question.
Dr. Pym.
Thank you so much.
So thanks so much, Dr. Pym. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and I must say that I was really excited to have scientific explanations about why we can't find unicorns because of their small range, and answering the conundrum of the chicken crossing the road through a scaling law, of all things. That's really, really amazing. So we are right in front of our coffee break. I wanted to let you know that we do have a filming crew right outside in the lobby, and I encourage everyone to stop by and share your stories there. We also have some support from our expert storytellers, Dan and Frank, that can help you tell your stories so we can capture them on film. We will be returning back to this room to continue with our program at exactly 10:45. So we have about 16 minutes for a coffee break. Thanks so much for a wonderful first session.
Hello? If everyone could please take their seats, we'd like to get started again. The clicker is here. Sure. Could we get started again? We do have a tight schedule. I'll start resorting to my high school husband. It's okay. Thank you, Jeremy.
We're going to move on with the program now.
I know. This is strange. I know there's much to talk about, but we do need to move on. We have a very packed program.
Thank you for finding your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can begin, Dr.
All
Nichols.
right, thank you. Thank you all for joining us today to celebrate Tom's many, many accomplishments as a scientist, a policymaker, a teacher, and a mentor. My name is Leah Nichols, and I'm the Executive Director of Mason's Institute for Sustainable Earth. ISE was established in 2019 to build the connections across disciplines, academic units, and with our partners at Beyond Mason that are needed to put research into action in support of a just, prosperous, and sustainable world. And I hope you can see Tom's vision in that statement. Tom was ISE's founding scientific director, and I had the great pleasure of working closely with him for the last 2 years of his life, and to help actualize his vision and bring that this institute to life. To me, Tom epitomized the type of sustainability scholar that we are striving to nurture and grow here at Mason. He was both deeply committed to his science, producing groundbreaking insights into ecosystem dynamics that you've already heard a bit about today, and he was passionate about using that knowledge to make the world a more sustainable and better place, influencing global policies for the preservation of biodiversity. It was such a privilege and honor to work with and learn from Tom. And I miss him, but I'm also honored to help carry forward a piece of his legacy through ISE, and I keep him firmly in mind as we continue our work to grow and shape the Institute. With that said, I'm delighted to now introduce you to our next speaker, the Honorable Jane Luchenko. She is currently the Deputy Director of Climate and Environment at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. She's a world-renowned environmental scientist with expertise in the ocean, climate change, biodiversity, and environmental impacts on human well-being. She previously served as the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and the Administrator for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. She was also an inaugural member of President Obama's Science Dream Team, served as the first U.S. envoy for the ocean, and as a member of the National Science Board. Dr. Lubchenko also has a PhD from Harvard University, has received 23 honorary degrees, numerous awards, and membership in several academies of science. It's a pleasure to have you join us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lee. Hello, everyone. I bring greetings from the White House and great enthusiasm for the topic that we are talking about today. And oh, by the way, happy World Bee Day. So, as all of you are well aware, nature underpins everything about this world. Our health, our economy, our prosperity. And so talking about the importance of nature and what we're going to do to honor Tom's legacy is critically important. Did you know, for example, that over 75% of food crops and over 90% of wild flowering plants depend on animal pollinators? Just a single indicator of how important biodiversity is in our lives. So today, it's my great honor to offer a few reflections about Tom. Having known him for over or almost 5 decades, and to share with you some of what we are doing at the White House that builds directly on the things that Tom has been talking about needing to be done for most of that 5-decade period of time. So it's a really great honor to be here. Tom and I first crossed paths in the early to mid 70s. There was a group of senior graduate students, postdocs, young assistant professors from Yale and Harvard that bonded. We were all ecologists. We talked, we did stuff together. And that started a lifelong friendship and partnerships and many collaborations that I had with Tom over the years. He was indeed a very special person, as each of you know. He touches everyone in a unique and very special way. My dad wore bow ties, so of course I loved Tom. You know, the first time I saw him in a bow tie, and it was just yet another aspect of him that I really treasured. Tom leaves a deep legacy of science, communication, storytelling, as we heard earlier, and inspiration. He was open to nature. He listened to nature, but he connected with people. And bringing that all together was some of Tom's magic. Tom saw the forests, and he saw the trees. It wasn't one versus the other. It was a very holistic view. But Tom saw more than that. He saw the birds, of course, his love. He saw the birds and the monkeys and the bats. And he saw the snakes and the ants and the mushrooms. But he also saw the people whose livelihoods depended on the forests. And he understood how important those rainforests and that nature is to all of life on Earth and to all people on Earth. As an ecologist, he saw patterns, and he saw connections. He saw interactions. And he sought to understand them better, document them better, test ideas, so that that knowledge could inform action. Knowledge informing action. That's what the forest fragmentation experiment was all about. Let's learn so that we can do. Tom also understood that it wasn't enough to have that knowledge, that you had to have people who were inspired to do something with that knowledge. Tom understood the importance of having people connect on an emotional level to the rainforest, hence Camp 41 and all of the amazing experiences that had there. He started doing power mapping before it was even a term. He thought about who are the most influential people, business people, celebrities, conservation leaders, politicians, whom he could bring to Camp 41 and have experience the rainforest, see it, smell it, hear it, taste it, feel it, experience the rainforest, not just learn about it in a passive way. He wanted them to appreciate the awe and the beauty, the bounty, the chaos, all of nature by being there and seeing it and feeling it, and then talking with other people about why it mattered. He understood those connections, and he understood the power of inspiring people, be they young students or colleagues or people who could influence things happening. Tom was about partnerships, but he always wanted action. His work, and that of many, many colleagues, has inspired, drawn attention to the importance of biodiversity, but inspired scientific syntheses to understand what's happening, not just to the Amazon, not just to rainforests, but to biodiversity globally, and to build on that knowledge to create the case for doing something about it. So we have a drumbeat of scientific assessments and reports that emphasize much of what Stuart Pym was just talking about. What do we know about biodiversity, how it's changing, and why it matters? We've had a series of scientific assessments, many of which Tom was intimately involved with. The Global Biodiversity Assessment, 1995, quite a while ago, first taking stock of what do we know. Since then, there have been many, many reports. The National Research Council, I just highlight one here that was on the economics of biodiversity. So it's not just been about ecology. And then Stuart mentioned the creation of IPBES. So IPBES is to nature what the IPCC is to climate. It's the global scientific international assessment about the status of biodiversity. And IPBES is policy relevant, but not policy prescriptive, just like the IPCC. It says why it matters, but it doesn't tell governments what to do. So we've had a series of IPBES reports. The global assessment on the far right here from 2019 really lays it out and makes the case for why biodiversity matters and why there is such great urgency in moving ahead with action. Complementing these scientific assessments, we also have policy recommendations that have emerged from various corners of the world. These are just a few that are relevant to the US and the globe. The president has a council of advisors on science and technology. Most presidents have had one, and they have issued various reports. One early one, 1998, called Teeming with Life, was really focused on and urging the U.S. government to start taking action on biodiversity. Since that time, we've had additional PCAST reports, also one on the economy, but then UN Environment report just last year, Making Peace with Nature, the urgency of action. And then one of our colleagues, Partha Dasgupta at Cambridge University, published at the request of the UK Treasury the economic case statement for why biodiversity matters, how biodiversity underpins the economy of countries and of the world, and why we need to do a better job of accounting for biodiversity, of paying attention to it and acting on that. So those assessments of science and policy recommendations are beginning to gain traction. The Global Convention on Biological Diversity is in the process of negotiating a new 10-year framework for action. Truth be told, we didn't do a very good job of meeting the targets and timelines that were created in the last 10 years, so there's even more urgency. We are behind the 8 ball, and action is needed now more than ever before. President Biden pledged during his campaign to protect 30% of the lands and the waters in the U.S. And as soon as he came into office, he created or established the America the Beautiful initiative, which pledges to conserve 30% of the lands and waters by 2030. So that's the 30 by 30. And it echoes a global call for 30 by 30. So that's one commitment that has been delivered on. We are marching down the path of creating the wherewithal to do this conservation action that is needed. A lot more is needed on that. But in addition to conserving places, there's a lot more that needs to happen. We in the White House have rallied around this challenge, paying attention to science, using science to inform action, and creating a portfolio of actions that will complement and enable the America the Beautiful initiative, but set in motion many of the other parallel things that need to happen. And so I am so excited to share with you some of these real new and very exciting new developments that are really taking Tom's legacy and saying, okay, now let's get on with it. Let's do it. Let's focus on action, not just on talk. Earth Week, 4 weeks ago now, major new initiatives that were announced. I'm going to give you a little more granular information about them because they really are exactly what the kind of thing that would get Tom really excited. So the president signed Executive Order 14072 on Earth Day, and thereby launching 2 of these 3 initiatives that I'm going to talk about. And this executive order is grounded on the understanding that nature underpins our approaches to climate change, our need to become more resilient in the face of changes that are underway, and to enable prosperity. So nature enables all of those. They're all connected. And we haven't actually had nature at the table when we've been talking about climate change and solutions to climate change. We haven't had nature at the table when we're talking about human health. We haven't had nature at the table when we're talking about economic prosperity. That's all changing because we know those connections exist, those of us who have studied this and know this world, but now we have to convert that knowledge to actual action and implementation. The third initiative that I'm going to talk about was announced by Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, and really sets us on a path to be able to connect the dots between the economy and nature. In other words, to put nature on the country's balance sheet for the first time. That Earth Week, we had a White House roundtable called Knowledge in Nature, at which these big announcements were highlighted, showcased, and we had panelists of outside experts talking about why they matter. If you Google the title of this slide, you can see the recording from that event, that really, a 2-hour event that really sort of goes right to the heart of what it is that we're doing and why it matters. Dr. Alondra Nelson, who's the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, set the stage beautifully. I had the pleasure of moderating the session, and we had major announcements by Secretary Deb Haaland, Secretary of the Interior, the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, and Chair Brenda Mallory, Chair of the Council on Environmental Quality. This lineup should say that this is not just something that the White House dreamed up. This is across the U.S. government. And these are just 3 agencies of all of the agencies that are now involved in working on these things that we've actually been working on the QT, but now can talk about publicly, and that were announced in this EO and at this roundtable. So what are they? So these 3 things are sort of described very briefly here. The first one is focused on U.S. natural capital accounts. So this is the effort that will connect the dots between the economy and nature. We know they're connected, but we don't have any way of capturing the importance of nature in our economic accounting systems. What numbers do we use to talk about the economy? We talk about GDP. We talk about jobs. There's no nature in there. And yet we know nature underpins the economy. So what we need are natural capital accounts and the underlying environmental economic statistics that tell us what's changing and why it matters to the economy. So we can connect the dots and have more informed understanding of how the pieces fit together. So that's this first piece. The second one is focusing on getting a better handle on what biodiversity does this country have and how is it changing and why does it matter. We have a national climate assessment that tells us that for climate. Now we will have a national nature assessment that also says, what do we have? How is it changing? Why does it matter? The third piece is to utilize that knowledge, tap that knowledge to do a better job of working with nature to achieve the kind of outcomes that we want. so-called nature-based solutions. And these nature-based solutions are obviously needed for the climate, both for mitigation and adaptation of climate change, but they're also needed for water quality. They're needed for a variety of challenges outside of just the climate change. So let me say a little bit more about each of those three, starting with the first one, the natural capital accounts. So I noted that changes in nature affect the economy, but we don't really have any way of measuring what in nature is changing in the U.S. or how that's going to affect the economy. So we have set in motion the wherewithal to create these accounts and the related statistics so that we will then be able to connect those dots. So returning to my pollinator remarks at the very beginning, we know that pollinators are critically important to our crops. We know we can put a dollar value on those, but we don't really know how changes in pollinators are actually going to translate to changes in productivity or changes in economic opportunities, or how we should deal with that. How should we plan? And how can we better prevent loss of pollinators or restore pollinators because their economic value is included on the balance sheets. So we're taking stock of our assets. We don't track our assets. These are critically important assets. We need the assets, and so we need to have nature on the balance sheet. Another example, the coral reefs around Maui do a phenomenal job of ameliorating the impact of storms. And without those reefs, property, houses, lives are at risk during storm events. And so there's economic value of those reefs that we don't capture. We're now going to do that. So just two quick examples to give you a sense of why this is important. And we will end up with a report on the environment connecting to the economy. That will allow us to align our economic measures with what economists actually know, but we don't have any way to bring into the decision-making process. So we're going to connect those dots. This particular effort is led by the Department of Commerce, by the Office of Management and Budget, crunch all of our numbers, and by the Office of Science and Technology Policy. We've got a really amazing team of people that is working on this, and we are going to have the first pilot accounts in 2013. How many economists do we have in the room? Okay, so you economists know that it took about 10 years to figure out exactly how to measure GDP. It sort of went through an evolution. Well, the same is going to happen here. We're not going to get it perfect the first time. It's going to evolve. So let me go back a sec. So that's the first piece, accounting for nature. Knowing our nature is the next piece, and this is the National Nature Assessment that we are launching. It is going to draw on things like the natural capital accounts and other things that we have, the Conservation Atlas that is being prepared under the America the Beautiful initiative. It'll draw on other assessments that we have, like fish assessments and resource planning. So we've got bits and pieces, but it's going to roll them all up together and do a lot more. Where is our nature? How is it changing? Why does it matter? And it's not just the fish and the trees that have economic value. It's all of the big, small pieces and the connections among them. So that's going to be very exciting. How is nature doing? Why does it matter? How does it affect our health? How does it affect water security? How does it affect equity, environmental justice? Access to nature is an integral part of this. So those will be at the table here. We'll take stock of this. We will look ahead and talk about trade-offs. And for those of you who pay attention to where stuff happens in government, this is going to be nested under the U.S. Global Change Research Program, which is supposed to do global change, but has focused primarily on climate change. And so now we're actually going to be truer to the Global Change Research Act of 1990, which talks about global change. So we're going to add biodiversity to climate and have a more complete picture of the global changes underway. The third piece is using this knowledge to do a better job of helping people, of restoring nature, of growing nature, and focusing on nature-based solutions because they are important for biodiversity, they're important for people, but we don't invest in them. We tend to think about solutions as the built environment or some new, cool, wonderful technology, both of which are important, but they're not enough. And so we're going to throw nature in that mix. For example, mangroves, really important habitat, provide a wealth of ecosystem services. We don't value them economically. We don't track them. They are a nature-based solution to some of our problems. And in this case, the example here is preventing damages because of the services they provide in protecting shorelines, stabilizing shorelines, and more. Using nature to help address, ameliorate the impacts of climate change. Heat waves in Chicago in 1995, horrible, hundreds of deaths. People said, hey, wait a minute, you know, heat islands, we better get some nature in here and help do a better job of keeping our cities cool. Nature-based solutions are obvious, and they can be nature-based solutions at the individual tree level and at the ecosystem level, and they're all relevant. So we'll have a nature-based solutions report that was set in motion by the executive order that's going to create a national strategy for how do we do this, investing in nature better. This particular effort is a collaboration across White House offices, and these are some of the really exciting new efforts that have now been set in motion. Tom was about action. He was about knowledge and people, but he wanted to harness knowledge to act and help people. And so this is the synthetic way, I think, of doing justice to Tom's legacy, to recognize the importance of nature in our lives as individuals, as communities, as a planet, to recognize our responsibility to one another, to pay attention to the importance of being in nature, being inspired, feeling nature, but then also being motivated to be better stewards, better guardians of nature, using economic indicators, using reports, using the kind of motivation and action. So we can't do that alone in the federal government. We're trying to do our part, but we need all of you to do your part. And so join with us in helping make these actions succeed and help leverage them to trigger other actions, because we have our work cut out for us. And if Tom were here, he would want us to get on with doing it. So honoring Tom's legacy, appreciating the importance of what he did, what he stood for, but carrying it forward. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I fully agree with you. Tom would be delighted to hear all of that great news from the OSTP. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. It's now my great pleasure to introduce you to Monica Medina, the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. Assistant Secretary Medina previously served as an adjunct professor at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service. Excuse me. That's better. As well as a senior associate on the Stevenson Ocean Security Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and co-founder and publisher of the conservation e-newsletter, Our Daily Planet. a former principal deputy undersecretary of of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere. She also serves as general counsel of NOAA and special assistant to the Secretary of Defense. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Leah, for that very kind introduction. And you probably heard my title. I was Jane's deputy, so I'm very used to following her in a lineup. Often I introduced her, though, and she is a tough act to follow. And when I think about what she described to you, what we talk about as non-scientists is trying to go nature positive. Nature positive. Well, if there were two words that describe Tom Lovejoy, I think they would be nature positive. So I'm so pleased to be here today, and I'm honored to be part of this distinguished group of scientists who, like Tom, are pioneers and leaders in their fields. So to all of you speakers here today, I just want you to know I've admired your work for many years, and like Tom, and Jane is the epitome of this, you all have the rare gift of not only understanding the complexities of our planet, but also being able to explain it to the rest of us in ways that we can understand. And you do this with such love and compassion. It makes me truly humbled to just be a part of the group that's celebrating and honoring him, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I had the pleasure of getting to know Tom over the past few years. I didn't know him well, like Jane, but each time I interacted with him, I felt as if I had known him my whole life. He was such a kind and caring and calming presence in any situation. He made us all feel as if our work mattered. He made me feel as if my work mattered and that I was contributing to a whole that would someday prove greater than the sum of its parts. And it's no exaggeration to say that he was an idol in the conservation world for me and for so many others who have relied on his work, on his wisdom for decades. At a time when climate was becoming a global concern, Tom put nature on the map. But fighting to protect and conserve nature has been an uphill battle, and I think it's fair to say that time and again, it was Tom's work and his words that served as inspiration and fostered our courage to keep going when so many forces were working against us. There was never a doomsday scenario in Tom's world. He was an eternal optimist. He believed that with enough science, patience, perseverance, and perhaps some common sense, we would all one day prevail in our fight for nature and the people and the communities who depend on it. And I believed him, and I still believe him. I continue to draw on Tom's work for inspiration and strength, particularly now that I've returned to government service. We need a lot of inspiration and strength in the government to keep going in the face of all that we're up against, as we all do. He always seemed comfortable in a room full of politicians, as comfortable as he was with researchers at Camp 41. And there is no doubt that the mountain of literature that he produced will forever influence our understanding of nature. But so too will his numerous and profound contributions to environmental policy. He was perhaps the original biopolitician. We at my bureau in the State Department were fortunate to witness Tom's work firsthand, his facility for bridging science with policy during the 2 years he spent as a science envoy at the State Department. We hosted him in the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, or OES, which I now lead, and arranged for him to work with embassies around the world to advance conservation priorities. Tom's work took him to Malaysia, the Philippines, Peru, Colombia, and of course Brazil. He was untiring in his diplomatic engagements. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone. He worked with government officials and lawmakers to shape environmental governance and create policies and conserve biodiversity all over the world. He motivated civil society to keep fighting for nature, assuring them that their struggle was not in vain. And he was regularly in the media, drawing public attention to our shared obligation to preserve biodiversity, a term he himself coined years ago, which is now ubiquitous. It is essentially the way we think about conservation policy. I share Tom's view, which he often conveyed over the past few years, that we are at a pivotal moment for the health of our planet. And the pandemic has made abundantly clear the very real overlap between humans and nature and the harm associated with habitat destruction and illegal wildlife trade. But we also have the opportunity to restore nature with the sound biological function and the sound biological functioning of our planet. We have the opportunity to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and to avoid the loss of up to 1 million species by 2050. We have the opportunity. This is our moment to build a more sustainable future where economic development and conservation reinforce each other rather than compete. In the 2019 IPBES Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Sciences, that's one of the ones that Jane referenced, we learned that the health of ecosystems on which we and all other species depend is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. The report's key findings include that up to 1 million species are threatened with extinction within decades. 3/4 of the land-based environment and about 66% of the marine environment have been significantly altered by human actions. And plastic pollution has increased tenfold since 1980, and 300 to 400 million tons of heavy metal, solvents, toxic sludge, and other wastes from industrial activities are dumped annually into the world's waters. Fertilizers are entering coastal ecosystems, having produced more than 400 ocean dead zones, totaling a combined area greater than the United Kingdom. Land degradation has reduced the productivity of 23% of the global land surface. Up to 577 billion in annual crops are at risk from pollinator loss, and 100 to 300 million people are at increased risk of floods and hurricanes due to the loss of coastal habitats and protection. The IPBES report showed us in detail how human-induced pressures are affecting nature and the ecosystem services nature provides. But as we think about sustainable development, we must look at the global future. We must continually work towards that nature positivity that hopefully now our new accounting systems and all of our work at the White House and in the government will help us to enable. And so we have to consider what all of these changes do mean for our well-being and for our economic outcomes. In 2019, the World Wildlife Fund used a global futures model to determine the economic impact of nature's decline. The results posed a stark warning. Unless we reverse nature loss, trillions of dollars will be wiped off the world's economies, industries will be disrupted, and millions of lives will be affected. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that some of the disruptions we are seeing now in our economic prosperity, some of the challenges we are facing now are not simply because of the pandemic. They're because of the loss of nature and climate change. And the confluence of those stresses is making our economic challenges today worse than ever. And I don't know that anybody's really connected those dots yet, but I believe firmly that this is not just a pandemic set of economic stressors. It's because of the climate and nature stresses that we're seeing as well. The Global Futures Model was built on Tom Lovejoy's groundbreaking work on the value of ecosystem services. It assessed how the natural assets that provide these services, such as forests, wetlands, coral reefs, and fish stocks, would change under various future development scenarios. The model then looked at the consequent changes in ecosystem service supply and how that would affect economic outcomes from GDP to commodity prices. In the business as usual scenario, from 2011 to 2050, the total cumulative economic loss would be nearly $10 trillion. The agricultural sector would be hit the hardest by further degradation of nature, driving global prices up for the key commodities such as timber, cotton, oilseeds, fruit, and vegetables. Does this sound familiar? Poorer countries would, of course, bear most of this burden, compounding the risks faced by millions in already vulnerable communities. Again, does this sound familiar? Are we in a food security crisis right now? In the model's global conservation scenario, where the world adopts a more sustainable development pathway that protects biodiversity and ecosystem services, even with conservative estimates, we would see an annual net gain of $490 billion per year compared to the business as usual scenario. Nature positive. Nature positivity. The results paint a stark picture. We have two choices of the potential risks the risks we will face if we fail to tackle accelerating environmental degradation and biodiversity loss, and make a compelling economic case for protecting and restoring nature for a more sustainable and prosperous future. In the face of such compelling and daunting statistics, I have to ask myself how Tom Lovejoy would approach this challenge. Perhaps he would tell us, as he often told his students and mentees, to go out and make good trouble. That is what I and my colleagues at OES are trying to do, with our emphasis on good, of course. Reversing biodiversity loss and conserving nature for people and the communities that depend on it is central to our work as we restore American leadership for a healthier planet. OES is guided by 4 overarching priorities that I believe will help drive this progress this year and positively shape global futures for years to come. First, we are addressing climate and environmental security threats and fighting nature crime, such as wildlife and timber trafficking, and this was particularly inspired by Tom. We are also working to support sustainable fisheries, including by combating illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, IUU fishing. IUU fishing jeopardizes our entire maritime security architecture, ruining livelihoods for law-abiding fishers and their communities, and depleting a vital protein source for hundreds of millions of people. We will continue to use scientific data, evidence, and international cooperation to enhance surveillance and enforce against illicit actors and networks profiting from nature crimes. And I know that's what Tom would want us to do. He would want us to be working this hard on stopping nature crime. And on the climate front, we are now 2 years into the decisive decade of our fight to put the world on a sustainable climate trajectory. We've made progress in Glasgow. We raised ambition to meet our global goal of limiting the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But let's be clear. We will fail in this effort if we do not dramatically ramp up ambition and, more importantly, action, and that was Tom's key point to us all, action across the board. We are just 6 months from COP27 in Egypt. 6 months. We have to make this time count for the climate fight with all the passion and energy we can muster. Second, we're tackling the scourge of pollution, and especially plastic pollution, which is now omnipresent in our air, land, and water. I think Tom would be proud that the United States and the world adopted a resolution at the UN Environment Assembly meeting in Nairobi earlier this year to start negotiating a global agreement to end plastic pollution. This has the potential to be the most consequential step forward on the environment since the Paris Agreement. Our third priority is something I call people, places, and nature, which is really based on Tom Lovejoy's view of conservation. He once said, conservation is sometimes perceived as stopping everything cold, as holding whooping cranes in higher esteem than people. It is up to science to spread the understanding that the choice is not between places and people. It is between a rich or an impoverished existence for humankind. He was so brilliant. We are working bilaterally, multilaterally, and using the full strength of the U.S. government to vastly increase the amount of biodiversity under conservation globally. And we are following Tom's guidance as we go, encouraging governments to stop thinking about nature as a small patch of protected area and start thinking about human aspiration embedded in natural landscapes. Our goal is to reach an ambitious target that President Biden set for us to conserve and protect at least 30% of our lands and waters by 2030. and at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030. We know that nature does not respect political boundaries, and animals swim, fly, run, and crawl wherever their instincts take them. So we are bringing other countries into this effort, seeking solutions that are interconnected, based on sound science, and that leverage scientific innovation and resilience. The United States recently co-hosted the 7th Our Ocean Conference in Palau, and I was so gratified that the world came together to make a big statement in support of our ocean. Countries made 400 commitments at that meeting, 400 commitments worth more than $16 billion to conserve the ocean. And we are going to carry forward that momentum into the Stockholm Plus 50 and UN Ocean meetings next month. And we are closely watching the Convention on Biological Diversity to make sure the world agrees to a comprehensive global biodiversity framework that moves us from ambition to action. Our final priority is to end the pandemic and build a world better prepared for future outbreaks. How is this related to nature? It's integral. For the past 40 years, 75% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic in origin, and it's abundantly clear that changes in climate and other environmental conditions affects the emergence and spread of infectious diseases. We have to be better equipped to prevent, detect, and respond to outbreaks before they spread globally and cause another horrible pandemic. This demands that we advance a One Health approach that addresses the links between human, animal, and environmental health. I believe that each of these priority areas will help us shape global futures and put us on the path toward conserving our natural capital. And it is important to note that everything we do will be underpinned by a strong foundation of science, technology, and innovation. OES has long been leading international engagement on new technologies such as satellite systems, quantum, biotech, and AI. We will continue to work with our allies and partners to strengthen the shared values that are fundamental to the global research ecosystem. Values like openness, transparency, reciprocity, and merit-based competition. Those are the things that drive good policy making and ensure science and technology and innovation benefit everyone. Finally, and I know this would be of great importance to Tom, we are making sure that equity, inclusion, indigenous wisdom, and the needs of the most vulnerable people and communities are integrated across our work. These are the values that underpin American foreign policy under President Biden, and I know they are inspired by Dr. Lovejoy because I helped to create them, and he was an inspiration to me. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you today and to honor Dr. Lovejoy, whose last name magically is eponymous with how he saw nature. The natural world in which we live is nothing short of entrancing, wondrous, really, he once said. What more could we thank him for than for reminding us of the wonder of nature? Thank you very much.
Thank you for such beautiful remarks. Yes, I really appreciate how you brought forward not only his commitment to action, but also his commitment to changing the paradigm, to really understanding the intersectionality and the complexities. It's about transforming our socio-environmental system from within for sustainability. And I just appreciate all the action that we are seeing taking place in his name, inspired by his science. Again, he would be thrilled. So thank you. I'd now like to turn to introduce Professor Carlos Nobre, an Earth System scientist from the University of Sao Paulo Institute for Advanced Studies. Dr. Nobre's nearly 40-year postdoctorate career has focused on the Amazon's impacts on the Earth system. He previously chaired the large-scale biosphere-atmosphere experiment in Amazonia and served as a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. He has also served as the National Secretary for R&D Policies at Brazil's Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, and as president of Brazil's Agency for Postgraduate Education. He currently co-chairs the Science Panel for the Amazon and directs the Amazonia 4.0 project. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances that cropped up at the very last minute have prevented Dr. Nobre from joining us in person today. He is deeply disappointed that he couldn't be here with us to celebrate Tom, his dear friend and colleague. But he was able to pre-record a presentation yesterday, at the last minute again, which we will play for you now.
Morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in Professor Lovejoy Memorial Symposium. Apologies for not being able to be with all of you face to face. Unfortunately, I was caught by the COVID-19 virus and could not travel, which is of course the right way to combat the pandemic. I'm symptoms free and hopefully will be back to quasi-normal life within a few days. I feel very honored to take part in this symposium in honor of Professor Lovejoy. I met him for the first time long ago in 1976 in the city of Manaus in the Amazon. I was only 25 years old and on my first job working as an engineer at the National Institute of Amazonia Research, the famous INPA. Tom was starting to plan for the Forest Fragments project. It's a beautiful project that he dedicated many decades of his life. And I was introduced to him by INPA's director at that time, the famous geneticist, Dr. Warwick Kerr. Throughout my career, I interact with Professor Lovejoy in a number of occasions. A very informal encounter took place almost 20 years ago. I was at the Tropical Hotel in Manaus, and all of a sudden, I came across Tom by the hotel swimming pool. He had taken a number of grand Hollywood actors, actresses to the Amazon to show them the importance of the forests. I recall that he introduced me to Tom Cruise, and I had a short but nice conversation with Cruise. Let me now share my presentation to you. So, Jeremy, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I will basically convene to you the results of the Science Panel for the Amazon, which really address very, very completely the climate change and global science in the Amazon. Of course, we in the panel, Science Panel for the Amazon, we feel very honored, and we dedicated the report also to Professor Lovejoy, which was very, very helpful in the work of the panel. Also, of course, Professor Lovejoy's quotes in the internet are thousands, and a very popular person conveying the importance of the Amazon. I picked this one, just one example, like 2019, visiting the Brazilian Amazon. His expression, the Amazon is basically a biodiversity treasure chest to be explored by science with all the benefits that may produce, even if only dimly perceived at this point. To permit it to be degraded or largely destroyed would be equivalent to discarding the most important library for building the life science. So that summarized perhaps almost 50 years of his career studying and defending the Amazon. So basically, I will give you a short summary of the Science Panel for the Amazon. The Science Panel for the Amazon, it was established in September 2019 at the United Nations Climate Summit in New York by Professor Jeffrey Sachs and Emma Torres, inspired by the Leticia Pact. We put together about 240 scientists, 65% from the Amazonian countries, 42% women, including 7 indigenous scientists, authors. We had a 13-member science steering committee, and also a strategic committee of respected leaders of and for the region, and from the region as well. And Professor Lovejoy was one of our key strategic committee members and provided fantastic help and information and assessments that really made us do a great job. And the report was released during COP26 in Glasgow in November 2021 and has had a tremendous repercussion. And we are continuing with the work of the panel. We hope to continue for at least 5 more years. So the main goals of the panel, very briefly, I just wanted to say we systematize information for a rigorous scientific assessment on the state of the Amazon ecosystem and its people. We look at the current trends and implications, tremendous transformation the Amazon is going through, and also, and this is unlike perhaps IPCC, IPBES reports, which cannot be policy prescriptive, we move towards finding solutions, explore opportunities and policy relevant options for the conservation and sustainable development of the Amazon. So those are the main goals of the report. And we structured the report, all these 240 authors, in three components, three parts. Part one, the Amazon is a regional entity of the Earth system. Part two, anthropogenic changes in the Amazon, drivers and impacts. And part three, as I mentioned before, the solution space, finding sustainable pathways for the Amazon. This is almost 1,300 pages, 34 chapters. And so basically, I think we should really think about, there are clearly, it's a very complex and diverse system that needs urgent solutions. The resilience of the Amazon ecosystems is very dependent on complex interactions due to its extraordinary, unique, and irreplaceable biocultural diversity. So basically, we have to look for potential solutions for this systemic crisis. The Amazon is also very important to global crisis of climate change and biodiversity. So the Amazon basin represents its large components of the global carbon cycle. It's a critical element of the global climate system. Of course, it's the largest place for this biological and cultural diversity. And unfortunately, there is only a narrow window of opportunity to change the trajectory that the Amazon has unfortunately taken in the last 50, 60 years. And I just want to bring to you one of the key conclusions, the most important conclusions of the panel, which is act now. It's a moratorium on deforestation for degradation of wildfires in southern Amazon, zero deforestation degradation on the whole Amazon by 2030, and also urgent implementation of a new bioeconomy of health, standing forests and flowing rivers. So this is the key messages, and what to do to reduce the risks of ecological and social tipping points: immediately stop deforestation, degradation, wildfires, create this new bioeconomy, healthy standing forests and flowing rivers. You're going to listen to me many times repeating this concept. Governments commitments, in Leticia Pack, most except Venezuela, all the other Amazonian countries signed the commitments, but unfortunately we are not seeing a move towards really filling out the goals of that commitment, and also major policies and practice for conservation and restoration. So let me start with part one, the four components of part one: the geological evolution, the biodiversity, ecosystem function, evolution in the Amazon, biosphere, atmospheric interactions, and also a little bit on the evolution of people in the Amazon. So this is a complex Amazon in a glance: biological and biocultural diversity. So all the ecosystems function and interactions. I might take 10 minutes just to go through. I just want to highlight the report really looks very carefully how science demonstrates how important this biological, ecological, and also social, cultural diversity is in the Amazon. All resources, genetic resources, the indigenous people and populations, the carbon storage, the ecosystems that the forest provides, the ethnic variety, the biodiversity. So this is summing up all this very important diversity, biological and biocultural diversity in the Amazon. So also the report in the first couple of chapters deals with the geological evolution over several, close to 60 million years. The Amazon started forming. Before, of course, the river flow, there was no Andes, so the river flow was towards the Pacific. But of course, after the Andes formation, something like 20 million years ago, there was this big lake, and then that lake was being reduced by the so-called air system because of the Andes uplifting, create a lot of erosion that was flooding the lake, and it started, something like 10 million years ago. The Amazon River started flowing towards the Atlantic. So that was, the Andes was formed something like 7 million years ago, and so all the ecosystems were developing the ecosystem as we know today in the last 7 million years. Of course, the river system in the Amazon is the most, the largest river, 220,000 cubic meters per second, largest number of tributaries in the planet. So it's, as I said, the largest river drainage in the world. and it drains all the 8 different countries and 1 territory. Of course, because of this altitudinal difference, 5,000 meters in the Andes, all the way to the sea level in the Atlantic, and this long evolution in millions of years, the Amazon, in fact, there is this tremendous diversity, more than 50 ecosystems of vegetation types, from forests to savannas to wetlands, land, and aquatic and terrestrial, different ecosystems. And of course, the connectivity between the Andes and the lowlands, and the connectivity between terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems is crucial to conserve Amazon biodiversity. And also, of course, this particular evolution over millions of years created this very unique condition. As I said, the Amazon lowland forest houses the greatest concentration of biodiversity on Earth, more than 10% of the described species, compressed into about 0.5% of Earth's land and 0.001% of Earth's water. We always quote this figure just to give you an idea. 1 hectare of lowland forest in the Amazon has more tree species than all of Europe. Just to give you one idea how tremendously biodiverse the Amazon forest is, with all these species, 16,000 tree species, more than 40,000 seed plants, butterflies, mammals, fishes, birds, amphibians, reptiles. So, and still, there is very clear, particularly non-vertebrated, there is a vastly underestimated the Amazon biodiversity. Just to give you this figure here about ants, species estimated, and more than 1 million species exist in the Amazon, but they only 157,000 have already been identified. So this is a minimum number, maximum number. So this is for all these insects. So you see still how vastly underestimated the Amazon biodiversity is. And of course, biosphere-atmosphere interactions, they're unique in the Amazon, very similar to other tropical forests, but they are unique in terms of the carbon cycle, the interaction between aquatic ecosystems, aquatic carbon dynamics, the terrestrial aquatic interactions. The terrestrial carbon dynamics, a very large store of carbon, and of course the nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycles, many other micronutrient cycles, and the interactions between the forest and the atmosphere due to ozone and photochemistry, meaning very low levels of ozone, and also aerosols, volatile carbon aerosols, volatile components as cloud condensation nuclei. So this is a very important interaction between the ecosystems, aquatic, terrestrial, and the atmosphere. And of course, over millions and millions of years, the Amazon forest has developed a very efficient water recycling due to deep-rooted wood trees. And very important, very few people know about that, except perhaps scientists from the Amazon. The transpiration of these trees is higher during the dry season, which supports the recycling of water. So it's a shorter dry season because there's tremendous recycling of water due to this very efficient ecological system developed over millions of years. So if there is no forest, the rainfall would be much less and the recycling will be much less. And of course, this recycling means that one water vapor molecule carried by the trade winds here, recycled 5 to 8 times before exiting the forest, the rainforest here in the Andes to Colombia and to southern South America. And this is a tremendous source of water vapor for snow systems here and for rainfall south of the Amazon. So this is unique in caused by this very efficient recycling and this the implementation over millions of years of this efficient recycling of water. And of course, because the Amazon forest is closed canopy, only very little solar radiation reaches the forest floor. Therefore, the forest floor vegetation litter is very humid, very wet, and not flammable. That's why lightning strikes fires did not propagate for millions of years. And that is one reason for the evolution of the forest and also biodiversity. Of course, in the last 12,000 years, humans came to the Amazon. So by the time Europeans came to the Amazon, 1,500, 8 to 10 million indigenous people, more than 100 distinct languages, ethnic groups. Today, there are 2.2 million indigenous people, more than 410 groups, around 80 of which remain isolated, and about 300 indigenous languages spoken in the region today. Also, indigenous occupation of the Amazon transformed the Amazonian landscapes. So on the right-hand side here, you see many species like Brazil nuts, acai berry, and cocoa, and many other species that they were growing those species for thousands of years. They manage the forest system, maintaining the forest standing, but manage. So that's very important. And women have played a prominent role in promoting, managing, and protecting agro biodiversity. So they develop a scientific science to maintain the forest, but also to provide their needs out of the forest. And of course, also something like, let's say, the landscape transformations associated with the history of these indigenous people in the Amazon. 7,000 years ago, they start ceramic production, and very important, Amazonian dark earth. The Amazon soil is very, very poor of nutrients, the lowland, except the Andes. The slopes, they are richer in nutrients, but the lowlands are very poor. So they develop a system to increase fertility, and that's what they use for this indigenous agriculture. So part two is mostly what happened in the last 60 years since government started a new development model. So the chapters deal with the living, moving, and working in the Amazon, policies in the Amazon, drivers and impact of changes, and particularly climate change in the Amazon. So I want just to highlight here one paper, Professor Lovejoy and myself, we wrote for Science Advances a warning, and that was February 2018, a very serious warning, how close we were to the tipping point. And of course, I just want to make one comparison. If you look at the painting here, the Atlantic rainforest in Brazil, 1843, what we should learn from Atlantic forest history. This view shows a primary forest that's being reduced to charcoal. And then when we look at 2019, and you look at that over the last 60 years in the Amazon, so that's what we are seeing in the Amazon in the last 50, 60 years, the forest being reduced to charcoal. Very similar to something that happened in the Amazon, in the Atlantic forest 150 years ago. It happened in the US Wild West, moved towards the Wild West. But so that was really a view of development. I have the phrase, the sentence by former President Medici in 1970 when he was inaugurating the Amazon, the Trans-Amazon Highway in the military dictatorship 6485, land without man to landless man. I mean, of course, he ignored completely the existence of indigenous people, traditional population. And this is on the right-hand side here, propaganda, official propaganda, early 70s by Ministry of Interior, the Amazon Bank, and the development agency in the Amazon Sudan. Enough of legends. Let's make money. So you see here the cattle, you see dams, electricity, tractors, highways. So that was the idea. And this text here, I'm not going to read it, is saying, come to the Amazon to make money out of mining. They call the Amazon, the Trans-Amazon is it's a highway for reaching the gold mine. So that was the concept for many, many decades. And unfortunately, it's still there in the Amazon. So what is the result of this so-called quote-unquote development model? Deforestation in the Amazon. You see here on the left-hand side, this is the forest areas here. And here is the degraded areas, which are stages that would reach to deforestation. So 18% of the Amazon basin is the forest. 17% of the Amazon biome is several stages of degradation, you can see here. And most of the deforestation is in the Brazilian Amazon, in the so-called deforestation belt or arc. And you hear also near the Andes, also on the slopes and lowlands in the other Amazonian countries. The driver of deforestation, really the official roads, 95% of all deforestation take place within 5.5 kilometers on both sides of all the roads. You can see the burned areas, still fire, unfortunately, is used in the agricultural sector in the Amazon. Also, this is mining, this is concessions of mining and a lot of illegal activities. Most of the mining in the Brazilian Amazon is illegal. And also existing and planned dams in the Amazon. The yellow ones are still many dams are being planned. So this agricultural expansion is the main driver of deforestation. In the Brazilian Amazon, estimates indicates that active or abandoned degraded pastures occupy 80% of the forest areas. 90% of the first deforestation is to produce a new cattle range. So we see here, I will just summarize a little bit, the drivers and impacts of deforestation. Drivers for deforestation are dams, roads, pasture, agriculture, mining. So we are losing a lot of carbon, altogether more than 1 billion tons. We are also seeing a decrease in rainfall and retention of water in the soil, so increase in discharge in rivers like Tocantins or Araguaia River, very where the arc of deforestation is. Decreased biodiversity projection up to 36% decrease in tree species by 2050. The landscape is very 2.5 hotter with lower number of forest patches. Decreases precipitation in the Amazon as a whole, increased risk of climate tipping point. I will go more about that. And of course, in the last 20 years, we are seeing more areas being degraded than clear-cut deforestation. This is due to climate change, but mostly to forest fires, the edge effects of fires propagating from cattle, from pastures to the nearby forest, from hunting, logging, and also logging is the main driver of the beginning of the forest degradation. So you see also they reduce evapotranspiration, they make the forest more flammable, large emissions, 4.2 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare, a very serious risk of social, environment, and health disaster. Also, maximum temperature can be as high as 6 degrees higher, large loss of carbon, also mortality and reduction of key species, dispenser, decomposer, so, and also the degraded forest becomes more vulnerable to invasive species. And of course, I showed that before, I just want to highlight the existing in purple and planned in yellow dams. Still, the Amazon is seen as a place for large dams. There are 307 existing, 239 planned. But of course, the impact of dams on the aquatic ecosystems, human well-being is terrible. You see here the pollution in many countries, the impact on fish biodiversity. Many fishes are running the risk of extinction, severe pollution in indigenous Yanomamis territories, many indigenous territories, mercury pollution creating a terrible health problem, almost a disaster. And this is all happening due to also this transformation of aquatic ecosystems. And of course, when we put together deforestation, degradation, plus the cumulative burn areas, as I mentioned, the Amazon, the burning of the forest, not only burning pasture lands, but also the forest, the fires are spreading to the forest floor because of degradation, because of global warming. So we are very close, the synergistic interactions between climate change, increased frequency of droughts, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, and fires and degradation. So makes really, we may very close in southern southeastern Amazon to the tipping point. I just want to highlight, this is one warning that Professor Lovejoy and myself also issued. If deforestation exceeds 20-25% and warming exceeds 2.5 degrees, we may really move from this whole forest ecological equilibrium between forest and the climate system, but also to this one. The forest will remain only over western Amazon near the Andes because rainfall there is very high. And we have the risk of losing 6 to 7% of the forest within 30 to 50 years. And so most of the Amazon central, eastern, southern, southeastern, southwest Amazon will become this very degraded ecosystem, open canopy, degraded ecosystems, losing tremendous biodiversity and losing a large amount of carbon. So this is not only, I just want to raise the importance, because this is not only, let's say, a warning based on climate ecological modeling approaches with sophisticated Earth system models. Yes, there are tens and tens of models issuing those warnings, including IPCC report. But it's more worrying is that we are seeing unfolding that in the Amazon. It's not only a model predicted warning. So we are seeing very concerning. This is the duration, the length of the dry season in southern Amazon. It has from 1979 to the present. The southern Amazon dry season length has increased more than 5 weeks in the last 40 years. It's almost a week per decade, more than a week per decade recently. So the dry season was 3 months, now it's more than 4 months. If it reaches 5 to 6 months, then it's a climate envelope of a different ecosystem. No longer a forest. There is no place that you have a forest in where the dry season is very long, like 5-6 months. So the Amazon is about 1.2 degrees warmer and 2 degrees warmer in the dry season in southern Amazon. So we see that the interaction between climate change due to global warming and the local climate change due to deforestation, degradation, reducing, recycling. The pasture does not recycle water. So we are seeing that. We are seeing the carbon cycle. Now this red is emissions, the green is removals. So when we look at the whole basin, because of deforestation, fires, we are seeing the Amazon is almost neutral. It's a small sink. In the 1980s was removing 2 billion tons of carbon. Now it's removing much less. And also there's a recent study. This green box here means that in this area of the Amazon, northern Mato Grosso, southern Pará states, the forest is a carbon source even during the wet season because of tremendous increase in tree mortality. The increase in tree mortality is from here, all this area, southern Amazon, all the way even to French Guiana and Amapá states. So we are really at the edge of this tipping point, and this is IPCC report, the last report showing in the future with high emission scenarios, all of these biomes in South America, mostly the Amazon, becomes a carbon source. And as I said, if we cross the tipping point, more than 300 billion tons of carbon would be emitted into the atmosphere, making it impossible to reach the Paris Agreement targets. So, and part 3 is this solution space, finding sustainable pathways for the future of the Amazon. First, we come up with a vision, a vision for a living Amazon, and also the practical policies for conservation, restoration, remediation. What would be a new bioeconomy, and how to empower the Amazonian people. And again, in December 2019, Professor Lovejoy and myself, we wrote another piece for Science Advances in which we really addressed this issue of solution space. In 1918, we were warning about how close we are to a tipping point. In 2019, December, we said, okay, let's look for solution space, zero deforestation, degradation, forest restoration, and the standing forest bioeconomy. And of course, the panel dedicated many chapters in that direction. And in that direction is how to move towards a fair and just transformation. Basically, this living Amazon vision, the Amazon we want is a living vision to bring sustainable development and well-being to Amazonian people, while conserving the unique resource of the Amazon and advancing on a sustainable development trajectory that will reduce the risk of passing dangerous tipping points. So this vision has many components, but conservation, restoration, remediation, this new bioeconomy, and the empowerment of people and governance. So I don't have a lot of time to enter too much into the details. I would just to summarize some of these conclusions. So, so this living vision for a sustainable Amazon. So we have really to empower the Amazon people to respect their rights, their knowledge and well-being, how to create a governance and finance system towards this new model, conservation, restoration, and this new bioeconomy of healthy forests and standing rivers. There is really no single or simple solution. We need take into consideration the biocultural diversity, so that does not have to be the last 60 years of quote-unquote development model in Amazon, which ignores completely biocultural diversity in the Amazon, you know, with respect to territory, indigenous and local knowledge, the languages, urban and rural livelihoods, and governance. So we need a broad set of initiatives to be adopted, replicated, adjusted, and scale up in this sustainable pathway. The participation of Amazonian people is critical in planning, implementing all these activities, and as key to their success. And the political representation of Amazonian people at all levels of governance needs to be promoted and safeguarded. Fortunately, today, local populations have very little political power. Amazon people's rights, knowledge, and well-being, really, we need to implement much powerful governance and management of lands and natural resources. A big challenge that the panel pointed out in many chapters is how to merge, how to combine traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge. So therefore, in particular, let's say if we look at the importance of restoring, we have this big challenge of restore, regenerate, perhaps over southern Amazon, 1 million square kilometers of deforested and degraded land from the Andes all the way to the Atlantic. So we have to create a network, protect areas effectively managed, innovative approaches for conservation and restoration implemented, aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems that have to be conserved, restored, sustainably used, to create this resilience and landscape connectivity, and also that these systems provide benefits to the Amazonian people. So basically, the restoration, we may look at several scales across the basin, and also at the scale of catchments and landscape. But basically, the conclusion of these chapters, they say, Amazon ends transition from high altitudes, 500 to 1,300 meter altitude, and particularly in the arc of deforestation, southern and southeastern Amazon, recovering this biodiversity ecosystem function and services such as water quality, carbon sequestration. 1 hectare of a secondary forest removes 10 to 15 tons of carbon dioxide a year, and improving people's livelihoods. Recovery of socially just and sustainable economic activities on the forest lands. And we should really have a dream, let's say a project that I'm calling Amazon Reforestation Belt, restoration of 1 million square kilometers of deforested and degraded land. Now moving to the chapters talking about this bioeconomy based on the social biodiversity. Of course, I mean, we know today that a new bioeconomy that we coined the term healthy standing forests and flowing rivers because we do not need hydropower dams, we can have renewable energy and fulfill this new development model. But health is standing forest because the potential of agroecological systems with hundreds of forest products is very large. And we have demonstrations for, let's say, acai berry, Brazil nuts, cocoa, many oils, and the indigenous art. So there are a lot of potential. So this is the concept. It's a complex concept, but how to develop the strategies to develop this new bioeconomy of standing forest flowing rivers. So we need to invest in education, science, research, technology, innovation. I reiterate, combine traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge. It's a big challenge. Create fiscal and financial incentives to engage the private sector. The private sector is still engaging, but very slowly. Multilateral institutions and innovation for the sustainable value chains. Promote very large number of green job creations. The agroecological systems in the Amazon, they improve their lives. In the last 30 years, let's say the acai berry agroecological systems have improved the lives of those people. Still, they are poor. They did not reach middle class, but they improved their lives. Invest in rural, urban, and peri-urban sustainable infrastructure and bio-industrialization of forest products. So this is the concept and the proposals for this new bioeconomy. So this new bioeconomy is an invitation to rethink the meaning of development and economic growth in a forest region. This is an unprecedented challenge. We do not have any standing forest bioeconomy in any tropical forests in Amazon, tropical Africa, Southeast Asia. So this is something we should take together as a big challenge, but we have ways to win, to overcome this challenge. And for just transformation, also governance and finance, stop deforestation, forest degradation. That has to be knowledge-based policies, designated and implemented, effective civil society participation, and also global partnership for resource and financial investments in this sustainability-oriented model. Securing rights of the Amazon people, as I said before, is governance and management lands and natural resources, and the combination of traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge. So basically, I showed that you before, no single or simple solution, but time matters, and full engagement of Amazonian people is essential. So this is the way to move forward. And we are, the authors of the panel, we are optimists that there are ways. We know how to move. We have to give scale moving towards the sustainable bioeconomy and sustainability empowerment of Amazonian people. So I'm finishing. I just want to say knowledge of this living sustainable vision, knowledge of the Amazonian nature based on science and technology innovations, and indigenous people's local communities' knowledge as the path to sustainable socio-economic development, environmental conservation, and a healthy standing forest and flowing rivers bioeconomy. Let me just, before I finish, just recall one more sentence, Professor Lovejoy, that we coined together recently, 2019. We are scientists who have been studying the Amazon and all its wondrous assets for many decades. Today, Professor Lovejoy for more than 50 years, in my case for 40 years, today we stand exactly in a moment of destiny. The tipping point is here. It's now. The peoples and leaders of the Amazon countries together have the power, the science, and the tools to avoid a continental scale, indeed a global environmental disaster. So this is a thought, a beautiful thought of Professor Lovejoy. I feel very honored to join Professor Lovejoy. So basically the key messages of Professor Lovejoy's life and also now of the panel is let's save the Amazon, let's save the Amazonian population. This is the Amazon that's the Amazon we want. Let me finish my presentation. And let me just say, again, I have to thank you very much, the opportunity. Let me finish by saying how inspiring was Professor Lovejoy for myself and for guiding my own career. When I met Professor Lovejoy in 1976, I met him as an engineer, but my vision of science inspired by Professor Lovejoy really made me change my career. I decided to become a scientist, so he was an inspiration for me. Thanks again, Professor Jeremy Campbell, for the invitation to take part in this great event. I'm sure that all of us will continue to work very hard and forever to fulfill Professor Lovejoy's dream of saving the Amazon forest and its biodiversity and its people. Muchas gracias. Obrigado. Thank you to all.
Thank you. I'm so glad that we were able to include him remotely like that. So thank you for making that happen. Before we break for lunch, I do want to take one quick moment to acknowledge Dr. Jeremy Campbell, our ISE's Assistant Director for Strategic Engagement, Dr. Philippa Moore, Director of Development for University Priorities, and Mr. Luke McBride, RII's Operations and Event Specialists. Although today's symposium was a collective effort involving many, many people around the university, these three did the vast majority of the heavy lifting to bring us all together today and remember Tom in this way. So thank you so much. And now I know I'm between you and lunch, but we do want to encourage you all to connect with those around you during lunch. We're all here today because of our connection to Tom. I'd also like to encourage you to stop by the recording station just outside these doors to share your stories, your thoughts, your reflections on camera. So I'm not 100% sure what you guys are going to do with it after the fact, but I know it'll be fantastic and brilliant. However, so we have some box lunches available in the same room that the coffee and tea has been for our speakers and the guests that pre-registered. There's also several other eateries here that you can partake of in the immediate vicinity. Feel free to bring your lunches back in here. Or head outside. I think it's a beautiful day. It's sunny, and might be nice to enjoy the weather. But don't go too far. We're going to reconvene here at 1:15 and for another several sessions this afternoon. So thank you so much.
Just give me a few minutes for a camera to be ready.
So we just had a request. When you give your slides, just pop up to the podium because it will
Yeah.
be easier for the camera to frame the slides and you.
And actually, I would like everyone to stand up to the podium when it's your turn. I think that will be better. Yeah, that'll be. And then for a question session, we can see if there's questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Just want to make a quick announcement as we're waiting for some technical adjustments, and we're going to be transitioning to our next panel. Please take the time, if you have already, thank you so much, but please take the time to just briefly visit with our video crew in the lobby to share a memory or a reflection, something that inspired you about your collaborations with or your time with Tom Lovejoy. As my colleague Leah Nichols said when she was emceeing, we are collecting these in part because this is a wonderful opportunity to have so many collaborators, students, colleagues, etc., in one place. And we're hoping to actually make a very touching sort of documentary to give to Tom's family with these sorts of remembrances, right? So that's the use to which we're going to be putting it. And who knows, since we've got it in UHD, highest quality resolution, if it'll be useful down the line as well, just for historical merit. So please do take the time to do that before the day is out. The crew will be breaking at 5:30 p.m. So do make your plans to do that. Thank you very much. Are we good to go, Ian? Okay. I hand it over to you, Dr. Aguirre.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch and the fantastic morning session we had today. If some of you are just coming in, I'm sure the recording will be available for your view later on. So the name of the panel was pretty simple, Camp 41. We've been hearing about it all morning. And I figured, well, what am I going to say about it? Everybody said what they need to say about Camp 41, but then I decided to go to the program and hear Dr. Lovejoy puts it, how do we actually protect the biology of a living planet so that it is there hundreds and thousands of years from now? Let's stop thinking about nature as some little patch or protected area in the middle of a human-dominated system. Let's start thinking about human aspirations embedded in natural landscapes. So that's it. He was a connector, he was the glue, he knew how to deal with politicians, to students, and everybody in between. So I have the great pleasure to start our fantastic panel. I'm going to introduce everyone at once, so we have a continuity in the panel. They'll stand in the order I'm going to read the brief bios, and we go from there. So it's a pleasure to have Rob Bjerregaard, Research Associate with the Academy of Natural Sciences of Drexel University. Bjerregaard's passion for the natural world has always focused on birds. His PhD, in fact, he was just bird watching in the break to see what he could see. He could meet a day. His PhD thesis looked at the ecological competition of raptor community structure. Then after just learned too that he at Yale used to punch cards and read data for Tom in the old system, and came back to be the first manager, I understand, for Camp 41. Rob will be followed by Rita Mesquita, so it's a great pleasure to have you here, Rita, a senior researcher with the Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas de Amazonia. Rita's research addresses forest ecology and the recovery of deforested areas through the natural regeneration, and she's mentored many project fellows. She was Assistant Secretary of the Environment and Sustainable Development for the state of Amazonas, and she has coordinated many projects in Manaus. Also, she is founded Technical Director of the Museo de Amazonia. C. Luis Camargo, a pleasure to have you here and get to know you. I know your names for many years through Tom, but never had the opportunity to meet you. C. or Jose Luis has focused his studies in ecology throughout his career. His professional activities looked at the effects of fragmentation. New findings allow him to collaborate in publications like the Guide of the Amazonian Fruits, Seeds, and Seedlings. He is advisor in the graduate program Ecology and Botany at the Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas de Amazonia. Then we'll have Professor David Luther. Great to see you, David, after this long 2 years of pandemic, face-to-face anyway. He's associate professor in biology here at George Mason. And David has focused on behavioral ecology and conservation biology of animals throughout the Americas. He has many projects and many students here at Mason, and he happened to work at the Dynamics of Forest Fragments project several times at Camp 41, where several students have spent months of research. And he collaborates with many international organizations. And last but not least, my dear friend Francisco Dalmayer. I'm just going to tell you a brief story about Francisco. I was desperately looking for a graduate program after veterinary college, and we decided with a friend to drive a bus across from Mexico City all the way to Idaho. And then we went to Moscow looking for a letter of acceptance to the university so I could get a scholarship. Because if you didn't have the letter of acceptance, you won't get the scholarship. But they won't give you the letter of acceptance without a scholarship. It's a catch-22. So we learned the process, ran to universities. The bus accidentally stopped at Fort Collins in CSU, and I knew they have a good vet school at the time. So we went to admissions, and this guy said, "Hey, I hear you speaking Spanish. Come on, I'm going to introduce you to a guy in biology." So he walked us over, introduced me to Francisco. Francisco was running to class late. He put me in contact with the department chair. I had an advisor. It passed away a couple of years ago, Dr. Bob Cook, and he wrote the letter of acceptance for me. So later on, we became excellent friends, and I came to work for him at the Smithsonian in 1992. I never would dream that I would come back as Smithsonian Mason Conservation Director many years later. But Francisco is director of the Center for Conservation and Sustainability, the CBI, or the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute at Smithsonian. He's been there for many years. And he's really trying to apply expertise in sustainable development projects. He has looked at sustainable infrastructure, planning, quantification, and mitigation, hierarchy tool towards non-net loss of biodiversity. Interestingly, to me, he's a leader, and I always aspired to think in the way he has reached many funders. And to me, he broke ground in reaching out to funders that are kind of an issue for NGOs. When I was at Wildlife Trust, shall we get money from BP when they're responsible for oil spills? Shall we get money from Shell? Well, Francisco developed such a wonderful network of funders that his program became totally sustainable, paid by the gas companies, Shell and Chevron, many others. And he can tell you more about that. But it's a real pleasure to have you here, Francisco. So now I'm going to let our first speaker take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Alonso. And on behalf of all of the panelists, so they don't have to each thank you. Thank you, Jeremy, for putting this together, and your team, and for George Mason for hosting this symposium. I hate why we're here, but it's good to be here and celebrate Tom's life and contributions. So I started working for Tom in 1969. So I'm sure I've worked for him for longer than anybody. That when he was a graduate student at at Yale. I was an undergraduate, and that was where our friendship and our working careers intercepted. That was my first job. My second job in sciences was running the biological dynamics of forest fragments project, starting it and running it. Tom took me to Brazil and dropped me off and took me to Manaus and said, here's some money, here's INPA, make this project happen. And here we are 43 years later, amazingly enough. Lots of stories to tell and only 9 minutes to do it in, so I just wasted a minute and a half of my time. So the Forest Fragments Project began as, it had a very simple idea, and this is a project that's been going on for 43 years now. And one of the themes that we'll pick up on is as we go through the panelists, is how the project has changed its goals and mission and its product, if you will, what it's done over the course of over 4 decades. And I think it's true that any scientific project, or at least an ecological project that's going to last for decades, and not long into the history of that project, the project will be asking and answering some questions that were very different than what were originally proposed. So Tom's idea, the whole idea for the project, and I have to, so obviously all of us are here in this room because of Tom, but not only because we're celebrating his life, but also because in many cases, we have taken career paths that we took because we met Tom. And I'm going to take it one step back to Frank Trevor, who was Tom's, and my biology teacher. And Frank Trevor is why Tom was where he was in his career, and it's where I am in my career. And Frank was just an amazing biology teacher that inspired so many people. Getting all choked up about Frank Trevor and Tom. This is it's quite an emotional load here. So in the mid-'70s, there was a big debate in the scientific literature raging about how big nature preserves should be, and it all wrapped back to the theory of island biogeography, which said that basically the bigger an island is, the more species it will have, and that was extrapolated to nature preserves. So the theory would predict that the bigger a reserve is, the more species would be in the reserve, so bigger is better. Well, there was a paper published, and there's a paper published that sort of questioned that. And in theory, because all species are created equal, at least in terms of this model, you could have a series of small reserves, which might have as many species as one single large reserve, and that launched the SLOS reserves. The SLOS were, SLOS is single large or several small reserves, and this was a raging debate in the scientific literature. And Tom was thinking about this, and he had this brilliant idea, what I call it a brilliantly simple idea, of taking advantage of Brazil's law that required 50% of any landholding in the Amazon being developed to be left in forest. He knew about INPA, Brazil's Institute for Amazonian Research in Manaus, and he knew that north of Manaus, the Superintendencia da Amazonia was creating an agricultural development district where they were giving a big tax incentive to companies who would come in and raise cattle to feed the growing population of Manaus. So Tom put all that together and said, well, we can go into these cattle ranches that are going to be developed and map out areas of different sizes and then study them before they were isolated, and then compare them to what happens after they were isolated. And this was the Forest Fragments Project is the first project that ever had before and after data looking at habitat fragmentation. Prior to our project, lots of studies had been done looking at patches of habitat that were isolated in the middle of human-modified environments, but none of them had data about what was actually in that patch of forest before it was isolated. So all the researchers could do was go to the nearest big patch of forest and say, this is how many birds are in that big patch of forest. this is how many are now in this little patch of forest I'm studying, and so I'm assuming that everything that was in the big forest is gone from the little forest. Well, that's not true, because each of the small patches would have had a different subset of what's in the big forest now. So we really couldn't understand the decay of ecosystems in these different size forest fragments without the before data. So that's what that was his idea, his brainchild and my baby. He dropped me off and we traipsed around in the forest that looks like what's the forest on the left, and went out with some Materos, Brazilian woodsmen, and mapped out areas. The slide on the right shows a 10-hectare patch and a 1-hectare patch. A little bit higher in that image, you can see another 10 and 1-hectare patch. Those were the first two isolates in the study, isolated back in 1980. This is the entire Biological Dynamics of Forest Fragments project in 1979. Amazing that I found 2 New York Yankees fans down in the rainforest. So that was a project, and I traipsed around with these guys, and we went out and wandered around the forest and mapped out areas of different sizes, and then we enlisted, I did the bird work, and we enlisted people, researchers from INPA who could count butterflies, monkeys, frogs, snakes, whatever we could find someone to count in census. We turned them loose in the continuous forest, and then the branchers came and cut down the forest around our patches. This is the camp. We all talk about Camp 41. Well, we were not very creative when we named that camp, just because it's at kilometer 41 on the Zafi Trace. This is a camp, my favorite camp name. This is Morte Lenta, which means slow death. People got sick at that camp, and this was the precursor to the Colosso camp. So people started getting sick there, so we moved upstream, and we abandoned Morte Lenta. That's Louise Emmons from the Smithsonian, who was down doing mammal surveys for us at the time. This is data processing in 1980. That's an Apple II Plus that had 64K. This was the Plus, and it was supercharged from 48K to 64K, and the 2 floppy disk drives. So those were the first 2 isolates, a 1 hectare on the left and a 10 hectare on the right. And in 1983, 5 more reserves were isolated. 1984, we had 3 more reserves isolated. Onward. So here's the slide that Stuart predicted we would see more than once. And so here are the reserves. You can see the far left, 100 hectare and a 10 hectare reserve. So this is what it looked like in about 1983, I think. 84, and of course this is a false color image, but you can clearly see the pink areas are areas that are in pasture. So here are this 100 hectare on the right with a somewhat irregular shape, a 10 hectare on the left, and a little 1 hectare patch just off the left of the 100 hectare patch. So this was again about 1984. Then these are the same reserves I think in 2022. So one of the fascinating things that happened over the course of the project, and I'm going to pass this on now to Rita, who can talk about this, and because it's relevant to the research she did, but we expected that the forest patches would be isolated by cattle pasture forever. We sort of had Costa Rica in our minds, and where cattle ranches are stable and there are patches of forest in them. Well, the Brazilian economy went south in the mid-80s, and the government subsidies for the cattle ranches dried up, so the cattle ranchers abandoned most of the areas they had cleared, and second growth forests came up around our patches. So we have to go in now and keep our patches isolated. So all of a sudden, we had this fascinating experiment going on, because our patches were all of a sudden effectively becoming closer to the mainland. It was easier for things to get through the matrix to recolonize our reserves. And there were because of the way the cattle ranchers had operated, there were 2 very different kinds of second growth growing up around the reserve. So we had this fascinating experiment to see how does the matrix and what happens in the matrix affect what's going on in the forest fragment. So this is a real dynamic system. And that sort of led to a whole suite of questions that we had no idea back in 1977 when we were setting up the experimental design that we would be looking at. Nor did we have any idea how important the project would be in training a whole generation of Brazilian and other scientists and conservation leaders. And Zé Luiz can talk to that. And we also had no idea that down the line, 40 years later, some of the data we were collecting from the continuous forest, where we had control studies, in order to know if something's going on in the fragments related to fragmentation, we had to have studies in the continuous forest nearby to make sure that the changes we saw in the fragments were in fact due to fragmentation. And lo and behold, we've noticed big changes in the birds in the continuous forest, and this is most likely related to climate change. So again, all of this suite of questions that we've been able to address, we had no idea what we would be thinking about back in 1977 and 78 when we started the project. So I think that's my spiel. And we're going to have a question and answer session afterwards. So yeah, so I will pass.
I forgot my timer here.
Yep. Lucky for me.
Well, I don't have a slideshow, so I'm just going to do it by memory and by heart. First, I think it was very nice that Rob showed some of the images of how the landscape was changing there. And I was in his team. I mean, I was a bird bander there. That's what took me to the Amazon, because I grew up in southern Brazil, and in the Cerrado areas where we don't have the familiarity with the forest that I found once I got there in Manaus. And I started paying attention to that regrowth, because we would go up and down the trails. And the year that I arrived in the project was 1985, and they had just finished burning and clearing the clear cuts around the fragment. So sometimes I would still see some of the wood even like burning, or because it takes a long time. And I think an environmental phenomena had happened that for some reason, some of the cleared areas didn't get burned. And it didn't get burned because it started raining too soon, early in the season. And that ended up creating completely different paths for the regrowth. Because having the fire and burning and establishing a pasture made a huge difference to what happened with the regeneration afterwards. Of course, in that time, we didn't have an idea. I remember begging Valerie Capos for a satellite image, because satellite images in 1985, 86 were really rare. And to have one of those so that you could actually see from the skies what was going on that we saw on the ground. And so much has changed since then. Now we can track history, previous land use, even like dominance of species to such a fine scale level. And it's such an important tool for us to predict what is going to come out of the regeneration and the second growth, and to try to synthesize years and years of data collected on the ground. So we started paying attention to that second growth, and also to notice that depending on how the land was treated, we had completely different outcomes of the second growth. And we started monitoring that and doing surveys and permanent plots, the same way that we did in the mature forest, where it was never cut, even in the fragments. So we established permanent plots in the second growth as well. That gave us a whole more broad understanding of what was going on at the landscape level, but also connected us to more policy-related issues, because it had a lot to do with what kind of enterprises and what kind of land use are we supporting and stimulating in the Amazon, and what are the consequences. And of course, there was also the question of landscape planning, because our project and our experiments were very good, in a very good position to help us understand the value of landscape planning when it comes to increasing conservation on a broader scale. And I think these were outcomes that probably we didn't have so much in mind in the early days, but they came with time. So, of course, today, as I was hearing Carlos Nobre talk about the tipping point, right? And then a tipping point is there, and he's absolutely right. But we are already seeing all the effects of this. And this was another issue that we were able to understand with the secondary forest studies, because the two pathways, depending if you had burned and implemented cattle pastures in the land, or if you just let the regeneration come back with the sprouts and very light use, it was responding differently to some of the extreme climatic events that we have been monitoring and experiencing in Central Amazon. Carlos talked a lot about Eastern Amazonia and Southern Amazonia, where they are really at the eye of the hurricane when it comes to deforestation. And we are in Central Amazonia, which everybody tends to think things are a little bit more easy when it comes to the crazy development pathways that we see in there. But even there, it's important to notice that we are providing results that are relevant for other parts of the Amazon. And this whole issue of how the second growth itself is responding may be important in terms of defining if we're going to be able to recover, restore, reclaim, or not. And that is strongly connected to previous land use and the impact, how high the impact of human uses were there. Of course, having a lot of forest in the landscape helps a lot, but it's not enough according to what we've been seeing in our data, because there are other processes and other phenomena that are also being influenced. And this is even more reason for us to continue doing field work in the Amazon and continue monitoring forests, because if the tipping point is here, our understanding of its consequences are just scratching the surface. And we just started seeing, for the first time, a few results coming out of our work, our long-term monitoring, basically telling us something is amiss in the forest. And the forest is changing by itself, not by human hands. And we are relating these changes to climate events. And maybe we call climate change. Maybe it's just extreme events that are happening there. But to be able to detect these changes, you need long-term monitoring. And very few projects are in the position of doing that as we are in the Amazon. And then, of course, all these results had to connect to conservation strategies and outcomes. So I can speak from myself that having come to the Amazon from southern Brazil, being able to work and study in this system for a really long time, and then having the opportunity to connect the scientific knowledge with policy making, because for a while I lost my mind and I accepted a job with the government, but then I worked for like 4 years with the state government, and during that period we went from something that was about 7.5 million hectares of protected areas in the Amazonas state to about 18 million. So we almost tripled the amount of protected areas. This is, I think, the relevance of having well-trained people on the ground that can connect science to policy, that can connect science to relevant programs that result in all the changes that Carlos talked to you this morning when we were here. Because at the end, we're going to have to be able to make these two worlds meet, the scientific and the policies or the development, whatever you call it. So it was really critical that we had such a clear understanding of the consequences of deforestation, of the way to lay a protected area in the landscape, of the interconnections between what goes on inside a protected area and outside of it. I think PDBFF created a microcosmos that was a great training ground for people that really want to materialize policies and concrete results on the ground in the Amazon. And of course, there is still so much to be done. We still have a lot, thousands and thousands of useless, eroded, unproductive cattle pastures, pasture land, where it was cleared 40 years ago. This has not recovered. This is not becoming more productive. These are issues that we need to still do experimenting and coming up with alternative models for land use. And unfortunately, it doesn't matter that we have had so many concrete results, such good science, so many results put to better and more informed policies. We're still seeing a repetition of the same mistakes. And of course, for this, we need then to maybe expand our understanding of the drivers of such decisions, because we tend to think it's going to be all just, good science and common sense. Well, it's not that easy, that simple. So I think we need to also face, looking into the future, what's going to be our role in Central Amazonia, putting all this data available into this disposition of people that want to make informed decisions. I have to say that having the facility right there where we are is critical. It's critical. When Tom thought about PDBFF, I think one thing that he really did, and that is still open, was a gateway to the Amazon for people like me that grew up in another part of the country, but that we were able, I think all of us were able to get and stay because of that gateway. That is still open, and we need to keep it open. And in order to do that, it means that we need to support the institutions and the structure that provide this entrance gate to anyone and everybody, as it was always the case. Like when I went to PDBFF, it was not only Americans that were there. I mean, we had people from all over the world, like migrants from Czechoslovakia and remember. So we had people, and I think that's the spirit. I think that's the spirit of creating a facility for scientific, intercultural exchange, and that is very productive. And I learned a lot during those years. So I just want to say that for me, I work at the Brazilian National Institute for Research in the Amazon, INPA, but to have Alpha, to have ABC as venues to somehow support the structure is really critical. And the conditions, the conditions in terms of the roads, energy, communications, campsites, they still very challenging, and we constantly need to provide, because the forest constantly reclaims the land and reclaims it from the scientists too. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this seminar. It's an honor for me to be able to contribute in some way to this tribute to Tom Lovejoy. I had the good fortune and experience working directly with Tom for the last 20 years, which was a great partnership and a great learning experience for me. Tom taught me many things, but today I would like to talk about the biological dynamic of force fragment project, one of the Tom's most remarkable visions and creations. Creation that he performed with dozens and later with hundreds of people. Let's call PDBFF the Force Fragment Project, or only the project. Wonder why. It will be much easier, of course. And today I will show some numbers and participation, some numbers and how the project influenced many people's lives. The training and the participation of great field technicians, the training of many young scientists, and the formation of many conservationists. I will show just a few slides, most of them with numbers, and I will tell you what's behind those numbers. We know that Tom envisioned great things, but I dare say that back in the late 70s, Tom would have had a vision that the project would form a large contingent of professionals, people who would influence other people in science, in conservation, and public politics. The project has become a global reference for this who study force fragmentation. Also, the project has become a reference for all scholars on how the Amazon rainforest, fragmented or continuous, works. The project has expanded the knowledge about biomass balance in a hyperdynamic and diverse forest, highly diverse forest. The more we study, the more we understand that we have a complex Amazon forest system. I think Carlos showed a bit about the complexity of the Amazon forest early in the morning. The project has become a reference in expanding knowledge about the natural history of countless species with data collected in its network of permanent plots. Dedicated research and students find and describe new species because any deeper look at the Amazon brings up species not yet described by science. And when I say that, I'm thinking of new and described species of the size of trees, not microorganisms. But I believe that Tom had the clear idea that he would help create a contingent of professional with this creative gesture. In a little more than 4 decades, 285 students did their field studies at the PDBFF, and another 23 are going to finish soon.
Including these two.
Yes, indeed. Totaling 307 young scientists who conclude part of their graduate program there. Of this total, 165 were masters, 108 were PhDs, and 12 are undergraduate students. 3 or 4 generations of professionals formed, in many aspects, an extensive network. Since the beginning of the project, there was an opportunity for students where the famous internals, about 1,200 interns have passed through the project. I was one of these intern students, and I finished my first degree at the University of São Paulo, and soon after I got an internship at the project. Over the years, I did fieldwork for my master's and then for my PhD. I did postdoctoral studies and became one of the professionals responsible for the project. Like me, many of these interns settled in the Amazon and worked in various teaching and research institutions in the government, like Rita, or in the third sector. In 2015, we officially started a new phase of the interns through the Thomas Lovejoy supporting program, and we hope to continue offering this help for many other students. A scientist who defended his thesis after participating in the project decades ago has a great chance of working with us directly or through his students nowadays. This year, more students will join the project with the return of the activities in the graduate programs. We are back to business after 2 years of the pandemic. Other students will enjoy the project because they will participate in an Amazonia immersion through a field course, a unique experience. We train around 800 professionals in field courses, mainly in one of the 26th edition of the Ecology of the Amazonian Forest course, a 1-month immersion in the Amazon. But also we participate in the formation of students and professionals in the fragmentation of the Amazon Landscape Field course or the Ecological Principles for Decision Makers course. A typical case is to be approached by former students who want to participate in new editions of a field course because they feel somehow in debt to the training they receive at the project. In addition to encouraging their students to participate in courses or to do field work at the Fragment project. It's a graduate to hear, it's a very honor for us to hear those words from the students. No? Always we are looking for some of these people who just finished their course 20, 25 years ago would like to participate again to give some contribution to us. That's really amazing. Could Tom imagine that he would create a legacy that would form an impressive contingent of professionals? In the last interaction I had in Manaus with this, in the last interaction that he had in Manaus with the students, there was a great commotion among those present. There were many new students that didn't know him personally. He organized a barbecue where we would have some more social interaction, and spontaneously the students lined up to take a picture of Tom. And the atmosphere was full of happiness. In his polite and restrained way, Tom smiled slightly and told me, incredible that we gathered so many students in afternoon party. He said, I'm happy about that. It's nice to see the project full of youth. Before the pandemic, the project counted 45 to 50 students at different stages per year. The number dropped with the pandemic, but now it starts to show an upward trend again. Another legacy that work on together in recent year was the creation of a fieldwork support grant for students. Tom worked tireless with the donor network that he had to receive support from donors, people, institutions, to keep this internship program. So this image show, it's nice when you have a project that lasts 4 decades, over 4 decades, that you can organize a graph in decades, you know. So it's really proud to see those images that you see the evolution of you know, how many students have been trained all along the decades. And the number is going up and up. Now let's see how it's going to be the next years. But like I said, the COVID had kind of damaged the pattern because we didn't receive any new students the last 2 years. Now we start over. So just some images of the students who work in the field. So naturally, the supporting program for students received the name of Thomas Lovejoy. Initially, we managed to get a resource to support 5 students only, but with a bit of creativity and management, we were able to support triple the number of the students. The secret was to optimize the costs, of course, of the field research. That's very expensive in the Amazon, and be very economical to cover the expenses for each student. I want to take this opportunity to thank Paula Froen, who embraced the cause during her visit to the project and kindly supported the program. The support stands to the present day, and this time with the new objective of guaranteeing favorable conditions for students and research assistants in the dark times of COVID. Even when they could not do their field activities due to COVID suspensions, support for the students' assistants was essential. At least the students kept themselves in security during the tsunami that was the first and especially the second wave of COVID in Manaus. Probably you guys saw in the news, right? I also want to thank the Sakaruna Foundation, which support the Lovejoy program too. Both foundations made their donations through the Amazon Biodiversity Center, which is as a sister institution and partnership strongly support us in raising funds to keep activities with students at the project. ABC essentially supports the continuity of the project in Manaus. It is our great partnership that rises, manages, and organizes the resources that help to keep the Forest Fragment project alive. Donations transferred to the project from ABC covers infrastructure, transport, logistics, and personal costs. You can see that's not very easy to go to the camps nowadays, mainly during the rainy season. So it also covers activities that support research and training. Without this help, we would have more difficulties keeping the team working, such as facing the roads in bad conditions and maintaining our camps. Yes, to go to the field station in the middle of the forest could be a big adventure. And to keep roads and camps working is a challenge. Besides the importance of the Forest Fragment project for tropical ecology research and conservation, Tom saw the project as a great training opportunity for many professionals. He felt this when he saw the number of students and researchers increasing each year within the project. Also, he saw an increase in the diversification of the topics studied. We have discussed a lot over the past few years about maintaining this student support program. He was very concerned about that. Years ago, he and the collaborators created ABC, the student support program, and continue relentless seeking resources through old and new partners to maintain that support. It's not working. So, like in the barbecue in Manaus, Tom will continue to express his happiness for each student who will experience the PDBFF now and in the future. Let's celebrate Thomas Lovejoy. Thank you very much.
No? Yeah, yeah.
No, I have no slides. Thank you, though. I thought I'd just use the words today. We'll see how they fare. So I am the new kid on the block for this project. It was around 6 months to a year before the pandemic. Tom approached me, being a contemporary faculty here at Mason, having done a lot of research on birds in the Amazon, in Brazil, and speaking mediocre Portuguese that Tom and I had shared a lot of interests on. He mentioned to me, just in passing one day at a committee meeting for some other graduate student, by the way, the person in charge of the mist netting at the Fragments Project, the second person, Rob led it for all the years at the beginning and then handed it over to Phil Stouffer at LSU. And Phil decided he's going to pursue some other things with the rest of his career. And he says, in passing, would you like to take over? Which, as anyone who likes biodiversity, who likes nature, I was thrilled. I'd always been interested. I'd been in the Amazon. I'd been doing work there. And he, of course, followed it quickly with but you have to fund it all. I said, all right, small price to pay, right? And we quickly did get some money. And as soon as that money came in, the pandemic hit. So we didn't get to go down there. But several graduate students of ours that Tom and I were co-advising, who are in this room and you'll hear from soon, have still managed to find some interesting results and carry on some of this fascinating work using data from Rob with assistance from Zé Luis and Hita and Mario over here and many others truly standing on the shoulders of giants to get a sense at trying to find out some new questions about what happens when forests are fragmented in the Amazon, in the tropics in general, as well as contemporary changes in primary rainforests. Some recent results from my predecessor, Phil Stouffer, show that the bird communities in the primary forest, the continuous forest, are also changing now. Presumably that's climate change, but it could be other things like chemical pollution or something else that we've yet to assess. So we've dug in and sought more funding, and we're going in to pursue these questions, both in the fragments, looking at some of the mechanisms of loss. As Dr. Pym pointed out, if a bird can leave, it leaves. But some of the birds don't leave, whether it's behavioral or morphological adaptations, they stay in those fragments. And one of the students you're going to hear from is finding interesting results that of the ones that even stay in the fragments, they have a lot less breeding activity than the ones that were there, the same individuals in many cases, that were there beforehand were breeding and reproducing and making young, but afterwards they just stop even trying when they're locked in that little fragment. Similar things we're looking at due to new advances in feather morphology in aging birds. We can discretely look at young birds versus sort of the teenagers versus the adult birds to look at how they select habitat types and within the fragments or the secondary forest where heat is working as it regenerates, or in the primary forest, and are finding the different age groups are segregating, not segregating as much, but using that habitat differently. In the fragments we find a lot, in the secondary we find a lot of the teenagers, but we don't find the adults and we don't find the young there. So the landscape is being used very differently by different birds. So we're trying to pursue some of these mechanisms and the habitat selection along with them, thinking about it with long-term as well, following on Phil Stouffer and Rob's great work, thinking about what is it within the primary forest that's changing. If it's the climate, yes, but is it the microclimate of the understory? Is it some other facet in the community? So we're pursuing these with these students and many more to come. And beyond that, with many conversations I had with Tom thinking about the BDFFP, of course, but also in the context of how that applies to the rest of the Amazon and other locations as well. Being the ultimate connector that Tom was, he put me in touch with some other people like Clinton Jenkins, one of Dr. Pym's former students, where we're looking at Amazon-wide assessments of species and birds in particular, but all vertebrates, their diversity and distributions to look for areas of little pockets of possible endemism of a couple species with small range, which is not typical in the Amazon because most species have very large ranges within that area, unlike the Atlantic rainforest or some other places. But to see if there's other places within that we can highlight for future conservation efforts as well. So hopefully we're doing Tom proud, trying to carry on the mantle and continue this great work with the monitoring, of course, to keep these long-term studies going, but ultimately to be able to tell the stories as well about what we can do with this information for the biodiversity standpoint, but also how that influences people, right? The local people or people at large that just dream about a place like the Amazon and the stories we can bring to their front doorsteps as well. And ideally, also a project Tom and I were very excited about in the last several months when I was talking to him is trying to go back and resurvey a lot of the initial efforts from the 80s. I don't know how many are aware or not, but the birds and the trees have been studied throughout since before the isolation. But early on, as in one of those slides, Luis Emmons from the Natural History Museum of Smithsonian and many other researchers, Brazilian and from the US and other locations, came in and studied the mammals, they studied the frogs, they studied the reptiles, and did some before and after sort of surveys, and also in the continuous rainforest. We're looking to resample those a good 40 years later, because a lot of the other taxonomic groups haven't been followed up on, at least in a continuous way in the same exact locations, to see how community-wide shifts might be happening or reestablishing after the fragments have become reconnected in some cases as well. So with that, I share what we're doing and what we hope at least our portion of the future of this project might be, and the hope of learning more and sharing those stories with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Alonso, and from the time I rescued you from the Greyhound bus in Fort Collins to today, I haven't been able to get rid of him ever, So we've been in all kind of trouble together and creating history and all that. And Tom was part of that in many times. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to give you a perspective of Tom at the Smithsonian. The biological diversity of the forest fragments in Brazil project was his highlight. He came to the Smithsonian in 1987, and I came to the Smithsonian in 1986, a few months earlier. Throughout my graduate program at Colorado State University as a wildlife biologist, I really got hooked into the nature programs because that was something that we really didn't have in Latin America. So I spent a lot of time watching those programs, and always at the end of those programs, there was Tom Lovejoy, advisor, World Wildlife Fund. I said, wow, someday I would like to work with this guy. Sorry. So someday when I will be able, I would like to meet this guy and work with him. And his name always brings curiosity to me, you know. Lovejoy. Wow, this would be fantastic to be able to work with that combination of love and joy and biology, you know. So anyway, so I put that on hold and got a job at the Smithsonian. The people that gave me the job didn't know what I was supposed to do because it was a relationship with United Nations. So I arrived in August '86, very hot summer. I had to learn how to do my tie. Very hot in Washington. It was a shock coming from the West and the nice cool air. Anyway, so one of my jobs was to help with the first biodiversity forum that was put together in 1986 at the Natural History Museum with the top people on biodiversity at that time, and Tom was one of the co-organizers for that. My other part of the job was to do this biological diversity program for between the United Nations, UNESCO, and the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian Secretary and UNESCO signed this agreement, and there was basically empty pages behind the agreement. There was nothing to do. Everything had to be built and created. Anyway, so a few days later, Francine Berkowitz, the director of the Office of International Relations, said, let's go and meet with Tom because we have to do this meeting and we are clueless about how to put it together. It's coming up soon. So we met with Tom, and he came with a beautiful bow tie and colorful socks. I said, wow, that's exactly like my father used to wear, bow tie. So it was a good impression on me. And I was expecting this guy, big and tall and, gigantic. And he was, tall, decent size and equivalent to me. So anyway, so I told him, after introductions, and he wanted to know more about my background, Venezuela, colleagues, whatever. So I told him, listen, I knew about you because these programs, and I always make the point that I really want to someday meet you and work with you. And he took that to heart. So every time we go to an international meeting, he say, okay, here is Francisco Dahlmeier, and he knew about me because he always tells that story. And until last year, when he was pretty close to the end, when we have an opportunity to be heart to heart talking. But anyway, that was very, very special. So Tom was really, I was coming to the Smithsonian. I was in the process of negotiating his first job at the Smithsonian in 1987. And at the same time, at the early introductions, he promised that he will help me to cover the cost of my first book on waterfalls of Venezuela, the printing, which is for God. So I went to see him in '87 when the book was almost finished and the World Wildlife Fund. And then I happened to meet Carmen. Carmen, a few weeks after she arrived to work with Tom, in an office that was totally unbelievable, overwhelmed with paper and books and all kind of stuff that needed to be transported to the Smithsonian. And Carmen was very polite, so and Tom was busy with all the stuff, so we spent a lot of time talking and creating this friendly relationship for the last 35 something years, and we plot a lot of stuff together. So as you heard this morning, the top, Maserati, whatever car you would have mentioned, the engine on that car, the fuel of that car is because the turbocharger Carmen. Okay, so. Tom moved to the Smithsonian in '87. They came with millions of boxes of all this random stuff. We had to find a place for the things. We figured it out. I took advantage of that because it was kind of my library there, and I put my office close by. But anyway, the point was that at the beginning of the transformation, this guy was really unbelievable. I mean, in terms of the biology, he was there. The biological project of the fragments in Brazil was there. But the political savvy of this individual was unbelievable, unbelievable. So the first 10 years with Tom, we did all kind of stuff. He helped us with create this biological diversity program, established a strong program in Front Royal, Virginia, with the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute. It was the happy life because we were doing tons of biology and we don't have to deal with implementing the recommendations or getting into policy. It was the great times. So throughout the process implementing the biological diversity program in Latin America, using the Brazil model, he wanted to do it for the Andean Amazon, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and the Guyana. So we started out. We got some grants. We started. My first job at the Smithsonian was in the Manu National Park in the Amazon of Peru to start matching some of the stuff that was done in Brazil. Then in Bolivia, the Biosphere Reserve in Bolivia, and we go on and on and on. We were traveling a lot. We put together the first international biodiversity program course in Front Royal. 5 weeks. That was so crazy. I didn't know what I was doing. 5 weeks training program for crazy international people that came there. And then we didn't have good facility. Everybody had to cook, and it was a lot of fun. We lived together. We were able to do all kind of stuff that today we wouldn't be able to do because of the Smithsonian and Mason regulations. We had to behave in a different way. But it was really the Wild West. Then in 1995, throughout the time, through Carmen and others, Tom discovered that my nickname was Pancho. Pancho, P-A-N-C-H-O, not P-O-N-C-H-S, that is Poncho, is the raincoat, okay? So my nickname is Pancho because my father was also Francisco, so the nickname for Francisco is Pancho, so anyway. So we put together in 1995, because we were doing all these network plots all over, an international network of forest monitoring plots. So we have over 200 people coming from all over the world, and I still was in the process of knowing, how Tom operated at that time. So I provided a debrief. This is what, you're going to be the keynote. We're going to have the Smithsonian secretary, the UN secretary is going to talk, and then you're going to do your thing. So I'm setting up the meeting. We are ready to go. The audience, I open the meeting, and so I give the floor to the secretary of the Smithsonian, the secretary of the United Nations. I haven't seen Tom yet in the audience. Holy shoot, what are we going to do here? So at the last minute, the door opened, and Tom was coming just as the secretary of the United Nations was coming. So I rushed to say, okay, so everything's ready, so you are ready to go. I said, what do you want me to talk about? I said, holy, my blood pressure went, off the roof. I said, oh my God, And then I realized that he did that for every meeting. So after that, I was, okay, so he's going to do okay. Anyway, he gets to the podium and starts talking to an international audience of over 200 people. Oh, Pancho did a fantastic job. And you could see people's heads saying, Pancho, what is this? What is he talking about? So I was so embarrassed. I was really all flushed, and I came to at the end of the talk, said, by the way, my nickname, blah, blah, blah. I had to do the explanation. So that was the end of my secret name. Anyway, so life was good until 1996, meaning that we did all this wonderful research in unique places, remote places, and we don't have to really, implement the recommendation. That's somebody else's problem. In 1996, we got a senior level of shale oil in the UK, in the headquarters, sent a letter, again, emailing letters and things like that. Email was not quite mainstream yet. And the letter came inviting Smithsonian to help shale oil that was going to do exploration in the largest possible gas field in the Amazon of Peru. And so I was in the Smithsonian and the replay center. Tom was upstairs, and Carmen was my agent. So she said, hey, come upstairs. Tom wants to talk to you. Okay, so I go upstairs. Listen, I got this letter. You've been working in Peru for 10 years. This is a fantastic opportunity to really nail development and do some good stuff here. And so we went over the discussion, okay, going to bed with the enemy, how do we do this in the right way? How do we do it? We're in the Smithsonian, where we have the biggest egos in the world, and where we don't, but we use computers, electricity, but driving cars. But anyway, how do we do this stuff? And so I said, give me a couple of days because I need to think about this. I need to talk to my wife. This could be the end of my career here. So I came back and say, hey, Tom, this is a fantastic opportunity. We never had this opportunity. The area was 7,700 square miles. You can imagine that is something that is, bigger than some of the states in the U.S. And the idea was to put a footprint there where we can influence development. And I say, I'm going to give it a try. One of the things that I learned with Tom is to take risk. Since this project, I take risk every day. I have been close to the line of fire. I have been close to being fired a few times. But you know what? This is, you only live once. So I came to Tom and said, listen, I'll do it, but you have to help me. You are my backup because they are going to chew me alive. I mean, these scientists are going to chew me alive. How we're going to cross this line? Well, we went to all these meetings. At some points, were really embarrassing to the discussions that we have between the scientists and the Shell people. Wow. But anyway, I took the project on and gained, 95% support from my Smithsonian colleagues. There were some that never did, and we started blackmailing me through, Washington Post and other places. But we got it through. We worked 4 years in that project that transformed how business and biodiversity was done in Peru and also IUCN. And we got into the mainstream. No one NGO wanted to work with the energy industry at that time. No one. The Smithsonian, the crazy people from the Smithsonian scientists got involved, and then everybody started getting in. Transformational impact that we had with it. Are we doing? Oh, you shoot. Okay. Camisea came to an end because political reasons. Then we went to the Energy and Biodiversity Initiative. Then we got another project involved with Shell Oil in Central Africa, in Gamba, Gabon. We have 22 years now working there in Central Africa, in one of the wonderful paradise of biodiversity with megafauna. And then we go into, he created the first Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute. At that time, was the Institute for Conservation Biology got traction. The problem was that Tom wanted to be the secretary of the Smithsonian. He got very close to get there, and then he even got Vice President Al Gore to lobby for him. But the Smithsonian board decided on something else that became an issue. Anyway, I can tell you in a bar with some beer, some of the dirty politics.
Those things you can do with good old friends only, by the way. I figure we just have 3 minutes for questions, and I just want to get some opportunity for you to ask to our wonderful panel today. If not, I'll let Francisco continue talking. Or Pancho. I call him Panchito. Anyone? Oh, there's just a couple there. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I understand the nature of the project being on fragmentation and forest, but I wondered if you could say, are there implications of this for the indigenous people and those that live in or around the areas?
Who wants to go?
Where we work, there are. It was so close to Manaus that there were no indigenous people in that area. Our colleague Barbara Zimmerman, who went on to work with us doing the frogs and snake surveys, went on to work with the Kayapo Indians in eastern Amazonia. And if you look at a satellite image now of that part of the Amazon, there's this big green patch, many tens of thousands of hectares, and that's all there because of about 1,000 Kayapo that Barbara has been working with. So the indigenous people having a foothold in that area is the driving force between preserving a very large tract of the Amazonian forest in eastern Amazonia.
Is this on? If I can just complement this answer. Some of our woodsmen, the people, our field assistants, extremely knowledgeable people that bring their traditional knowledge to work with us. Some of the amazing discoveries that we've had would not have been possible without them. actually, frankly, our survival in that forest would not be possible without them. So there is a we became known as the school of woodsmen because we produced the best of all in terms of woodsmen that bridge traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge, and it's absolutely true. I mean, there is a huge dispute in terms of researchers that want to work with our field assistants because it's really a win-win situation, I would say, in that sense. And one more thing is that recently our institution, INPA, has been, which is, frankly, I feel a little bit ashamed of saying it because it's kind of absurd, but we've had 45-year-old programs, graduate programs, and only recently we are actively opening up for indigenous people. I just came back 2 days ago from a professional master's for managers of protected areas, and we've had a mixed blend of indigenous leaders and other managers, and it has been extremely successful and an amazing experience. So I just hope that we continue doing that. And PTBFF, there's a lot of opportunities there that we should think about as well, because the young, like the sons and daughters of people that in the past were our woodsmen, now they are actually doing graduate programs at the institution, which is a very desirable thing to do.
Thank you. One more quick question. Yes.
Thank you, and hopefully this wraps everything up. So how can we in this room, people online, and the institutions we're connected to, how can we support the BDFFP?
Luis?
Hello.
You have your own.
Well, there are some ways to do that, no? And even for, I actually in my last slide I put some contacts that if someone would like to help us in this aspect, you have to. In Brazil, we have to contact. You can contact one of us that works there, and in the United States, you have to contact ABC, the Amazonian Biodiversity Center, that they know how to, to reach us, and they work with us. So, so you can see in this slide. And that's it. It's very easy. And
Well,
thank you for this question.
Thank you for a wonderful panel again. We'll get to it next. We're gonna get ready for the next panel.
We are. We're going to go right into the next panel. So if our panelists in Tom's Legacy and Student Research and Mentorship can make their way up to the stage, up to the front table, please. Thank you. We'll have a coffee break after this panel. Please remember the video crew is ready to record your thoughts, your remembrances, your reflections associated with Tom Lovejoy. Thank you.
First question? Sure. First question starts here. Got it. Okay. Okay.
So I'm Karen Akerlof. I'm in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy, and actually, so Tom was also a teacher and mentor to me, so this means a lot to me today. So I just want to start out by saying, as we've been hearing today, Tom Lovejoy left an enormous legacy, right? He left an enormous legacy in terms of research, in terms of policy, and also in terms of public engagement. And we've been hearing a lot of different stories, of the different contexts and the ways he did that. But one of the biggest places where he left a legacy was in terms of his students, and who are carrying it forward, right, as the next generation of biodiversity researchers, educators, and policy influencers. So during this panel discussion today, we're going to introduce you to some of his students to hear about the experiences they had with Tom as an advisor and as a mentor. and the influence he had on their graduate careers and their subsequent lives moving forward. But first, I also am pretty sure that there are other students of his and people who are mentored and advised by Tom in the audience as well. And I'm sure there are those of the folks online too. Unfortunately, I can't see if you raise a hand, but I wanted everybody who had been mentored or advised by Tom to just briefly raise your hand and identify yourself. Wow. Oh my gosh, wow. Yes, and that's just right, and there's the folks online as well. So that really does speak to the wide influence Tom had in inspiring the next generation and training them, right, to do this kind of work and move it forward. So, turning back to our panel today, joining us for this discussion today, we have Rachel Golden-Kroner, who is currently an Environmental Governance Fellow at the Moore Center for Science at Conservation International, where she generates and applies insights to improve conservation policy and practice. Dr. Lovejoy served as her primary doctoral advisor. Charles, at the end, Coddington is a doctoral candidate in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy, where he's assessing the influence of forest fragmentation on mixed species bird flocks. Dr. Lovejoy served on his doctoral committee. Sudha Balajalapalli, if I apologize, and then I murdered it, is also a doctoral candidate in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy, studying anti-poaching management practice in India. Dr. Lovejoy was her main advisor and mentor. Tova Siegel, there we go, is also a doctoral department in the department researching impacts of forest fragmentation on species interactions. Lovejoy was her primary advisor as well. And then Advait Zucker is the Gaylord Donnelly Fellow at the Yale Institute for Biospheric Studies and Department of Anthropology, whereas he's focusing on the long-term impacts of humans and climate on mammalian diversity in the Indian subcontinent. Dr. Lovejoy served as Advait's primary master's advisor and his primary PhD advisor from 2014-2016, and he's also channeling, I don't know if you noticed, Dr. Lovejoy with the bow tie today, so yay. So, to start this conversation, and we are actually really hoping that this is going to be more of a conversation and discussion about what Tom Lovejoy meant to everyone as a mentor and a teacher. But we're going to start by talking about what was he like? And so we're just going to briefly go down the line. So they've prepared for this. They're supposed to talk to you about one word that best describes Tom Lovejoy as a teacher mentor, and some stories to Advait. Do you want to start us off?
Sure thing. Thank you, Karen. I think the word that I associate Tom with most is encouraging. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm sort of an atypical Lovejoy advisee. I don't really do conservation science in the strict sense. I'm not a policy maker. I'm a paleoecologist. I work on biodiversity of the past. But Tom's approach to advising was a big tent approach. If you thought about biodiversity, about climate change, or about how humans are impacting it, and if he could find a way to mentor you, to find the right resources that would help you find your own path, he would be more than happy to be your advisor. And that's basically what Tom did for me. He encouraged me to pursue my passion for museum-based science, to focus on the biodiversity of the past, and to find my way in trying to understand the megafaunal extinction in South Asia. Turns out I wasn't the only one of the Lovejoy group that worked on museums and specimens. We have Marcus back there, who is also a fellow mammal fiend who works on Southeast Asia and also works on museum specimens. So it's nice to know that I wasn't a unicorn.
Sudha.
Hello? The word that best describes Dr. Lovejoy to me was kind. And I want to share a personal story about him during my time in the field when I was in Assam, India. During this time last year, I was doing my research in Assam, India, and this was around the time of the second wave of COVID in India. The entire country was going into a lockdown. There were people dying and by the masses. There was mass panic, fear, fear like I've never seen before. I thought I couldn't finish my research and debated on whether to come back to the US. This was also the same time that we, the ESP department, lost Dr. Lee Talbot, who was also my committee member. And of course, I was devastated by his loss. Dr. Lovejoy reached out to me over Zoom in India that week, and we discussed the loss of Dr. Talbot and the situation in India regarding my research. I also asked him for his advice and what I should do next. Dr. Lovejoy paused. I think we all remember those pauses. And said, Dr. Talbot, is cheering you on. Even though Dr. Lovejoy didn't tell me exactly what to do, in those horrible, uncertain times, those kind words gave me strength and comfort to stay in India and finish my research. I remember his words every day when I was in India, and it helped me to finish my research. And to me, Dr. Lovejoy was a mentor, a role model, a good listener, warm, fair, and lastly, and more importantly, kind.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Rachel.
Yep. And mine is very similar. So the word I would choose is generous. Tom was really a giver. He gave so much, and even to us, right, to his students. Obviously, we knew he had a very busy schedule, very important things to do. He was on a lot of boards, he won awards, he traveled around the world. He was in high demand, but he always made time for his students whenever we needed him. It was a good idea to always have a reason and a purpose that you would bring up in your meetings. So if you needed feedback, if you needed help. And he was always willing to give his time. He was fully present in those meetings. He was a great listener. And not only would he support our research, but really importantly, he would leverage his amazing network, right? This is a testament right now to his incredible network that he never hesitated to connect us with folks that we never would have met otherwise, that really enhanced our research and its application. So for example, I got to do research with Tom working on protected areas of the Amazon and policy changes that were occurring. And through his connections and his convening power, he was able to connect me with folks that had firsthand experience with some of these challenges on the front lines, and I was able to really contextualize that research really effectively, so I'm incredibly grateful for that. He also was generous with his hospitality. I'm sure many of us have experienced that. He'd had us over to his place about once a semester, at the end of the semester, to celebrate. He would have a lovely meal and wine and conversation. There were interesting artifacts that we would chat about in his place. So it's just such a generosity of spirit and hospitality as well. And I think part of the reason why he was so generous was I think he saw life as a opportunity, abundance, not as a zero-sum game with sort of win-lose trade-offs, but he always looked for opportunities to find the win-win. Even in the most seemingly intractable situations, he would always find those opportunities to connect and make a difference. So that is the generosity of spirit that he shared with all of us.
The word that I wanted to pick for Tom was magnanimous. And when you break that word down, you get a great soul. And the thing that made Tom a great soul was the fact that he saw everyone as equal. And so we're sitting in this room with some of the brightest minds I've ever met. And I know that if Tom was with us, I'd feel like, and I do feel like, I belong. Not because I see myself as this great mind, but because Tom saw me as part of everything. And so I think I have a great story that kind of encompasses this during my comprehensive exam. So if any of you have gone through a PhD program, you know that the comprehensive exams are some of the most terrifying, gut-wrenching moment of your PhD career, where you have this panel of your mentors and advisors that are about to find the holes in your knowledge and then point them out to you. So it can be a little bit terrifying. And I remember walking into the room and Tom was on the phone and he's talking in this animated way to someone there. And he pauses and he goes, "I'm really sorry, I have to go. Tova's here." And he hangs up the phone. And I turned to him and I said, "Oh, who were you talking to?" And he goes, "Oh, the president of Colombia." And I'm from Oregon. So for me, I was thinking, I don't know if you guys know Columbia Sportswear. It's like a kind of, medium-sized brand from the Pacific Northwest. And I go, "Oh, Tom's talking to, it's some sort of organizational sustainability thing. He must be talking to the president of Columbia Sportswear." And Tom goes, "No, that was the president of the country of Colombia." And the fact that he had told the president of Colombia that he had to get off the phone because he had to come to my comprehensive exams, he wanted to show up for me. That's what showed to me that Tom was this great soul that lifted other people up to where he was. And it didn't matter where you came from, if you were from Oregon, the small town, or if you were any of these amazing people that are in this room today. For him, you were important, you were valuable, and you deserved a seat at the table. If you had that kind of passion and love for the environment that he did, he just wanted to talk to you. And so for me, that's what makes him magnanimous. That's what makes somebody a great soul.
Yeah.
So I think it's not necessarily the word that describes him the most, but it's certainly the first one that comes to mind. And for me, it's pragmatic. Tom had this really admirable sense of style when it came to talking about problems and solving problems. He always had this sensible, informed, realistic take on an issue, no matter what it was. He would always just present the problem, explain why it was a problem, and then offer a potential solution to it. And one of the things I admired most was he never really got bogged down in the doom and gloom of his problems. He just had this stone cold, matter-of-fact way of talking about them, and there was always a path forward and something you could do about it. And a story that sticks out the most to me, and specifically Tom and his pragmatism, happened when I advanced to my PhD candidacy. And, Tova talked about it a little bit, but it's different at every university. Here we have oral comprehensive exams and written comprehensive exams. You defend a proposal in front of a room of people in your committee, and it takes months of preparation. And I can't remember the exact day that I finally finished that whole process in advance, but it was right in the middle of March of 2020. And that was pretty bad because I was planning on going down to Brazil. My research takes place at the Fragments Project in May of that year. So I was getting ready to, get a field crew together to come help me. I had already got funding to do this cool project, and then COVID got really bad. Everything shut down here. Manaus got affected particularly bad down in Brazil. And I had no idea what to do. And so I had a meeting with Dr. Luther, my main advisor, and Tom and the rest of my committee about what to do going forward. And I was in the middle of the 5 stages of grief, just mourning for my project. And Tom was all business. He had already jumped to acceptance, and he was just like, "Listen, this is not what you had planned for, but there is a path forward. There is a lot of data that you have to work with down there. You can still answer the exact same research questions. Let me get you in touch with some people. It's not going to be what you had planned for, but it's still something that you can do." So special shout out to Phil Stouffer and Cameron Malcross or Cameron Rutt, Carl Malcross, all from LSU, who I got to use their data, and was still able to answer the same research questions and finish my PhD on time. I haven't defended yet, but I'm pretty much done. And if it wasn't for Tom and his pragmatism and helping me get on that alternative path as fast as possible, I don't know that I would have finished on time. I might not have even collected any data at this point. So it's really, Tom and his pragmatism that I think helped me, especially along my current path and getting me to where I am right now.
So it's actually a perfect pivot point to talk a little bit more about some of the lessons you learned from Tom that you've kept with you that still affect the way you think about things today. And I wanted to start with Rachel. So we've already talked about getting in good trouble, that Tom was a big supporter of getting in good trouble. So a great quote from civil rights leader and Congressman John Lewis too. So I wanted to start with you. So how do you take that forward?
Yeah, so Tom would literally end a lot of our meetings, especially toward the end of my PhD when I was getting some results together and getting ready to publish and move forward. He would end our meetings by telling me to go make trouble, right? And wink and smile and go out in the world. And he would help me do that, I think. So to me, that meant that we should not only be, as conservationists, we have an obligation to advocate for biodiversity conservation. And not only do great science, but also apply our insights and leverage our networks and what we have to make a difference. So for me, that was about amplifying research in the media, taking Tom's example of working his contacts in the media was always so legendary. Meeting with folks kind of behind the scenes as well who might benefit from some of the findings. So I was able to publish, or able to present some research to folks in some government agencies as part of the sort of roadshow of the research. And do so, I think the good trouble thing is about being grounded in the mission. And I think in the last answer, all of us kind of alluded to that he was always all about biodiversity and keeping that front of mind, bringing together all the tools, including kindness, generosity, pragmatism, that help us really effectively get to that mission. And that also includes the diversity of people and the types of approaches, different disciplines, different types of projects that can move us forward. So I suppose, yeah, making good trouble for me was about being bold, embracing diversity and different approaches, and doing so with grace and forgiving yourself if you stumble and just persisting and moving forward. A lot of things.
Does anyone follow up on Rachel in terms of the lessons you learned?
Sure, I can follow up on that. It made me think about how to amplify the message that I want to broadcast to the world. And I think Tom was a great advocate for institutions. He was at the Smithsonian, he's served on several boards. And I think he was very aware of the institutions that he was at and what that allowed him to do in the world. It gave him a platform that most other people did not have. And it's made me think long and hard about the institutions that I align myself with and how I can then leverage those to make the most change in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that goes to a big lesson being collaboration. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes, especially as students, we're so stuck in our project that we oftentimes forget that it's not just our project, it's a collaborative effort between all these people, institutes, units, and I think about all the different ways that Tom has helped me to collaborate and the opportunities that I've had to, go down to the Fragments Project and participate in an amazing field course for a while, or connected me with the embassy in Peru to talk to someone there about environmental issues in Peru, and all, one of my committee members from the Fragments Project, all because of Tom understanding the value of connection and collaboration, and remembering that in the fight for our planet and biodiversity, it's not something that you can do on your own. And I don't think Tom ever tried to do it on his own. He understood that we have to work together as, as part of humanity for humanity. And if we're gonna ever make a change, it's gotta be together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can follow up on that. Yeah, I mean, Tom, one of the things that I remember most is how good he was at connecting with people. And like Tova was saying, Tom knew that human connection was at the base of solving a lot of humanity's problems. And he would always say, never present a problem unless you suggest something that can be done about it, because he knew that people tend to sort of shut down if you just tell them all the problems without offering any potential solutions. Like take climate change, for instance. He had this wild solution to climate change, and it was just educate people, teach them that Earth is a linked biological and physical system, and if we start treating it that way and managing it that way, it's going to be a lot better for both humans and wildlife. And connecting with people was what Tom always championed, and he knew that it's really what created lasting change. Yeah.
Lastly, I agree with all my colleagues and friends about connections. When I was in India, stuck in COVID times, he was right there with me, talking to me about when I when I didn't think I could finish my research, he connected me to an IUCN member. I remember it was like 2 p.m. in India, and it was 12 o'clock in Geneva, and it was 5 a.m. in DC, and we were all talking about my project and how to get it done. It was a really mind-blowing experience, but I would like to add that even though he was a very legendary connector and a person, he was also kind and a good listener, and I think that's what I learned most about him, is that while you might be doing a lot of things and connections, and you might be doing moving and shaking the world, you also have to be a good listener and listen to other people's perspectives, and be humble and kind.
Thank you. These were, just really reverberating. Yeah, big round of applause, everybody. So we're talking about Tom's legacy in student research and mentorship. So I want to think about what are some of the most important legacies from his support of students that will live on. And I wanted to start with Charles. So what are some of the types of tools that you think that Tom provided his students that you think will seed his continuing impact on the field of conservation and also outcomes in
Sure.
terms of biodiversity?
I mean, I think one of the best tools that Tom taught me was advocating for your science and being the one to advocate for your research, because Tom had this way of never really downplaying what he knew to be true. He didn't come off as a know-it-all, but he just didn't undersell himself either. Yeah. So he would always say that advocacy is about what the science says and what you can prove based off evidence, and never be dispassionate about your science, because if you're not going to be passionate about it, then no one else is going to. So in a lot of ways, him teaching us about that advocacy really gave us the tools we need to go forward and be passionate about our science. And so in a lot of ways, we're all going to be his legacy. The Fragments Project is obviously one of the easiest standing legacies that you can point to. I mean, we just heard a lot about it. There's 800 publications, hundreds of student theses, or research projects that have come out of it. And I mean, that was one of the things that originally inspired me to get involved in conservation, is wanting to put my own stamp on that project. And I wouldn't have finished if it wasn't for that project already being there, because I didn't even end up getting to collect my own data. But it was because of all that effort, that I was able to still stay on track and finish my PhD on time. And I really think that it's the students that have come out of that project that can then go on and make impacts in conservation science and train the next generation of conservationists that come along that will be his biggest legacy moving forward.
Yeah. I think that that's like a really great way of looking at it, because I don't think we'll ever know the true impact of his legacy, because I think if you are going to leave a big footprint on the planet, you can't see all the little paths that come from it. And there's so many students like in this room that are doing everything from looking at, things in the past to projections in the future, and everything in between with conservation, biodiversity. I mean, name different fields of conservation, and you're going to get a student or somebody he's worked with who is going to leave an impact. And so I think that maybe that's like the biggest legacy you can leave, is a legacy that you can't fully see because it's so big.
Yeah, I agree. And I was going to pick up on that point about the importance of advocacy. So I have this pin that Tom gave me that says Radical STEMinist. He gave this out to us a couple of days before the March for Science, which he spoke at. I think this was in 2017. So just seeing basically that Tom could do so many different things shows us what's possible as scientists and as folks who want to make a difference in the world. I think he really contained multitudes, right? He was a scientist, an educator, a diplomat, a mentor, et cetera, and he was able to embody all of these approaches. So I think just that lived example is something that I hope we can all take forward as inspiration.
Okay, I'll go. So I agree with my colleagues about advocating for your own research. I feel like Dr. Lovejoy did teach us all of that, advocating for your own research, but also I think he told us to connect the environment to the people and the importance of storytelling, that as we are all scientists and we have our own experts and specialties, to make sure that whatever the story that the science is to connect the science to the people, and do it in a way that it's like a story, so people can understand the science. So, I'm really glad that I learned that from him, to tell stories about my science. And I still carry that every day when I'm teaching. I always try to tell stories, so whatever I'm saying is understood to my students.
Right, absolutely. And I think I'm just going to reiterate a lot of these points. He created a value system and a school of thought, and he sort of laid this out in his essay on the obligations of a biologist. And what he once told me was that even though you're a paleontologist, you sort of hold the keys to the past. You know what extinction is like better than most other people. And so it is your job to tell people about it and warn them about the future. That was my obligation. I think that is the value that he really inculcated in a lot of us, is that we are biologists. We understand the natural world. And if we want to study it, it is our duty to advocate for it. It is our obligation. And so he's created this cadre of biologically minded folk who will go out and change the world. That is his greatest legacy.
Just to add on that, right, Tom gave each of us the freedom and the inspiration and the push, right? That's part of the make good trouble thing, that we could do it. And the courage. It's hard. It's hard to do this. It's hard to bring new ideas to the world that might be controversial, and we're young, and maybe it's our first time, but he had our backs, and he helped us, and he helped us launch, into new places, and really, yeah, I think we'll carry that legacy forward in the work that we do forever.
So I want to point out, these are clearly all Tom students because they're amazing communicators. And we're also running really early on time. So one thing I'm going to slightly punt here. We have one other topic we were going to discuss, and I think we will still have, if any of his students or people that he was advised by or participants in his lab want to come up to the mic after we go through our next round and say something about what Tom meant to them and also what they learned from him. Okay, good. It looks like I've got a thumbs up. Yay. Yeah. Do you want, I think you need to be at a mic because I already goofed up on that one. But if you want to come and sit, I think that's okay. If you guys want to come up and sit over this next question, and then we'll tee you guys up if you'd like to say something as well. So please, welcome. Yeah, don't feel awkward about it. I know it's hard to be the first person to stand up. Oh, that would work too. Pass the mic. Okay. You'll pass it? Okay, great, wonderful. So you guys all have a bunch of faculty and educators who are in this room and who are also online. So what do you want to tell them? I mean, what advice do you have for them about how they can be better mentors in the same model as Tom Lovejoy? And I'm just gonna totally open this up too, yeah.
I'll jump in. I would say one thing that I really valued about my time with Tom is he always made the most of his time with his students, and Tom was the busiest professor I have ever known. He wasn't hard to get in touch with. He was always very responsive by email, but if you ever needed to get in contact with him, you'd have to email Carmen, and she'd be like, okay, well, he has 2 30-minute windows in the next 3 weeks, and which one works for you? And it's like, you really had to adhere to his schedule. And he was always doing really important things, both before and after whatever 30-minute time block you picked. And there was this one time where I had a committee meeting and we had to delay it by 5 or 10 minutes because he was wrapping up a phone call with the vice president of Brazil. And he was just in the hallway, just like on his phone, wrapping up, trying to get into a meeting. And I still, knew he was doing really important things, but when he got into that meeting, I felt like I was his top priority. He made the most of our time together. He was always present, thoughtful, and deliberate. He was never trying to rush out of there, no matter what we had to get through, and it was always like some program of study form that I needed him to sign or something really inconsequential compared to what was on his plate for his normal day-to-day. So if I ever have my own students, that's one thing that I am going to really try to apply from my time with Tom. It's check my ego at the door, be courteous, and make the most of the time that I do have with my students.
Mm-hmm. I can jump in after that. So I think what was so amazing about Tom is that he was so down to earth. When I first met him, I just cold emailed him. I was like, I'd like to come and work with you and do a master's project. And I came to the Heinz Center, which is where he was, and I was like, hi, I'm Advait. Can I call you Tom? And he was like, yeah, sure. Because a lot of people, call him Professor Lovejoy or Dr. Lovejoy. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to call you Tom. And he was totally fine with that. He showed up to every single one of my talks at the Ecological Society of America's annual conferences, even though he had so many more important things to do. After I moved to Yale, he would actually show up to my talks that I gave on Zoom, which was pretty amazing for him to just, carve out some time to show up. I think that was very, it meant a lot to me that he carved out that kind of time for me. Following up on what Charlie was talking about, I don't think I ever followed the rule. I would oftentimes show up in Tom's office, much to Carmen's annoyance, and derail the schedule for the afternoon. But just to chat with him, and he would always greet me with a smile, and we would talk about everything from Alfred Russel Wallace to the rum that he liked to add in his eggnog ice cream. That was always fun. I think what I would do with my future students is make sure that they have every single opportunity that I can give them and every single resource that I can give them, and give them all the freedom in the world to let them do what they want. Because at the end of the day, they're going to have to find their way in the world in academia. And I'm just a facilitator of their greatness.
I like the way you said that. Yeah. So I'd add also that mentorship is a relationship. It's an important one, and it's hard to. Your PhD advisor is someone who you think you'll have around a lot longer. So it's really hard to lose that relationship so early. But it is, it's a long-term investment, and treat it as such. And I think what Tom did that was so important was he prioritized our well-being. If we ever needed to, take a minute and prioritize health and family, that was, of course, 100% expected. So that's an important piece that everyone should move forward with. And I think, again, he was just so graceful and would push us, but also forgive and move forward very quickly if there were any sort of stumbles. So that was key.
Yeah, I think in addition to everything that everyone said here, one of the things that I think he was amazing at as an advisor was he was so passionate about what you were doing. He was genuinely excited. And one of the things that I really hope to have in my own life is to be 80 years old, still working full time and still as passionate about your work as I imagine he was on day one, maybe a little differently. But I mean, the fact that he, past the age where people were saying, retire, what are you doing? It's work. For him, it wasn't work. I mean, showing up for us wasn't work. Doing these projects with us, this research, it wasn't work for him. He genuinely enjoyed that. And I really hope that I get to be, in my 70s and still doing this, that I get to be passionate, and that for any students that I might have in the future, to show up with that same excitement that I had on day one. And I think Tom did that.
I agree with all my colleagues about he was very responsive to all of us, especially when you were in the field like I was during COVID times. He was unbelievable, a total rock. But he was also he trusted us to make our own decisions, and I think that was really important in my story, my personal story, where I asked him what to do. He never really told me what to do. He just trusted that I would make the right decision, and I think that's key for mentors and teachers, is that you trust your students to make the right decision for them.
Great, thank you. And let's move this out too to the wider audience, to some of his students, former people that may kind of talk to. Would you like to say something about the lessons that you learned from him, or any of your experiences that you'll always hold close? Thank you.
Here you go for the folks at home.
Thank you. My name is Becky Conway. I graduated from Mason in 2020, pandemic. It was not fun. But I really want to share with you like my first impression from Dr. Lovejoy. And he's the reason why I actually got a graduate degree. I was so burned out after undergrad. I was like, I'm never going back to school. I don't know how to study anymore. And I had a meeting in his office, and he shared with me, you know, come to my class. He teaches a class. He taught a class in spring semester called The Challenges of Biodiversity. He's like, dip your toe in, try it out. And from that first meeting I had with him, I saw that in his office, he had a poster of one of my favorite childhood books called The Lorax from Dr. Seuss. And from probably the earliest age I can remember the quote that unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not, is one of the most powerful pieces of advice from Dr. Seuss. And seeing that there in his office, I was like, yes, like my inner child it's safe here. And so Dr. Lovejoy was my committee advisor, and he gave me all of the permission to be flexible and be a unicorn student. That I did a master's project on studying how tattoos have been used to raise awareness and funding for endangered species. And it was, you know, I'm around peers that are just doing incredible research and data analysis, and I did a project on getting a tattoo. So he was a big cheerleader of that and was just so encouraging, like, yes, blaze your own trail, do something different. So I want to encourage each of you to, you know, unless someone like you, whatever stage you are in your life right now, we can continue to make an impact because of him.
Dr. Lovejoy was also on my PhD committee, and I remember writing the email to him. He was the first person I contacted trying to get into George Mason, and I was doing research on the reintroduction of parrots, and I remember writing this email. It was very long, and I read over it 50 times, and I was very nervous about emailing Dr. Lovejoy. And he just immediately sent back this response of like, yeah, come on in. Like, this is, you know, we have a spot for you. He got me in touch with my main advisor, Dr. Luther, and my project was a little bit weird, but he was all about it. And yeah, he was always a big cheerleader. And I think I have a funny story of him is I was also in his Challenge of Biodiversity class, which many of us took. And we were talking about what inspired us. We were little to become conservationists, and I said one of the movies that inspired me was a movie called Fern Gully. I don't know if you know it. It's like an animated movie with like fairies and about rainforest deforestation. And Tom goes, oh yeah, I was the scientific advisor for that movie. And sure enough, I went and watched it again, and I saw on the credits that he was there, and I took a picture of it, and I just felt like, you know, from the beginning of knowing him, from that first email to that class and to him being one of my advisors, that I was in the right place, because I had come full circle from what inspired me to originally become a conservationist to the person who was like a little bit responsible for that. So yeah, and that's what I always think of when I think of him.
My doctoral chair, Dr. Aguirre, is pointing at me, so I guess I'm being commanded to. Cheryl, good to see you. It's so wonderful, first of all, to see my former classmates from conservation, from Challenges of Biodiversity, and sitting next to me is the teaching assistant from that class of spring 2016. And we were reminiscing that, again, I also am a unicorn. Maybe that's what we are. We're a club of unicorns. That I came into academia and came into being a student by accident. I was one of these people in my I won't not even tell you how old I am. But anyway, after a milestone birthday, I decided to take classes for fun. So I had a master's in public health and had a long career in global health consulting, and decided to take a course with the best professors at Mason. So I signed up for Challenges of Biodiversity. And we had to do a paper, a 15-page paper, and I proposed, how about a choice-based video game or agent-based modeling, something to look at behaviors and what people do that puts in motion triggers that cause them harm. And little did I know that Thomas Lovejoy came up with the term self-inflicted harm. So I have a public health background, I'm all about human health, And again, when I look at what you guys talked about, you know, creating and finding your own path. So I did this agent-based model. I don't know if you guys you remember Mike Livermore and we came up with sprites and agents, and we had this model that showed if you stayed on the path, your exposure to Lyme disease. If you went off the path, you know, reduced your exposure to Lyme disease. And we submitted that as our final project. What that has done, and I heard you guys talk about how it changed your life. I went on with Dr. Aguirre as my advisor, who talked me in over a glass of wine to do a PhD in using choice-based decision-making. So I did my dissertation on choice-based decision-making in the national parks at Great Falls, and went on to get a very large grant that I'm now implementing now using game-based learning. And that's what I now do in my consulting practice. All of this, I would say, originated from this class. You know, that he said, yeah, choice-based decision-making, agent-based modeling, to understand human behaviors, go for it. And you know, how many years later has it been now? And my consulting practice has evolved as a game-based learning consulting practice. So, and I also now do teach at George Mason, the accidental professor, again. And again, that's for fun. And again, I bring all of his energy and his passion, mentorship, compassion, all the things you guys talked about to my students as well. So again, I listen to you, Dr. Gary. When you tell me to do something, your advisor never stops being your advisor, right? He pointed to me and said, you talk. So I did.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lasavita. I was Tom's first teaching assistant, and we had a lot of fun putting his class together. And in that instance, it was kind of like, well, we could have students write papers, but you know, by the time you're a graduate student, how many papers have you written? Let's let them do a project if they want to do a project. And very few students did, because you know how to write papers, but project, I don't have time for a project. But these guys ran with it, and it was really cool to see how far it's gone since then. And I have a lot of stories that, you know, for later at the reception we can tell about Tom and class and putting the class together. But one of the things that he brought to the class that I really appreciated was he was on the committee to pick Buffett Award winners. And if you're not familiar with the Buffett Award, there's one for conservation work in South America and one for conservation work in Africa. And the students would they'd sort of have to pick the winner, even though they were really picking from people who had already won. But it was what was so inspiring about it is a lot of these people, these winners of these conservation awards, had not only no advanced degrees, but perhaps very little education to begin with, no resources, and they were doing important conservation work. And they, you know, especially those of us in the Western developed world, you know, we need to remember that we're not inventing conservation. You know, we're just trying to do the best we can, but the people all over the world are facing these same problems. And as the panel has so eloquently said, being a good listener and listening to people and going in there, you know, humbly and seeing what they can do is just an important legacy for that. And I think that a lot of people took that away from his class.
There's so much to say, it's hard to even start. I'm Cheryl. I followed Lisa as Tom Lovejoy's TA. The first time I met Tom was on the field at Johns Hopkins University, where he was delivering the commencement address for my master's degree. I was when I came to Mason, I was delighted to know that he was here. I didn't know. I was in the same class, his class with Susan, that Lisa was the TA for. And even though my PhD program was housed in a different department, he agreed to be on my committee. And he made time. He made time for that. And it was sort of out of his wheelhouse, but not really. It was sort of communications, informal learning. Come the next year, little did I know, but he would ask me the very next year to replace Lisa. Of course, Lisa is irreplaceable, but I've tried. And we have continued to develop the course further. And from the feedback from the students, from the feedback that, from the things that we noticed, Tom was always wanting to improve. It was never, ever good enough. It had to be better. It always had to be better. But the thing that sticks in my mind, maybe more than anything else, and so many have already said this here, is the time that he invested in his students. Not just the students that he was their major advisor or on their committee, but the students in his class who maybe even were from different departments that maybe didn't have a background in ecology. He took the time to spend with them, to get to know them, to invest in them, because he knew that no matter what field you are going into, it is important to value biodiversity. It is important to value biodiversity across the spectrum of life, no matter what field you find yourself in. And I was always so impressed that after class, every single week, he would teach on Mondays, Monday afternoons, evenings, 4:30 to 7:10 every year, every spring. Just the one class, the Challenge of Biodiversity. But after every class ended at 7:10, he would invite all of the students to dinner. We would go across to Brian's Grill over at University Mall, which I am sad to say did not survive the pandemic. I am so sad. But he would take us over there. I mean, we would find our own way, but he would host us. He would pay for dinner for everyone, and drinks. And he offered that time, and he knew that students, maybe were tight on funds and so on, but he wanted them to have a good meal and he wanted them to have good conversation. But most of all, he wanted them to have good networking. To network with each other, to network with him, to network with Lisa and with me, to network with our guest speakers, which he brought in for his course. Some of the folks who are here, Stuart Pym and Nancy Knowlton and Brian Gratwick, who was here earlier, and others. He wanted them to have that opportunity to network, to make those connections, to ask those questions. And I see some of the students who were in his class, either with Lisa or with me, are up there, and several others around the room. And I think that is what I will remember most about him, is how much he really cared in the future, and he knew that the students were the future.
I think for me, Dr. Lovejoy, or Tom, he was a very optimistic person, and also very supportive and very humble, and those are the traits that I really admired in him. He was an optimist all the way up until the end. Like, we'd have lab meetings with him, and his passing away came as a big surprise, because he was always talking about things moving forward and his projects for this spring semester. And he was really supportive. So I also wrote to him, like Jess, and asking to join his lab at George Mason University. I'd been applying to all these PhD programs and not having any luck. And he graciously let me into his lab, and I'll be forever grateful for him offering me this opportunity to become a PhD student at George Mason University. I work on zoos and conservation and animal welfare, trade-offs and discourse analysis, so I'm more on the policy side. But I think it was shortly after my comprehensive exams, he gifted me a book by Gerald Durrell, the ARC's anniversary, and he wrote a little note in the book dedicated to me with his signature. And in the note, he said to reference a certain page number where he had a discussion with Gerald Durrell, and he said, I had the last word. And he had always had, these incredible stories that were a little bit hard for us to relate to, because he'd met so many incredible people, but he was very, very humble about it. And so I think that's the biggest lesson that I learned from him.
Thanks. So my heart is so full from hearing all these amazing stories about Dr. Lovejoy and what he gifted to all of us. So maybe I'll carry on with Cheryl's story about, and everyone's story about how generous he is. So after class, we would go to Brian's Grill, but my fondest memory was one of these sessions at Brian's Grill. I think he knew that how important maybe food and drinks were a good social lubricant for networking. But this is one of the rare sessions that it was just me and him across the table and we got to talk. And so one thing that really struck me was how Dr. Lovejoy was always so quiet. He seemed like an introvert, but he projected this, he had this aura of quiet confidence. So I wanted to ask him, so as someone who is usually so soft-spoken and tend to be introverted, how do you speak to people that, or bring people to Camp 41 who might not be on your side or on the same page as you? And his response was, there is always a common ground and a means to seek it. And then with that, he flashed this knowing, wise, slightly cheeky smile, probably the same one that he would give and say, go make good trouble. And then it clicked, and this is one of the stories of his teachings that would stay with me forever in my career.
Thank you. I thought maybe it'd be good to shift on this side of the room. But I've really been enjoying hearing all the stories. For all of you who might be wondering who the strange robed figure is in the corner, I'm Brother Christopher, and I've been sharing with some today, just in our brief conversations, that I had the pleasure to be sort of a one-day student of Dr. Lovejoy. And what brings me here today is really an indirect connection, but nonetheless one that is very impressionable. So my story really is one of a one-day encounter with him, but it echoes what I've heard from some of my colleagues up here on the panel and some in the corner back there. I was in Dr. David Luther's course in ornithology, and it was my fall semester of senior year. And I just remember that day, that lecture it's so impressive. I was formerly in high school with my colleague here, Tamar, volunteer downtown at the National Zoo, and Tom's video clips would sometimes pop up on the reels at the Amazonia exhibit alongside Brian Gratwick and others. So I recalled this face, and when this day of lecture happened, I was just enthused. My golly, this man was obviously an interdisciplinary, intersectional, and intergenerational thinker, and that was so impressive to me. And so a moment after the course, or that class day, I pulled him aside, or I asked him, I encountered him about this course. And some of my possible classmates are sitting in the room. I probably would have enrolled, and I regret not being able to because my mental health was not so stable at that time of my senior year. But I share this saying that he gave me that full presence. Like the many students here have commented, I was just so touched that he would encourage me as an undergraduate student to come into his course, the graduate level course, and was just really moved and inspired again by his insights. And what brings me here today are essentially those very moving points that he brought up so many years ago now, I guess. And today as a friar, I was telling my colleague here, his name continues to echo in my own existence, studying religion and theology. In one of my textbooks, very surprisingly, to my joy, his name pops up in one of the chapters as one of the co-authors regarding this intersectional reality, echoing Pope Francis and echoing all these other giants today. So for me, this is really rather an affirmatory experience, and to hear all of my colleagues' voices is exciting because these will be my partners as I continue to navigate this experience and get a little bit more of that Tom Lovejoy lessons and experience in my own experience with you all. navigating forward how to get those conversations started with those who are non-scientists, those who are from other faith and world visions, of course, in the manner that Tom was encouraging, which is so heartwarming and hope-filled, optimistic. We as Catholics, under Pope Francis, there's this newer understanding of the earth, and one of the things the Pope has said recently that I think is applicable to the people in this room, especially Tom's students, is this idea of the youth being the now of the church, now the institution. I think the witness today, I've noticed, certainly these excellent top-class scholars, you could say, are the now of conservation. And Tom Lovejoy's legacy for sure will live on. And I thank you all for your sharing today.
So I'm going to we'll take a quick minute to go down and hear from the panel this last thoughts as we conclude this really fabulous session. Really appreciate everybody's memories and thoughts. You want to start us off?
Sure. Guess the only thing that I want to say is that over the last 10 years or so, Tom became so much more than just a mentor to me. And words can't express how grateful I am to have been able to learn from him, work with him, and get to know him. I miss him a lot.
Yes, I also agree with that, but he really changed my my understanding of science. He has pushed me to be more scientifically rigorous, but also pursuing passion for research and helping me understand that science is not just about numbers and biology, it's also about telling stories. These are all some things that I will carry with me throughout my life. And I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, I'm grateful as well. I think Tom changed my life. He probably changed all of our lives, and that is just a testament to the power of one person to make a difference with that community. So I will definitely take that forward and will be inspired by that forever.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is that it never feels like you have enough time.
Yeah.
And especially, I'm in the last year of my PhD. To lose your advisor in the final stretch is like something I wouldn't wish on anybody, and especially not someone who has an advisor like Tom. And I just know that I'm going to be 80 years old working, thinking about Tom. Yeah. I have zero doubt that I'm going to look back and I'm going to be in that moment, and I'm just going to be grateful.
Yeah, sort of follow up on that. I mean, it doesn't feel like we have enough time, but one of the things that I feel like I remember most about Tom was he didn't have much time, but he was always very generous with the time that he did have. Whether it was the time that he was spending with you at a meeting or like Cheryl was saying, when he would take us out to dinner after his class. Those were some of my favorite times with him because I really felt like he was being generous with time, being generous with praise, and he really was very much a champion of all of us. Like he really liked to just give us as much praise and be our biggest cheerleader.
We're gonna miss him.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So there's clearly a lot that we can learn from thinking about, Tom and our memories of Tom, to help us all be better mentors in our own lives and also to get in good trouble, right? We all know that's, So remember the folks on this stage, because I have a feeling, and also the folks that you just heard from in the audience, because I think we're going to hear from them again in the future. And also if you, as we're going to move out into a coffee break, I believe, in just a few minutes, you have another chance to talk to all of them about their experiences of Tom. And I believe we also have a slideshow that Tova kindly put together of, is it going to be running in here? Okay, perfect. So as you get your coffee, come back, and there's going to be photos of all the students over the years that you can see of Tom and the students and the legacy that he's gone forward. So with that, a huge thank you to our panel members and also to you guys too for contributing to this.
Oh.
So you were That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, you put this all together.
Yeah, I mean, I was not here for 2 years. I mean, I heard some Zara was This is Mario.
Thank you, Cohen. And this is Stephanie.
Yeah, that's good.
Put in a plug here for the fundraising. Oh, are you girls? Yeah.
I'm like, is this a side effect of COVID? Like, I didn't know why would it be so random? Like, the only
So if we reinforce it,
it's really important. I also think that's why I got COVID. I think I'm just like so worn out.
it's always a challenge. But we got some pretty strong. Okay, well, relevant conversation.
Yeah, that was scary. Like, I found out like last Friday, and I was like, yeah, like I'm still like,
yeah, you guys are always excellent. Oh, good.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Sorry. You just saw we're telling our health stories. And you're just
Yeah, we're all the last one to test.
It's like, I sometimes get it. I don't know how. I feel pretty rough.
You're holding out here. It's good.
Oh, you bet. I mean, I think having the students have their say.
Oh, I think that was great. I felt like it would have been a good one to end on.
Yeah. But you know, I always come out, for us, almost since I think the first year that Tom was here, because taught the conversation.
So you would be like one of the speakers during the semester?
Yeah, I would come in, and Julie and I enjoyed EC. We have a lot of friends here, so we would come up and spend a week, and Julie would pick out all the new restaurants, and I'd give a talk here, and all the students fantastic, and round the course.
Are you down in Florida?
No.
Well, you were down in Florida, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had a home there for 20 years, but I pretty much stopped going to work in there. But I run this non-profit called Saving Lives, which has grown dramatically. We have 15 projects building habitat corridors around the world. So I often find myself traveling to South America or Africa or Asia in the winter. So the need for us to quickly, once we finish this winter, the need to have a place in the winter. So now I visit hotspots in the winter time.
And where are you living now?
I'm still a professor.
Oh, okay, all right. So then you're in Raleigh, Durham.
I'm in Durham.
Yeah, dude. My son applied there. Certainly didn't get in.
Well, don't feel bad about it. I think it's harder to get in.
I think so. It's under 5%. It's under 5%.
They do an incredibly good job of building really quite effective we don't have, we're not endowed well enough to give everybody we want free ride. The undergraduates are incredible
She got promoted recently?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't sent her a note. I mean, occasionally I get notes from someone asking for information.
Yeah.
I think sometimes I get asked out information and they have no idea my record. I had somebody
that's a little bit of a challenge now. The institutional memory is a little shorter.
Yeah, somebody's doing a story on northern Botswana and the elephant mortality there.
Oh, right.
Do maps. We do maps.
Yeah. Don't even talk about like the disconnect between kind of the society now and the moon side. I think with the split, that the gap between and with turnover.
So what's Catherine vice president of?
Science, basically. Yeah, and the programs. So she reports into Chief Science and Innovation Officer, who's relatively new. She came from Denver Museum of Natural History, and yeah, she's a big part of the running the grants that we have now. But as I mentioned before, those grants were giving fewer in number, but slightly more in dollars.
There's also a lot of people around the world got their start with National Geographic. That's good.
Yeah, well, that's what we aim to do, right? Keep that legacy going.
I mean, in the past, I've organised some of the society's sort of boutique trips, not the off-the-shelf. Boutique ones. That was always fun, helping people and saying, I'm Stuart Perm, I'm organising a trip to National Geographic. I need you to come through and talk. And people had no hesitation hopping on the plane and turning up in the hotel in the middle of nowhere because they knew how they got their start. So apparently there's 700 people going on holiday.
Oh, I bet. Oh my goodness.
Mayor of DC or someone where like Tom Lovejoy week. It's like, oh, cool. Right? And all these times.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here. I guess it's not just
And it's rather I could organise something while he was still alive.
Indeed, we think back to that, because and also at that event, right, there was a recognition for the Amazon Center for Environmental Education Research this year, so which he was on the board of that, and yeah, I mean, just all.
I mean, the fact that most people that have been a professor for 50 years and will have students and grand students and great grand students who set up a factory. And it was gone. I mean, Tom didn't become a professor until he was 70, so he didn't have that legacy. Very grateful that National Geographic was happy to host it.
And we're grateful that you kind of pushed it at the time, because at the end of the day, what is it that
Tom introduced us a long time ago, but
more time,
I'm good. It's amazing to be here to talk about Tom. Yeah, Alex, hello. I was just telling Caitlin too. Tom introduced us a while back at some Net Geo events, but it's hard to see the most. I remember the name, the faces the most.
funny too, those Nat Geo. This is much better. It's like you're the person on the Nat Geo events.
Yeah, it's just the swath of people. And he knew all this. Like, oh, this is so So I wanted to at least come say hello. Hopefully we'll cross paths too. Because one of the things we talked about in the months leading up to it about like resampling some of the original things, but like developing a story. You guys are such good storytellers. From the original researchers and what they did at the camp in the 80s. So what it was like then. It's not like now we go to the GPS point and find what we want. It's like memory and other things compared to going back and resampling them all the time and telling the story of the impact of the project compared to what it was like then compared to what it's like now. And hearing the talk of Tom. It's cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry I didn't mean to take you away from talking to Stuart. I just wanted to say
Do you have a preferred seating chart?
It doesn't really matter. No, I think we'll go in the order. Russ will go first.
Yeah.
And then,
So I'll take the second seat, maybe.
Paulo.
Oh, Paulo? Okay, then I'll take the third.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
And then, because he doesn't have slides. And then Alex, Caitlin, and then Michelle.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Ah, ok. Não posso tirar, não. Na segunda cadeira, aqui é sua. Não, essa aqui, essa aqui. Okay. Super-homem.
Super-homem. That's...
So they're asking just for the video that when it's your turn to speak, you go up there.
Here.
The initial and the first one.
You have good lights on this one?
Good lights?
Good lights on your podium?
Oh, to see? Let's see.
Do I still have to give a computer?
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you again, everyone, for making the time today for this time of reflection, this time of celebration. It's been a wonderful treat to hear all the stories and kind of absorb all the lessons associated with Tom Lovejoy today. So thank you all. My name is Jeremy Campbell. I am the Assistant Director for Strategic Engagement at the Institute for a Sustainable Earth. I did help with a very, very big team of people to organize this event, which has been an incredible honor for me. Just really quickly about kind of how I came to be here at Mason. I've only been at Mason for 10 months, and I came for many reasons, but one of the principal among them was to work with Tom Lovejoy. I am a cultural anthropologist and have worked in the Brazilian Amazon for over 20 years on indigenous land rights and environmental justice issues. So as we were reflecting earlier about the very importance of traditional knowledge and the weaving of traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge, that's become sort of my life's passion and my life's work. And I saw the Institute for a Sustainable Earth as the place to do that, especially in league with Tom. So the 6 months that I was able to collaborate with him and work with him and learn from him and begin to see just a little tiny glimpse of his amazing network was incredibly valuable. Of course, he left us too soon, but I have had the tremendous privilege of being able to activate some of that network by being in touch with all of you for today. So thank you for putting your trust in me and for coming here to celebrate with Tom today. We're at the point in our program where we have one more panel, and then we have a reception. So we'll move things along, but this panel is quite a treat, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator for this panel focused on Lovejoy's legacy in policy and global advocacy. If I can get this to work. Oh no, I never did this. We'll do this later, I promise, students. Sorry. Oh, we will. Actually, we should do it right now real quick, right? Okay. My apologies. No. Even in Zoom times. Yeah. Great. Let's give a round of applause to our students. We've had a really wonderful day with a lot of opportunities to reflect on Tom's leadership in research, like in the Forest Fragments Project, and his incredible impact on the molding of young scholars through his inspirational teaching and mentorship. In this panel, we'll be reflecting on another crucial aspect of Tom's legacy that has been touched upon, his work as a bridge builder, as an advocate and as an influencer before there was such a thing, and as an inimitable public intellectual who built lasting connections between people and organizations throughout the world. Tom built bridges throughout his career through his work with so many of the leading conservation and science organizations in the world, many of whom are represented on this stage today. He understood the power of connecting with people and the multiplier effect that collaboration can bring about. It's astounding to reflect, to me, it's astounding to reflect upon this fact, that Tom Lovejoy at one time led, inspired, or collaborated with every major organization on the planet in terms of conservation. And to have him here at Mason is just an incredible feat for us. He brought people together and brought us all closer to achieving sustainability goals. Tom also created organizations, groups that were ahead of their time and fit for ambitious purposes. For example, ALFA, Associação de Levantamento Florestal do Amazonas, which Tom founded 36 years ago as one of the first environmental NGOs established in Brazil to support the crucial work of the Forest Fragments Project. Or the Amazon Biodiversity Center, which he established in 2018 to facilitate international collaboration in conservation science and advocacy. Even before social scientists were buzzing about networks or there was anything close to social media, Tom was building coalitions to address some of the biggest challenges we face as a planet. So here today we've gathered 5 panelists who, in various ways, have worked alongside Tom to build coalitions, to educate and to inspire, and to design solutions to meet those same challenges. I'll briefly introduce them all now, and then we'll hear short remarks from each of our panelists before transitioning to a more informal discussion as a group. We'll hear first from Russell Mietermeyer, who is Chief Conservation Officer at Rewild. Next, we would have been hearing from Emma Torres, the Vice President for the Americas at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, but unfortunately Emma took ill and was not able to join us from New York this morning. Instead, Russ will be followed by Paulo Sotero, Distinguished Fellow and Founding Director of the Brazil Institute at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. Next, we'll hear from Alex Moen, who is Chief Explorer Engagement Officer at the National Geographic Society. Caitlin Yarnall, also in senior leadership at the National Geographic Society, will speak next. Caitlin is the Chief Storytelling Officer at NGS. And finally, we'll hear from Michelle Wyman, who is the Executive Director of the Global Council for Science and the Environment and member of the Board of Directors for ABC, the Amazon Biodiversity Center. As a reminder, each of our panelists will have around 7-ish, 8 minutes to speak, and Russ, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Boa tarde, aos amigos brasileiros aqui presentes. It's a great honor, a great pleasure to be here this afternoon to honor Tom. I mean, Tom was a unique individual, a very special friend, and we all miss him terribly. My first contact with Tom was actually 48 years ago in 1973. I had just completed a 4-month expedition in the Brazilian Amazon, following the footsteps of Alfred Russel Wallace and Henry Walter Bates, and looking mainly for monkeys and turtles, which are my specialties. And at the end of that trip, I hand wrote a report, made 20 carbon copies of it, which was what you did back in those days, because there was no Xerox and no fax machines. And I sent that off to anybody I could think of. And it wound up on the desk of Tom's predecessor at World Wildlife Fund. He just had started his position there at the end of 1973. He saw that letter. He obviously saw a kindred spirit interested in Amazonia, and there weren't that many of us at that time. He got in touch with me, and we were able to meet a few years later at Harvard in 1975. And he asked me to put together a survey project for Amazonian primates, basically following up on what I had done in that 1973 expedition. I told him, great idea, but I believe the Atlantic forest is a greater priority, and I convinced him to support work in the Atlantic forest. A long survey, actually lasted for about 10 years, from 1979 to 1989. After I finished my thesis wasn't in Brazil, it was actually in Suriname. After I finished that in 1977, Tom, through World Wildlife Fund, supported me to write the first ever global strategy for primate conservation, and that led to the creation of the first primate program at World Wildlife Fund. So essentially, he gave me my first job, for which I will be eternally grateful. Now, I'd like to make just very quickly 6 points that I think are real highlights of Tom's contributions to conservation and really to the world. In the late 1960s, early 1970s, most of you don't, the younger people here don't realize it now, but South and Central America were not a focus of the conservation movement at all. There was very little attention paid to them. And Tom, from his position and his great dedication to Amazonia in particular, really put Brazil on the conservation map, he put Amazonia on the conservation map, and he put South and Central America in general on the conservation map. And through his support of my work in the Atlantic forest, together we were able to put that region, which of course is one of the biodiversity hotspots, we were able to put the Atlantic forest on the conservation agenda. And the first international focus on that was in World Wildlife Fund's 1982 Primates and Tropical Forests campaign. And Stuart, of course, where's Stuart? There he is, spoke a lot about the Atlantic forest this morning. Now, you heard a little bit about the Debt for Nature concept, which Tom basically came up with in, I guess, 1985 or 1986. My former organization, Conservation International, did the first ever Debt for Nature swap in Bolivia in 1987, and that really opened the floodgates and resulted in many, many hundreds of millions of dollars going into conservation through that mechanism. It was an amazing visionary concept that Tom really came up with out of thin air. I'd also like to highlight his role in linking climate and biodiversity through research and through the conventions that exist at this time. We still have a long way to go with this, unfortunately. Our decision makers still haven't really, I think, fully grasped the importance of linking these two critically important issues. But Tom really started pushing that in the late 1980s, together with a few other pioneers, like initially Rob Peters and then later Lee Hanna. And that's something else for which I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit. Now, you've heard a lot about the biological dynamics of forest fragments project. I still prefer to call it MCS, the Minimum Critical Size Project, which was what it was originally. And the impact that he had, not just through the research, but bringing decision makers, politicians, celebrities, other scientists to Camp 41 so many times, that just had immense impact. And of course, you've heard earlier from some of the leaders of that incredibly important project. And I'd like to make a plug for the efforts to fundraise for an endowment for that important project, that important program, ABC. We have an event on Saturday that it's going to carry forward some of these efforts to raise money. So if any of you have some spare change, this would be a very good thing to to invest in. Sorry, I always have to put on my fundraising hat as well, even if it's not for my organization. Now, an extension of these visits to Camp 41 were the incredible dinners that Tom hosted at Drover's Rest on Georgetown Pike, his wonderful historic home. I just live about 5 minutes down the road from him, so I participated in many dozens of these wonderful dinners. And I always said that more conservation was achieved at those dinners at Drover's Rest than in all the rest of Washington combined. Now, last but not least, we all know a lot about what Tom has done for South America, for Brazil, for Amazonia, but maybe the fewer of you know about the impact that he also had in Australia. It's just one of the places that he actually had a lot of impact on. And this was done largely through a gentleman named Michael Kennedy, formerly of the Humane Society International. And I contacted Michael a couple of days ago and said, could you give me a few words on Tom's impact in Australia? And he sent me a short paragraph, which I'd like to read. Tom's impact over the many years that he continued to visit Australia covering national conservation policy and law was very significant. The topics were many and his audiences diverse. Centered on the nation's capital in Canberra, but encompassing all our major cities, Tom spread good policy news to all major political parties, prime ministers and their scientific advisors, environment ministers, industry, NGOs, and the broad media. He influenced for the greater good how governments thought about climate change, ocean acidification, forest protection, biological diversity, including biodiversity hotspots, of which Australia has 2 very important ones, required environmental law, the importance of private land purchase and management, and of critical conservation support for our regional, international neighbors, including debt for nature swaps. Now, and he put in a plug there, Australian governments have fallen seriously behind their commitments over the past few years, the commitment to the best conservation policies, and we miss Tom's critical and practical influence very much indeed. So his influence truly was global. Tom was a great leader, he was a great visionary, and above all, he was a great and loyal friend. There will never again be anyone like him. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Paulo Sotero. I am a lapsed journalist. I met Tom. I was a correspondent here for many years. I still write articles for newspapers in Brazil and in Europe. But I met Tom first as a source, and I remember where. In Rio in '92 at the conference for development and environment hosted by the Brazilian government at the time. I believe that Tom was a major influence in bringing that conference to Brazil to try to engage Brazil in the topic as the home to the largest rainforest on Earth, and as Russ just mentioned, the Atlantic forest, which is another important biome in Brazil. I think Tom, from his research, knew that you had to engage Brazil and make Brazil be a player. Brazil was very defensive about that. Brazil believed there was the line of, they are trying to steal the Amazon from us. So how you do that was never explained, but nevertheless. And it was there that I first saw Tom. He was in Rio. President Bush, the senior, came leading a very sizable American delegation, and Tom Lovejoy, and I remember him in Rio Central, which is the convention center where the Rio 92 or the Earth Summit was held, shepherding Al Gore, then Senator, soon to be Vice President Al Gore, Senator Tim Wirth, Senator John Kerry, and Teresa Heinz, then widow of Senator Heinz from Pennsylvania. And some believe that the air in Rio helped Teresa Heinz and John Kerry get closer together. Well, it's just a theory. Now, there is also from Tom, there is I have always followed those as a journalist, okay? There was at that conference one thing that we see again today. In Rio, as Brazil as host, part of the Brazilian Foreign Ministry was actively trying to undermine the conference by publishing absolutely untruths about Maurice Strong, Canadian, who led the conference, and his team, saying that they were stealing money from the conference, etc., etc. Obviously, there was controversy here also, then EPA administrator, Bill Riley, was in Rio with President Bush the Senior, and at the White House, then Vice President Quayle was leading an effort to make his life very difficult. So, and Tom had to manage the two situations, did it very well. The conference, Brazil was about to kick out the president, President Collor, who was the president at the time, for, you don't know it here, it's called corruption in Brazil. It's, you're not familiar. But it is, was a very intense conference. I learned a lot. I was already the correspondent for a major newspaper in Washington, and Tom was really at his best by articulating, putting people together in a very, very tense environment, a policy environment, etc. So Tom is, in addition to this type of, that conference, the Rio 92 conference, I think Russ mentioned that, produced two absolutely vital documents that I think to this day guide discussions on this. The Convention on Biodiversity and the Convention on Climate. All those discussions that we have today come from that. It is also important to, so that those two conventions and what happened in Rio when bringing Brazil to the center of the stage, I think is a lasting legacy of Tom Lovejoy. I was a beneficiary after having Tom as a source and later a friend. I also had Tom as a mentor. In 2006, after 40 plus years as a journalist, I didn't look the part anymore, and I decided that I had to try something else. And then former U.S. ambassador to Brazil suggested that I try the Wilson Center. They had the Brazil program, and they were about to either shut it down or upgrade it. And he said, if you want to try, please go ahead, it's yours. You're going to be the director of the Brazil Institute at the Wilson Center. The only part that he didn't tell me is that I had to fundraise. Okay? I did it for 13 and a half years. I retired 2 years ago. And it was a wonderful experience, and it was a wonderful experience because I had Tom as my mentor. So we organized conferences. I remember one particular with Conservation International. There were those more recently with the President Obama's Secretary of Energy, Ernest Moniz, and so he helped me to bring American speakers and relevant people to those conferences in Brazilian speakers, because obviously he knew more Brazilian speakers and Brazilian scientists involved in that, including one that I want to mention that is a sort of a pioneer, is Enes Salati, I think one of the first presidents of INPA. So Tom had that type of impact. He, as many here have already said, he was absolutely generous. In Brazil we call it a boa pessoa. It's a good guy. And he always cool and always funny. He loved to pranks. Obviously, the dinners that you mentioned at his house, I participated in a few of them, including with Marina Silva and other great Brazilian leaders in the environment. A few years ago, when Tom celebrated 50 years of work in the Amazon, there were articles, okay, about Tom, how important his contribution had been, etc. And he was very happy with all of them. One of the publications, Veja magazine, that Russ knows very well, went a little bit overboard by describing Tom as the father of biodiversity. And I read that and I called Tom and said, Tom, don't have a problem with you, I love you, I admire you, but I believe, being a person of faith, that the father of biodiversity is, if there is one, or mother, I don't know, it's probably higher up. You know, and we had good fun with that. I am very sure that if that father or that mother exists, Tom is right now conspiring there to help us bring the world to a better place. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you, Jeremy, for including me today in this special celebration. It's been great to meet some old friends, meet some new ones, and just how much I've enjoyed the day, especially the student panel. I can see just through your words, your experiences, where Tom got his enthusiasm and his optimism. So that's just reassuring from on a personal level. So. As Jeremy mentioned, I'm the Chief Explorer Engagement Officer. I think it's worth just pausing there a second to explain what that is, since it's probably the only person who has that title in the world, I suspect. But anyway, I lead a team that's focused on empowering our network of National Geographic explorers. These are the bold, the curious, the passionate individuals that we fund through our grants or we recognize through our award programs. And we support them certainly financially, but also with capacity development, access to a network of like-minded individuals, opportunities for speaking, and other elevation. I've been at National Geographic a little over 20 years now, and I'm very grateful for that experience, having had the opportunity to have a small part in a much bigger global mission. But I'm also grateful for that tenure because it did allow me to meet and to work with Tom Lovejoy. If we can pull up the slide that I had, please. This is this portrait was taken by Dylan Coulter, who is a famous portrait photographer out of Brooklyn. It appeared in the November 2015 climate issue of National Geographic magazine. It was a full-page spread, actually, and what's missing on this slide, or what was written actually on the magazine page, the words that appear next to it was a quote from him: "Why I'm bullish on Earth's future," and under which followed a short Q&A. And the takeaway essentially was he saw a lot of new leaders emerging in the environmental arena, and who, as he put it, need to get upset about their future. I think another version on the get into good trouble, right? And if it was, I think that it was the kind of society's job to basically let them know that they can make a difference. So in the years that I've been at National Geographic and that I've been able to work with Tom, there was these two underlying themes, I think, that I associate with him. One is that sense of optimism, and then his commitment and his support of the next generation. I was introduced to Tom maybe around 2008, and we were just starting up a new program called the Big Cats Initiative, and this was something that a program that we had launched. Coming at that time, there was lions were dying in Amboseli due to a drought and retaliatory killing, and this was something that we had launched with two other explorers, and it aimed to halt that decline of big cats in the wild. And a major component of this program was a grants program. And Tom identified, helped recruit a small group of experts in conservation biology, big cat conservation, to serve on this grants committee. And was interestingly, I know this might come as a shock to many of you, but they didn't all agree on everything or how to do this. Essentially on the approach. Stuart was on that committee. I'm sure he remembers quite well. He was a very active member. But in the case of this Big Cats initiative, Tom really deftly chaired that committee. He guided, he brokered, he curated approaches that ultimately funded 150 field-based conservation projects in 28 countries. And these were all projects led by, again, bold, curious, passionate individuals who are serving for the protection of big cats. I then worked with Tom on a similar role. This was on another initiative called the Great Energy Challenge, which, by the way, was taking place in parallel to the Big Cats initiative. Again, I don't know where he got the time, because all this he's doing while, teaching and serving, other boards and so forth. So the Great Energy Challenge consisted of a grant program as well, supporting innovative, sustainable energy projects, and featured also a series of global convening events. And again, in the case of this program, Tom pulled together an extraordinary group of experts, several of whom we continue to engage with. But these were people like Raj Pachauri of the IPCC, Amory Lovins, Sally Benson, Stephen Schneider, before he passed. And he would bring them together, and we'd have these conversations. And I think it was one of the students was talking about, you realized you're in this room with these amazing thought leaders, but everyone was on an equal footing. But they really contributed to that, and it was because of Tom. Tom is the one who brought them and made it essentially kind of a priority for them. So this grant program ultimately awarded 34 organizations, led by young entrepreneurs in 22 countries over the course of 6 years. And it was always about people. Tom always celebrated others. He never looked to put the spotlight on himself. As has been mentioned multiple times, he was always connecting others, whether at a higher institutional level, Smithsonian, WWF, World Bank, IDB, but also at a more grassroots organizations, whether it's, like Planet Forward or Amazon Center for Education, Environmental and Educational Research. And it wasn't really until after he passed away that I found out that he had established actually his own nonprofit, the Amazon Biodiversity Center. And he never really mentioned it to me, but again, always focusing on other individuals and other organizations and making those connections. And I think that's what made him such an extraordinary National Geographic explorer. He saw the potential magnified impact of collective collaboration, versus individual achievement. And I like to think so in my job that I'm all about empowering this network of National Geographic explorers. But after being here today, is like, oh, I'd much rather have Tom's network. That is super powerful. So anyway, he was an extraordinary scientist, an advisor, a professor, an unyielding champion for the Amazon, and not just the Amazon, for the world at large. And an amazing mentor to early career conservationists, those young people who are getting upset about their future and doing something about it. And while he was an optimist, he was also a realist, I feel, acknowledging that his work would really never be done. But I'm sure he was comforted in the knowledge that there are others following him who will push that course even further. So Again, I feel grateful for having been able to know him and work with him. And thank you again for having me.
I'm going to go after Alex here, so you're getting a double dose of National Geographic, which I feel a little self-conscious about. But, Tom had such a huge, I'd say, outsized impact on our organization. So I want to thank you, Jeremy, and everyone here for including both of us. I started at National Geographic a few years after Alex. I'm on 17 years. And I feel so lucky to have worked with Tom in almost all of those years. And what I think is incredible to me personally when I think about that is I had probably close to 15 jobs in those 17 years. And I found a way to work with Tom in almost every single one of them. And not because it was my idea, but because it was his. He was a constant communicator, even though I think it was Frank who said this morning, his emails were sometimes like 3 words. And then, we had to go to Carmen for the rest. But he reached out. So at National Geographic, one of the things we say is that, science is our foundation, but storytelling is our superpower. And I think that this kind of catchphrase was written for Tom. He clearly was a scientist that so many in this room can attest to, and a realm that I can't feel qualified to judge, but clearly was top of the heap. But he was a storyteller at heart, and I don't mean in a journalistic sense necessarily, but in the way he hosted these dinners. And there's so many more dinners than I knew about that I learned about today. Stories were the key to everything. So I first started working with Tom when I was on the staff before I was actually even on the staff of National Geographic magazine. I was making maps. I started as a cartographer, and like Paolo, he was a source. I had some data that I was going to turn into a map because it was an academic, ugly map in my mind, and I was going to make it better. And I was used to the obligatory reach out to the source, tell them, hey, I've done this with your data and made this map. Okay with it? And no one ever responded, or they'd respond, 4 months after it was published. And Tom immediately was like, yes, are you in DC? It's like, yeah. And he's like, I'm going to come talk to you. And so he came, and he, he didn't really want to even critique what I'd done. He wanted to make sure that I knew the most important part about the data. And, it was such a powerful thing because I was used to having to work hard to get academics to talk to me, or having to draw out from them, like, what do you actually want to say? What's the important part? If people could hear one thing, what would that be? And with Tom, he knew it immediately. He wanted me to know it. He wanted me to tell it. And he was just fantastic. Tom also had this commitment to excellence that I shared, that, it was never going to be good enough. And until at that time, the printing presses ran, we were going to make it better. And I really appreciated that. The other thing, later I was an editor on the staff of National Geographic magazine, and our editor-in-chief at the time had, a saying he used to say a lot of, you have to balance the wonder with the worry. And I think that Tom embodied that, right? There was a lot to worry about, but he just was committed to the wonder of the world and the wonder in the places he worked. And I think that photo that Alex just showed shows that. He still, was just delighted every time he got to interact with that bird in that case. So the final thing I really want to talk about was a project we did together. If we could pull up the slide, that'd be great. We did this in 2014, I think. Tom came to me and he said, Caitlin, I'm coming up on 50 years working in the Amazon. I want to do something big. I said, well, what do you want to do, Tom? You want a TV series? What do you want? He said, I want a map, which would make sense why he came to me. And so at that point, I was an executive editor in the magazine, and I said, okay, what do you want a map of? And he said, well, the Amazon, of course. And he said, but we have to make it beautiful. And I said, okay, that's good, Tom. He said, I want one of those big posters that comes out of the magazine. This will be cool. We can do it. And I said, okay, but just the paper and the ink costs $600,000. And I don't really have that much money in my budget to just throw another one of these in this year. And he said, don't worry, I'll get it. And Tom was an incredible fundraiser. So thanks to the Moore Foundation, we made this poster. This is the wonder side. And this is more of the worry side. It was also, a really comprehensive map of the Amazon. We built, for the cartographers in the room, we built an entire new drainage system of data. We mapped all of the, you see mining and deforestation and all kinds of data on there, but we made it beautiful. And so we were a little short on the money, and I said, that's okay, Tom, I got it. And he said, no, it'll be fine. And I was thinking, okay, I don't know how he's going to do this. And then, I think I got an email from Carmen, can you join Tom at a meeting in town? I was like, of course. And he said, it's at the Inter-American Development Bank. And I was like, okay. And we walked in, and Tom's like, I just want you to meet some people. And I was okay. So we were about 15 minutes into this meeting, and I was like, oh, we're pitching. We're raising money. Like, normally I would have prepared, but Tom, this was how he was, right? Everything was a conversation. These were his old colleagues. He loved them. He knew them. This was the country director. And he's just like, Caitlin, tell him more. Tell him more. Tell him more. So Inter-American Development Bank, thank you if you're in the room, helped us support this map. And then I had an interesting problem, which I hadn't had probably ever before and still haven't had, was I was like, Tom, we have too much money. Because no one wanted to, this to go anywhere. And I think most in this room will know this. He got that kind of sly smile and that twinkle in his eye. He was like, don't worry, I got plans. And so we, and this is, I think, what he was most proud of, was not that this map, which I'm proud of, I think it was a great map, ran in the magazine, but that we were able to do a huge extra press run that we translated into Spanish and Portuguese and distributed in schools in this entire region. We also did a whole bunch of curriculum development for teachers that ran in Spanish and English and Portuguese and is still up today and teachers still use. And so every cent of that money was used, and it was an incredible project. And for me, it was, I had worked with Tom a lot, but it was a way to be in the ground with him as we poured over data sources, we fundraised. I think he came as we were doing color reviews off the printing press just because he wanted to see how it worked. And I'll just end with, I looked this up. I think it was close to my last email with Tom. We didn't have a current project we were working on, was almost exactly a year ago. And I was just coming back from maternity leave. And in classic Tom fashion, I got this email that said, and I looked it up and wrote it down. This is why I have this notebook here. He said, heard about baby, M-, finally, M-, just fantastic. And what I love about that is that I will never know, was that finally, like, he finally heard about it, even though my baby was like 5 months old, or finally I got around to having a baby. And so that was, I love that I have that gem of a question still in my head. So thank you all.
Hi everyone, that was wonderful, Caitlin, to hear that story. I can imagine precisely as you described it, not only your expression, but also Tom's when he was writing it. Thank you all for this extraordinary day, and Jeremy, thanks for having us, and Alonzo, thank you for your ongoing collegiality and partnership. I'm going to talk for a minute about Tom as a board director. We had the privilege of having Tom on the board of directors for the Global Council for Science and the Environment. And through that, I was able to build extraordinary relationship with Tom. The first thing I want to share is how seriously he took the role. And I think probably many of you have either worked with, for, served on, or for our students will, if you haven't yet, boards, particularly mission-driven organizations. The smaller they are, honestly, the more impactful they can often be. And I think Tom really understood this. He showed up for every board meeting that we had. If he could not come, he made sure to let us know, or Carmen, you would. And he was active and engaged on everything from the science we were discussing to the policy deliberations to our financials, which were not always very fun or interesting, but he understood the array of what's required to sustain a small, nimble, non-governmental organization trying to forge a path forward of measurable impact. And for me, that really set such an extraordinary example of service at every level, the level of service that Tom contributed to the world and invested in every relationship that he had, which we've heard throughout the day-to-day and will continue to during the coming days, during these events honoring Tom, is something that inspires me, and I imagine inspires all of us, and will do so in perpetuity. So with that, as the table setting, I wanted to talk a minute, though I wear the hat of Executive Director of the Global Council for Science and the Environment, our small, scrappy nonprofit that Tom was a part of. I also have the deep privilege of serving on the board of directors for the Amazon Biodiversity Center. And this organization is even smaller, though much mightier than the Global Council for Science and the Environment, and honestly, much of what we've heard today. The potential that ABC holds with its sister organization, Alpha, in Brazil on the ground, has always been exceptional. And now, as we consider all of the legacy of Tom's work that he's left for us and with us, to contemplate what we do with what he has left and what he started and how we sustain that. So as a board at ABC, together again with our sister NGO in Manaus, Alpha, we have set a goal of raising $15 million, and Russ, you mentioned that for a minute. It's a big amount of money, and we know with certainty that this will ensure that the work on the ground, at least at its current level, will continue for decades to come once we reach that goal, not if. Once we do, we've all learned well, and as you noted, Caitlin, raising money for work that you care about and you know has impact somehow comes much differently than trying to sell things. So I hope that all of you, as you contemplate today, and again, for those of you joining us for different events over the next several days, consider how to join us, how to collaborate, how to work in trust and with integrity towards advancing, keeping the world's attention on the Amazon and all of its riches, the role that it plays in every way. This is what Tom did so effectively. We are here. We'd love to work with you. We're thrilled to be working already with so many different institutions and organizations and governments. We'd love to work with the students and continue to forge forward fellowships on the ground. And we really look forward to the future. And our North Star has been, will always be forever, Tom. So with that, I'm going to ask you all to play a video. I won't say anything after that, Jeremy, because I don't think I can. But thank you.
The first time I walked into the forest, my first reaction was, it's really green here. I've never seen so many shades of green in my life. I'm Tom Lovejoy. I'm an environmental scientist, a biologist, field biologist, but also a conservationist. I first went to the Amazon in June of 1965. So that's 50 years. I got the opportunity to go to the world's largest wilderness, and I never looked back. The Amazon is the single largest repository of biological diversity on land. Sort of like having the biologist's equivalent of a Christmas stocking that you never got to the bottom of because there are always new and wonderful things. There's been incredible change since I first set foot in the Amazon. When I first got there, there was one highway from the capital, Brasilia, to Belém, the port city where I was living. There was like 3 million people in the entire Amazon. It's way over 30 million today. There's been a lot of deforestation. Right now the Amazon is at a 20% deforestation level, and I think that's the tipping point. As we eat away at the Amazon, it eats away at that incredible diversity. It's also just like book burning, because every species is a unique set of solutions to a unique set of biological problems, any one of which can suddenly be of great importance. I think the next 50 years will be the test, whether all the good things that have been done, all the good trends consolidate into something which actually maintains the Amazon as a whole. The change has to be made now. My work will never be done. But obviously, I'm only going to be able to contribute, as long as I'm breathing. My hope is that some of the things I've started will lead to a new generation thinking about the Amazon as something to be treasured and to be husbanded and to be taken care of, and to provide that joy of scientific exploration and associated human benefit forever.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. And thank you, Michelle, for bringing us back to, with that video, of course, which I should mention is a National Geographic video, I think made in part to honor or to prepare for Tom's posthumous reception of the Hubbard Medal this coming June. It really just demonstrates really nicely that the Amazon was always front and center in terms of science, in terms of advocacy, but also in terms of how it can be a bridge to telling stories and capturing the imagination and propelling action forward in your own backyard, in your own garden, in your own city, all around the world. And so thank you all for illuminating that from all the places that you sit. We do have a little bit of time for questions, and I have one to start us off, if you don't mind. I'd love to hear anyone on the panel who would like to respond to it, jump right in. It's in part inspired by the comment about being bullish on the Earth's future, right? I wonder if you all, with the hats that you wear as policy experts, communicators, fundraisers, well-networked and well-collaborated, or people who are expert at collaborating, are you bullish on the Earth's future, and why? And to add a little bit of just kind of irritation into it, I want to connect it to, because of course, the easy answer there is, yes, of course, the future's great. Mentioned earlier, Frank Sesno mentioned that we're dealing with an unprecedented amount, this isn't news to anyone, but an unprecedented amount of mis and disinformation and distrust for science, right? Distrust for truth. So with that being the sea in which we swim, how can you be bullish? I hope you are bullish. Bring us to a bullish attitude about the future, please.
Guess I'll start. You have to push this thing?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, well, my whole philosophy of life is optimism. And when there's obstacles or setbacks or whatever, you just figure out a way to either leap over them, knock them down, or move around them. And I think that my whole approach always has been take great pleasure for a short period of time in your successes, and don't let the negatives and the disasters that inevitably we face in this business get you down. You just have to keep forging forward. Sometimes it's difficult. Depends where you work. I mean, I spend a lot of my time moving back and forth between large wilderness areas like Amazonia, especially the Guiana Shield, Suriname, places like that have 90% forest cover, and then going to Madagascar, which is less than 10% and is an endless nightmare. So you just have to mix these things and take great satisfaction in your successes, and don't let the failures drag you down. That's just the way I approach life, and I think that in this business we have to move forward in that way.
I am for a very simple reason. I am a father of 4 and a grandfather of 6. So I have all my children have children. So there is no alternative. We'll have to find on a very personal basis. And I am a little bit like Russ. I am bullish. I believe also that you have to insist on advancing the good causes and advancing what was Tom Lovejoy's and remains Tom Lovejoy's purpose. Russ is another leader, pioneer, as many of you are. And let me tell you a brief story. In the current government of Brazil, which is an avowed enemy of environmental policies, in one of my last activities at the Wilson Center, from where I retired 2 years ago, I decided to host Bolsonaro's Minister of the Environment. And obviously, first person I called was Tom. I think I have to do this because otherwise we had hosted the Vice President, a general. We hosted the Minister of Agriculture. Say, how about, what do you think? I think, how can I help? That was some attitude. And he helped me convene 10 leaders of major environmental organizations, US-based, starting with Conservation International, and we had the 6th floor conference room at the Wilson Center, a conversation between this gentleman who was the minister at that time, who was obviously had no commitment to the cause, but we said, no, let's do our part. Our part is to present the facts, the reality, and he had a conversation. It's absolutely off the record. You will not find a record of that meeting anywhere, because that was the condition, my condition. Obviously, the gentleman wanted to be received at the Wilson Center. I said, no, you're not. We are just going to go there and talk to the 10 best, one of them from the National Geographic, by the way. And we had a conversation. Well, it was a good effort, to no avail. Nothing changed. But I believe that this is the type of thing that we have to keep doing. Because, not to be too pretentious, but we know that we are right. So let's keep moving on.
Yeah, I would just actually jump on that in the sense that having these conversations, we've seen the National Geographic, so I'm bullish on the future. I'm also clouded by the individuals with whom I interact on a daily basis. It's a little bit of an echo chamber, right? So how do we make sure we're getting outside of that? And so there are two things. One is those discussions, those meetings, those convenings that we can have to ensure how we can translate information or analyze information in different ways. A lot of what Jane was talking about this morning in terms of, okay, maybe it needs to be turned into an economic argument. And then the other thing I would say, organizationally, getting more diverse people into those disciplines and funding opportunities, and really to bring in those other kind of opinions, experiences, and leadership, especially at a kind of a regional and local level.
I'll say that I'm bullish because of the panel that came before us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's incredible, and there'll be a panel after them, and you can see this, if people younger than us are not giving up, how could we, when, their future, scientifically doesn't look as bright as ours, yet they're more hopeful. And I think to your question, Jeremy, about mis and disinformation, and something I think about a lot is, yes, it's really difficult right now, and we know all of the forces, technological and human, that we're up against. That being said, I think that Gen Z and those to follow are so much more savvy. They're growing up in this landscape, right? And so they are going to understand it and navigate it and kill it in a way that it kind of happened to us. right? And so I think I don't want to advocate responsibility, but I do, that's what makes me bullish and what I think about. And, we have lesson after lesson of, television was going to kill radio.
Right.
And podcasts are like were the hot medium. Now they're not anymore, Instagram was going to kill professional photography. It hasn't. It has just made us more savvy.
Right.
And I think that's what's going to happen in the information space.
Right. Michelle?
Gosh, what I'm thinking about is I probably have known Tom maybe the shortest amount of time of many people, but we got a lot in. We fit a lot in those few years. And our connection point was around policy scheming and identifying decision makers of influence who we could then build a strategy around getting to, and getting to establish relationship with them and to build rapport with them. So one of the things that we really enjoyed was every lunch we had, which was pretty regular when he was in town, we would pick a person. We'd each bring a person to the lunch and then decide, through entertaining exercises, okay, this is going to be the one that we'll walk away with and focus on for now. And we would study them together and study what they cared about, study their platform, study their work, really try to establish an understanding of their perspective. And we really shared, again, an affinity for doing that. Both of us had spent a fair bit of time in different capacities in the policy space building relationship. And I think, Paolo, what you just described for the meeting that you had, it's similar to that. So for me, what makes me bullish is the diversity of the perspectives that the planet has. The fact that not everyone thinks exactly the same way. The fact that in many places like the United States, we live in a healthy democracy. And there is an extraordinary amount of disinformation, but we still have our voice and the ability to build relationship with people. And through that relationship, to share knowledge. And Tom did that also right in his earliest days in Brazil. First and foremost, his top priority, he shared with me, was to build relationship with the indigenous communities around Camp 41 and where the research took place. And I think for me, that's how I translate it, is really the value of trying to come into a discussion with someone with their perspective in mind, not asserting mine. And Tom and I shared a great affinity for that, and it gives huge optimism, because all of a sudden you're friends with people and doing work with people and getting them to act and legislate on climate change that you never thought you could, and it works.
Yeah. Assuming that there's always a bridge, right? And being willing to build that bridge, right? To find that common ground. That makes me bullish too. Thank you all for those really thoughtful responses to a kind of big and scary question, so I apologize, but thank you as well. We have time for one or two questions from the audience as well, if anyone is so moved. No one? Well, I'm prepared for one more, because we have the time. I'd love for you all, in different ways, in what you shared and in the answer just now, you spoke to diversity. Diversity as a strength, diversity as a goal, diversity maybe as a value or an ethic. I'd love to hear more, and I want to leave it kind of open-ended, but just maybe as a kind of charge for you to think about. I think the global conservation community has come to think about diversity maybe a little bit later than other kinds of communities, but they're thinking about it quite a bit now in interesting ways. And so I'd love to hear your responses either to that or to the more general, again, goal, value, and capacity for diversity. Diversity in our thinking, diversity in our collaborating, diversity in how we think about democracy. I'd love for one of you to maybe develop that thread, please. All of you, actually, please.
I'll start again, because in line here. And I think this is something that you'll appreciate, because as I understand it, you work on indigenous people. I also am fascinated with the indigenous cultures around the world, in Amazonia and elsewhere. And I'm always trying to look at ways in which we can engage indigenous people more and show also the overlap between biodiversity conservation priorities and priorities for maintaining the incredible cultural diversity that exists on the planet. A few years ago, we did a study that using languages as a surrogate for cultural diversity, we found that there was something like 75% overlap between the highest priority areas for biodiversity and the highest priority areas for maintaining cultural diversity, including those cultures that are endangered or critically endangered, to use the biodiversity conservation term. And what is gratifying over the past few decades is how more and more we're seeing indigenous people as major partners in the conservation movement. And I see in places like Amazonia, for example, and elsewhere, a lot of the growth in protected areas as we try to achieve 30 by 30 or half Earth, whatever it is going to be through the creation of indigenous recognition and creation of mechanisms to protect these indigenous territories. So that's one of the ways in which I engage on diversity.
Thank you, Russ.
Yeah, I learned a lesson from my oldest son in this area. He graduated from a very good college on the East Coast. He was born in Brazil, but grew up here. And then he did spend the first summer after college in the forest in Idaho, clearing paths for doing the preparing for the spring and summer. Actually, when he came back, he had doubled in size. That's what it was. Now, today, this son Pedro lives in Missoula, Montana, where he directs he manages a watershed organization of the Big Hole. It's one of the big rivers in southwestern Montana. And I learned with him, he was a very active environmentalist and kind of radical. You talk to Pedro today and he says, no. The environmentalists, for all their good intentions, sometimes they don't know how to modulate, because the guys who supported my committee are farmers in Montana that are very aware of climate change, and they know that we have to have a better response than the one we have today, and they engage with their money. They want to keep the land productive, and I think that is and this is pure Tom Lovejoy, because if you don't engage the farmers, you're not going to find a solution. They're needed. So this, and it is obviously, my son first understood, I connected what I learned from my son's experience, who is now, 45, and it's a much more, it's a moderate guy, politically progressive, but knowing that now we have to produce certain results. In that, I think it's Tom Lovejoy speaking. It's so nice to be all radical and all environmentalist, but what have you produced yet? And so this is, to me, a good way of thinking about this issue.
There was a piece on NPR about this with the farmers a couple of days ago. I was just saying, they don't call it climate change, right? There was just antipathy towards the term, but they were addressing the situation.
Yeah.
Do you want to mix up the order? You don't have to go next.
Go ahead, you're already talking,
Alex. So yeah, I mean, I just say one thing in terms of maybe something that we've been conscious about at the society from a funding perspective. I would say maybe 7-8 years ago, 60% of our grants went to Americans, and essentially sending them elsewhere in the world.
Right.
So we flipped that. So now it's 60% abroad, and probably not enough more, and a real emphasis in terms of individuals working within their regions. The other thing that we've done kind of on a diversity basis, we used to be, traditional as a kind of a scientific grant-making institution. You needed to come in with 15 degrees to, qualify a minimum PhD, et cetera. And now just looking at experience, in fact, Caitlin can talk even more about this, different types of experience is kind of an indicator of likely success. Right. Again, and now more and more emphasis on, certainly incorporating, not just acknowledging, but incorporating indigenous collaboration, involvement, thought in what we're doing. So we have a long way to go. It's complicated. We're aware of it, but it's important.
I think I'll talk about diversity in a slightly different way. And we talk about one of the great challenges we have in this space, I think, is communicating the urgency of the issues we're dealing with outside of the bubble. And I think that traditionally, depends how far back you want to go, but the Walter Cronkite era of broadcasting out doesn't work anymore.
Right.
And so, when I think about diversity, I think about we need a diversity of communication channels and a diversity of communicators to reach diverse audiences. And what's interesting from a media perspective is this has become a business imperative. The audience does not look like what it used to look like. And so if you want to reach the fullest, swath of an audience that's going to make you money, you have to meet them where they are. And I think that while it sounds very commercial, it is absolutely the way we have to start thinking in this space, right? That we have to meet audiences where they are, and that means having diverse spokespeople, diverse scientists, diverse communicators, so that we can, bring them in their door and take them out ours. Mm-hmm. And I think that is quintessential Tom, right? To what you were talking about, Michelle, like you can find something to talk about with every single person. Yep. You can start with the weather. You can start with your kids. There's something to start the conversation, but meet them where they are. And so I think diversity, we have to think about the platforms and the communicators as well as just, who the people are.
Final word, Michelle.
Okay, that's why I was looking at you. So, picking up the thread of what I just shared around looking actively, really seeking out decision makers, and that could be any of us. You don't only need to be in elected office. You could be running a company or head of your household. Actively seeking decision makers, and certainly for Tom and I, it was in a policy capacity, who we knew had the potential level of influence that would be really measurably effective in moving a policy set forward or a policy decision. We would look for the toughest ones. In that exercise where I said we'd each bring one to our lunch, and then we'd evaluate and compare notes and argue in good ways, and then decide. And one of our criteria was who's going to be the toughest. And that for us was part of the joy of the exercise. And I would say from the lens of diversity and diverse perspectives, and anchoring this back in the experience that so many of us had working with Tom and being in relationship with Tom, I think the acknowledgement and the value first and always for different ways of knowing. The number of times that Tom would share with me a reference to something he'd learned from one of the indigenous peoples in Brazil who he worked with, and the application of that knowledge and how he'd weave that into his work was exceptional. And I think also really establishes an anchor for all of us, as many, another beacon for us to follow. I think we heard that from the students, and you shared your stories and the different disciplines and your work, including a thesis on tattoos. Mm-hmm. And Tom embraced all of it because he saw all of the value and the range of applicability. The last thing that I'll share is a huge affinity that Tom taught me around shining a light on unlikely leadership. That also brings in the beauty of diversity. When any of us have the opportunity to highlight or spotlight or support or recognize someone, to think about the person who may be least likely to receive that spotlight. And he was so good at that. So thank you for the question.
Sure. Thank you all, panelists, for a wonderful and illuminating panel. We are actually going to transition into our closing remarks now, and to introduce our final speaker, I'm going to ask Dr. Alonso Aguirre to come back to the podium, please. Thank you.
It has been an amazing day. I live inspired, full of energy, knowing that the next generation is coming and be the trailblazers to break ground, to continue the great work that Tom has left us. He said in the video, I maybe won't be able to finish it, but he forgot to say, you guys are going to finish it. We all are going to finish it. We have right here the partnerships, the organizations, the faculty, the students, the researchers, the social scientists, the communication, the politicians, if you will, to have move this in the next 10 years to deal with two main issues that humanity is facing: biodiversity loss and climate change. And I think right here in this room, we have the capacity to bend the curve with the next decade. So I encourage you to participate, to continue collaborations. And I hope, and I'm going to probably jump the gun, I would love to organize this symposium every year for Mason and continue Tom's legacy and keep everybody updated. But that's my point to be. Thank you. It's my great privilege to introduce our Provost and Executive Vice President here at George Mason, Dr. Mark Ginsberg. Dr. Ginsberg came the same year that Tom joined Mason, 2010. He came as a dean of the 40 years of administration, extensively areas of education, human services, human development, heavily involved in many educational programs. And he was appointed interim provost, but he did such a fantastic job the first few months that the new president came in and he used staying. And I'm so grateful for that, because he has been supporting the university in ways that other people won't believe, and has been able to continue Mason to grow and be an example for many universities, not only here in Virginia or the DC area, but the world. So he came here as a dean of the College of Education and Human Development. And without further ado, Professor Ginsberg, thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. What a day this has been. A day of inspiration, a day of reflection, a day of honoring, a day of remembering. Pardon me, I remember the phone call I received over the holidays from my good friend and great colleague, Greg Washington, who was with us this morning, telling me about Tom's passing. And I remember grieving together with Greg and reminiscing with Greg about the relationship that we shared with Tom. Of course, I knew Tom for a much longer period of time than did Greg, but we both came to not only admire him, but to have him as a close friend, very much more than a colleague. You know, in the early days, hearing about the passing of someone you deeply admire, grief is always a hard thing. Grief is particularly difficult when you learn about someone's passing during the holiday period. So although we grieved intensely and our university community lost a giant, today we transcend some of that grieving by honoring, by reflecting, by remembering, and literally by celebrating the life, the legacy, the contributions that Tom has had, the raising of consciousness that he provided, the understanding he brought, the commitment he shared, that was really representative of his life. And it's been a privilege for me to celebrate with you today, to reflect on his incredible life and his incredible legacy. We've heard from colleagues, we've heard from students, we've heard from peers, those he's mentored, those who learned from him and those he learned from. We've heard from his partners and allies, and mostly we've turned and heard from those who drew inspiration from his amazing career and amazing life. You know, events like today, in my field, we call a Festschrift, a time to honor, a time to reflect, and a time of tribute. A Festschrift is a time-honored tradition in academics. It's often held in the social sciences, but in the sciences as well, to really bring tribute to somebody who's made a difference, somebody whose work has been consequential, somebody whose work has led to difference not only in the world, but has led to difference in the lives of so many. And indeed, today's a very meaningful day and really representative of that. As Alonzo said, I became the provost of our great university in 2020, but I joined Mason in 2010, right about the same time Tom did. We met early in our careers at Mason. We became friends early in our careers at Mason. And most importantly, I think I drew, particularly in the early days of my time here, support from Tom as a model, as a colleague, and as a friend. And you've heard repeatedly today about his impact. Well, I'm personal witness, and I bring personal testimony today that Tom was not only a respected researcher, Tom was what in my family we use a different word for how I think of Tom. Tom was a mensch. Tom was indeed a mensch. For those of you who don't know what a mensch means, although it's a very descriptive term, isn't it? When you hear the word, you almost get a sense of what it is. A mensch is a person who's always there for others. A mensch is a person that never focuses on self. A mensch is a person that not only focuses on others, but others rely on, others count on. A mensch is really represented by Tom. It's what Franklin Covey was quoted often as saying, that a person that not only are doing things right, but are doing the right things. And doing the right things in their life, doing the right things that make a difference, and doing the right things that make a difference for others. So today we honor Tom not just as a giant in his field. We honor Tom not just as a mentor and colleague. I hope we also remember and honor Tom as a mensch. And, you know, it's been said over the course of today, Mason is a different kind of university, different in where we have come from as a university, how we think. We take great pride in merging different points of view to create new ideas and different solutions, new solutions, and unheard of opportunities. Mason is united in tackling some of the biggest problems and grand challenges the world has ever faced. And more importantly, Mason is driven by the pull of possibility, to think fearlessly, to inspire. And one of the ways that Tom has helped to be fearless in his inspiration, as we heard about throughout the day, is to protect and to heal our planet. And so when we call Mason a place where innovation is our tradition, we now think of Mason as a setting where we are all together, but we are different. And today we celebrate being together, and we celebrate the difference that Tom has made. He indeed represents who we are, what we seek to be, and he also represents how we engage. He ensured that Mason was a leader in research and innovation and community engagement and mentoring, instructing. But most of all, he was a model in how we build relationships. And we heard this earlier. Michelle, when you showed that video at the end, I thought there's no really need for closing remarks, because that was, in effect, the closing remark. And I'm so glad you ended your presentation with that. I almost feel like we should end my closing remarks by watching it again. You know, Tom was fearless in his thinking. He found solutions to some of the biggest vexing and most complex problems of our time. And if he didn't find a solution, he would engage in the process that would lead to the opportunity to find solutions. He led the way in tackling some of the most pressing challenges that we face, the most pressing challenge of all, the challenge of protecting and healing our planet. And he was always future-oriented. I knew that from the earliest days when we met in 2010. And I knew then, and one of the reasons I drew inspiration from Tom, being a dean, it's sometimes hard to remain positive. And being a provost is even harder, by the way, sometimes to remain positive. But Tom was the perpetual optimist. And he brought optimism to every situation, and he led others to be so optimistic. He led me to be optimistic, even in the face of great challenge. And I can remember conversations with him literally over the last months of his life. I really cannot think of Mason without thinking of Tom, and frankly, it's very hard for me to think of Mason without Tom. I remember well the conversations we had when we formed the Institute for a Sustainable Earth. And I remember fondly his participation in a panel right here in this room, right here on this very spot, literally right here, as we were investing Greg Washington as our 8th president. And Tom talked with such confidence but such humility. He projected a sense of he understood and knew what he was talking about, but he did it in a way that led you to ask questions, not to just accept what was being said. He did it in a way that led you to think, but he also did it in a way that led you to understand and to seek for greater understanding. He was always present. He was a person that was not just present, he had presence in a very unique and important way. And he never sought the spotlight. And all the time I knew Tom, he never sought the spotlight. But people sought for him to be their spotlight. And that, I think, is a remarkable quality. That's what made him such a mensch. And when I think about him, and I was thinking about constructing some remarks for the last of today's event, I kept coming back in my mind to this notion of mensch and what it means. A person who doesn't seek the spotlight, but others seek to be in their spotlight. And I have to say, as I begin to close remarks, because I know we have a reception to go to and want to spend some time with each other, he was the spotlight that I tried to seek at our university. He was one of a small group of people that I would seek out, sought his advice. Greg talked about it this morning, and he and I had never talked about this, Greg and I, but we shared a terrific commonality in that Tom being one of the people we would go to the most. So as I close my comments and we close today's event, let us remember that we must remain focused on the massive environmental issues through the more than 5 and almost 6 decades of research on biodiversity that Tom spearheaded, to keep in mind the challenges and the tragedies of habitat destruction as we think about the importance and the challenges we lie ahead with climate change and the climate crisis. That Tom I never heard him be discouraged. Instead, he was always hopeful. And I hope we leave today with his sense of optimism, his sense of hope, his sense that we can and will make a difference, and his sense that the difference we make will be consequential for us all. It was without doubt that humanity wouldn't be where it is without his commitment, without his achievements, without his legacy. He put his faith and trust in our university when he joined us more than a decade ago, and what a gift he has been for our programs, for our students, for our enterprises, and for our whole university. I'm confident that together we will continue his work. We will continue to seek to make a positive difference for the generation we're part of and for future generations. And I want to thank each of you for joining us today. I want to especially thank Tom's daughters, who I had a chance to meet and greet and spend some time with this morning, Betsy, Annie, and Catherine. I want to thank you for sharing your father with us and for you sharing and being part of our community as well. And of course, as many people have mentioned, let me also recognize Carmen, who has done so much, not just for Tom, but has done so much for us all and has helped to make sure that Tom's work is work that is as organized as possible. And great leaders have great people who work with them, often behind the scenes. And it's really important that people behind the scenes have a chance to also be in that spotlight. So Carmen, we bring you in the spotlight today as well. Thanks to my colleagues, thanks to Jeremy, thanks to my great colleague and friend Andre Marshall, thanks to all of the Leah and all of the other people, Alonzo, Fernando, and the entire crew here at Mason. My colleagues here at Mason, my colleagues in the National Geographic, my colleagues at Smithsonian, and other institutions that have joined us today and helped to prepare and organize today's symposium and the events that will take place over the next couple of days. It's really a great honor to participate. And I thank you all for leading and engaging in a tribute for our dear friend and our dear colleague, Tom Lovejoy. And I invite you to join us for a reception outside. And once again, thanks so very much. And Jeremy, it's just outside here we're going to go? Okay. Thank you all very much. Very much appreciate it.